Chapter 105. The lanterns were bright, illuminating a pair of people. At this moment, they were no longer in the Mingpo lobby. Chu Wanning had already arrived at Imo Ran's bedroom. He couldn't see the way clearly, so Imo Ran pulled his hand and led him. Chu Wanning had already lost his two souls, so he didn't know what time it was. He also didn't know who was holding his hand, so he was in a daze. Imo Ran brought him into the room, wiped the tears from his face, and closed the door. Chu Wanning put down the bowl of wontons. He groped his way to the head of the bed and softly asked, "Is Imo Ran still asleep?" Seeing no response, Chu Wanning assumed that Imo Ran was indeed still asleep. He sighed, seeming somewhat disappointed. Imo Ran couldn't bear it, but he was also afraid that he would leave again. So he sat by the bed and said, "Shizun, I'm awake." Hearing him call out to him, Chu Wanning's eyebrows moved slightly, then he made a sound of N. He hesitated and didn't say anything else. Imo Ran knew that he was thin-skinned. If he felt that Mei was present, he would probably leave again after a few words. So he picked up a hairpin from the table and hit it on the door, making the sound of Mei closing the door and leaving. Then he said, "Why is Shizun here? Who brought you here?" Sure enough, in his half-soul state, Chu Wanning was much easier to deceive than usual. He stared blankly for a moment, then said, Mingjing brought me here. Has he left?" "He left." And, after a moment of silence, Chu Wanning finally said, "The injury on your back." "The injury on my back is not Shizun's fault," Imo Ran said softly. "It's my fault for breaking precious herbs. Shizun should punish me." Not expecting him to say this, Chu Wanning was slightly stunned. Then his soft eyelashes fluttered, and he sighed. "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." Chu Wanning raised his hand, his ice-cold fingertips groping Imo Ran's face. After a while, he said, "I'm sorry. Please don't bear grudges against Shizun." Back then, it was impossible for him to say such soft words. However, after his death, his soul drifted in the netherworld. Looking back on the past, he only felt that he had no regrets. The only thing he felt was that he was too heartless to his disciple. Therefore, now that he had a chance to see the old scene again, the words that he couldn't say because of his pride were naturally spoken out. Imo Ran felt as if warm spring water had flowed through his heart. The hatred that had remained since his rebirth, the old wounds, and the unwillingness to accept his fate had already been crushed into fine powder. At this moment, they were washed away by this sincere apology, leaving nothing behind. In the soul-guiding light, he gazed at his master's face. The blood stains seemed to have disappeared, and his pale face seemed to have regained its vitality. He seemed to be able to see the gentle face of Chu Wanning when he first met her in his life through that period of time that would never return. Imo Ran couldn't help but raise his hand. His warm hand covered his ice-cold hand. "I don't hate you," he said. "Shizun, you've been good to me. I don't hate you." Chu Wanning was lost in thought for a moment. Then, he suddenly smiled. Even if he was a dead person, even if his face was mottled with dirt, his smile was still like an ice spring that had just melted, filling the room with spring. His eyes were closed, but there seemed to be pearls shining brightly between his eyelashes. It was an extremely brilliant smile of someone who had put down their long-cherished wish after death. Proud but not overbearing, beautiful but not seductive. It was like the most luxuriant begonia that had bloomed. The branches and treetops were solemnly and cautiously adorned with tens of thousands of gentle, thin flowers, bright and fragrant, like stars that covered the leaves. Imo Ran couldn't help but stare blankly. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he saw such a relaxed and bright expression on Chu Wanning's face. Imo Ran clumsily thought. Suddenly, he thought of smiling like a flower, but felt that it was inappropriate. Then, he thought of charming 100 people with a smile, and felt that it was even more ridiculous. In the end, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't think of a single word to describe this beautiful scene. He only knew how to repeatedly sigh. Beautiful. Such a beautiful person. Why didn't he notice it before? As if he had a stroke of luck, Imo Ran suddenly said softly, "Shizun, there's something I want to tell you." Madame Wang's begonia. I didn't know it was so precious. When I picked it that day, I wanted to give it to you." Chu Wanning seemed to be a little surprised. Mo Ran's voice softened. He was a little embarrassed, and even a little helpless as he repeated, It's for you. Why did you pick a flower for me? Mo Ran couldn't help but blush. I don't know. I just thought it was pretty. He didn't say anything else, but he was faintly surprised. So, he actually still remembered how he felt when he picked a flower for Chu Wanning all those years ago. Chu Wanning, who had lost the other two souls, was really gentle. He was like a cat that had lost its nails, leaving only a tame, thin, and soft belly, and a full, round, snowy paw print. He rubbed Mo Ran's head and smiled. You're really silly. Mo Ran's eyes suddenly became hot. He looked up at him and sniffed. Really silly. Don't do it again next time. I won't do it again next time. Mo Ran thought about it. He recalled how after he gave up on himself in his previous life, he committed crimes everywhere. He bullied people and took advantage of women. He made Chu Wanning very angry. In the end, his Shizun was disheartened. He threw him a sentence that he hated for the rest of his life. Bad character, hard to improve. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. He said, Shizun, I promise you, I won't disappoint you again in the future. I want to do the good, not the bad. He didn't read much, so he couldn't say too many powerful promises. However, he felt a surge of blood in his chest. The soul that used to be simple and pure when he was young seemed to have finally awakened from its deep sleep. Shizun, your disciple is stupid. I didn't know you were good to me until today. He climbed up from the bed, knelt in front of Chu Wanning, and kowtowed. When he raised his head again, the young man's eyebrows were solemn and solemn. From now on, Mo Ran won't teach you how to embarrass yourself. The master and disciple talked for a long time, but most of the time, it was Mo Ran who did the talking. When he wanted to feel sorry for someone, he was actually very cute. Chu Wanning listened quietly. From time to time, he would shake his head and smile. Unknowingly, the sky outside the window gradually turned white, as if the thick Huizhou ink was being diluted. The night was coming to an end. Master Huizhou stood by the stone bridge. The rapid flow of the river wet the hem of his monk robe, but he didn't feel it at all. He just waited in silence. A rising sun slowly rose from the east. Rays of light pierced through the forest and the leaves, shining on the flowing water of the yellow spring. In an instant, the river turned golden. The waves were like the fine scales of a flood dragon. Where the waves rolled, they shone brilliantly, overflowing with colorful light. At this time, he was already in the realm of nothingness. Only those who found Chu Wanning's remnant soul could see him. Mei and Ming had already been here, but they didn't see the old monk by the river. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, but the prayer beads in his hand kept moving faster and faster. Whoosh! Suddenly, the prayer beads that had been coiled around countless times scattered. The star and moon Bodhi fell like rain, scattering all over the ground. Huizhou suddenly opened his eyes, pursed his lips, and turned pale. Such an ominous sign. He rubbed the broken string of the prayer beads with both hands, watching the beads in the river splash onto the shore, and the beads on the shore roll into the river. For a long time, he was lost in thought, and his face gradually turned pale. Master! Suddenly, someone called out to him. Master! It was a joyous and enthusiastic voice. Huizhou immediately looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Mo Ran running from afar, carrying a soul-guiding lantern with a mixture of golden and red light. The first rays of the morning sun were dazzling, but this young man's eyes were brighter than the sun, shining like crystals. He ran in front of Huizhou. His cheeks were slightly red, and he was slightly panting, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. Found him. Mo Ran brushed away the stray hair on his forehead and held the lantern that carried Chu Wanning's soul tightly in his arms. He didn't refuse to see me. He's here. As he spoke, he pointed at the lantern in his arms. He seemed to be reluctant to part with it. After a moment of hesitation, he wanted to pass the lantern to Huizhou, but after a few inches, he withdrew his hand. Huizhou let out a slight sigh of relief. He looked at him from head to toe and said amusedly, Since you found him, you can hold him. You don't have to give him to me. Mo Ran continued to hold him carefully. Huizue picked up the on staff leaning against the tree and gently tapped it into the river. A green bamboo raft with a white line at the tip appeared out of thin air on the shore. There's no time to lose. Please get on the boat. The spring water at the peak of life and death was connected to the ghost world. This was a well-known fact, but because there was a barrier, it wasn't possible to successfully reach the netherworld by following the river. Master Huizue's bamboo raft had a spell cast on it, so it could communicate with yin and yang, so the boat could travel 1,000 miles. Mo Ran sat on it alone, and in less than half a day, they arrived in front of a waterfall. The Yellow Spring Waterfall. This waterfall faced the world above and connected to the netherworld below. It was boundless, vast and boundless. A curtain of beads flew down, and the water mist splashed, as thin smoke. Before Mo Ran could take a closer look, the bamboo raft carried him straight into the curtain of water, which was as huge as a prehistoric giant beast. Before he could react, in an instant, the strong water column was like countless sharp knives, as if it wanted to tear a living person's flesh and blood apart. It pierced through. Shizun. In the midst of danger, Mo Ran only cared about the soul-guiding lantern in his arms. He held the lantern tightly in his arms, and no matter how the whirlpool spun, the sky turned dark, he didn't let go. After an unknown amount of time, the deafening sound of the waterfall suddenly disappeared. The torrential rain also suddenly stopped. Mo Ran slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that the soul-guiding lantern was safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. When he looked up, he was shocked speechless by the scene in front of him. The waterfall that traversed the two realms of yin and yang was gone. A bamboo raft drifted on the vast and quiet lake. The lake was dark blue, and bits of starlight flowed through it. Countless weak souls were like schools of fish, swimming back and forth in it. Reeds grew on both sides of the lake, and the hazy splendor of reed flowers drifted everywhere. On the left and right, in the depths of the reeds, there was a man and a woman singing dreamily. They seemed to be sorrowful, but also seemed to be peaceful. My body entered the abyss of thunder, and my limbs turned into mud paste. My head fell into the vast universe, and my eyes were dried up and crushed into dust. Eat my heart, and the red ants are brilliant. Peck at my stomach, and the vultures are boundless. Only the souls come and go. Only the souls come and go. The yellow spring water flowed to the east, and everything in front of him couldn't be chased. Mo Ran drifted on the bamboo raft for a long time. Suddenly, a towering archway appeared in the heavy night sky. As he got closer, he saw that the decorated archway was huge beyond compare, grand and magnificent. But the small details were of uncanny workmanship, flying gold and moving colors. It was like an evil beast covered in beads, gold, stone, and jade. It was brilliant, but it was sinister and treacherous. It squatted in the dark night and opened its stinking bloody mouth, waiting for the countless wandering souls to be sent into its stomach. When he got closer, he saw the ferocious turret, like fangs piercing through the sun. The beast's head was majestic, as if it was listening to the grievances of the world. He got closer. Chu Wanning's remnant soul seemed to feel uneasy. The golden light in the lantern flickered slightly. It's okay. Mo Ran felt his uneasiness. He hugged the lantern and put his lips close to the paper. He comforted him softly and sent more of his spiritual power to accompany him. Shizun, don't be afraid. I'm here. The lantern flickered. After a while, it returned to silence. Mo Ran lowered his thick eyelashes and glanced into the lantern. He couldn't help but smile. He reached out and touched the edge of the lantern, and then hugged it even tighter. In the dark night, the three big words, Gate of Hell, entered the lantern. They were bright and dazzling, as if they had just been dipped in the blood of a living person. The bamboo raft reached the shore. Mo Ran stepped on the road to the underworld where even the soil was suffused with the smell of blood. He walked forward. There were more and more people around him. Men and women, old and young. There were also corpse babies who died shortly after birth. They were all crying and wailing. They all floated into the depths of the underworld. No matter if they were emperors or generals in life, they were rich and glorious, or they were commoners, they were penniless. No matter how much money they had, they would be buried with them. At this time, at this place, this road, they could only brace themselves to finish it alone. Immerse followed the bustling flow of souls and came to the entrance of the world of spirits and souls. There was a person sitting there, shaking a cattail leaf fan in his hand. He looked like a soldier. When he died, his stomach was cut open, so his intestines flowed out from time to time. The gatekeeper impatiently stabbed his own intestines back in with the handle of the fan. He looked up and lazily questioned the newly dead ghost. "What's your name?" "Sun Erwu." "How did you die?" "Me, I died of old age." The gatekeeper took a big stamp and casually stamped "died of old age" on the photo sticker of the world of spirits and souls. He handed it to Sun Erwu. "Don't lose the tag. If you lose it, you have to go to the 17th palace to get a new one. Let's go." Next. Sun Erwu was very nervous. Probably every person who had just died, no matter how brave and knowledgeable he was in life, would be nervous. Then, am I going to be put on trial? I'm a good person. Even a chicken was not stupid when I was alive. I wonder if the fragrant blind cup can steal a good pregnancy. At least give me money to get a wife. The old man nagged endlessly. He was anxious. The gatekeeper's ears were sore from hearing so much. He waved his hand and said, "Trial? It's not sunrise yet. There are so many souls in the world of spirits and souls. You have to wait for 8 to 10 years to be reincarnated. When it's not your turn, you can stay in the world of spirits and souls. It's not much different from the world of the living. When it's your turn, you can go and tell the judge whether you killed a chicken or married a wife in life." Next. Sun Erwu was stunned. He stuttered and said in his native accent, 8 to 10 years? Immerse, who was queuing not far away, was also very surprised when he heard this. "What? I have to wait so long before I can be judged and reincarnated?" "Of course, but if it's a soul that has committed a heinous crime or is not in the right place, then it's another matter." When the gatekeeper heard this, he smiled maliciously. When he smiled, his intestines flowed out again. He stuffed it back in again. Those who enter the 18 levels of purgatory never need to wait for long. Immerse, Sun Erwu, this idiot, wanted to ask more, but the gatekeeper's patience seemed to have run out. He kept waving his hand and said, "Go, go, go. Souls go. Everyone is rushing to be reincarnated. Don't block the way. Next, next." Sun Erwu was swatted away by his palm leaf fan. The next person was a young woman. Her face was powdered, but she was still beautiful. When she opened her mouth, her eyes revealed a kind of composure and flirtatiousness unique to the trade. She said softly, "Official, this little one is called Golden Flower. I was beaten to death by a bully. Every ghost has its own way of dying, and every ghost has its own thoughts. The chaotic images of all living beings were all settled here. There was nothing more lively and chaotic than this." But Immerse only hugged the lamp in his arms tightly. He owed his master. He didn't care about anything else. He only wanted to find the remaining soul of his master. "Name?" The gatekeeper yawned and looked at Immerse. Immerse was about to speak, but the gatekeeper suddenly shivered. He seemed to feel that something was wrong with this person. He suddenly stood up and stared at his face. Immerse knew that something was wrong. Not to mention that he was a person who had died once. He didn't know whether his soul was strange or not. Even if it wasn't, he was holding another person's remnant soul. It was worth questioning. But there was no second entrance to the ghost realm. This was destined to be unavoidable. Therefore, he could only brace himself and look at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper narrowed his eyes. Immerse pretended to be calm and introduced himself. "Immerse." The gatekeeper didn't say anything. Immerse's heart was beating like a drum, but his face was calm. "I suffered from Qigong deviation while cultivating and died just like that. Official, please send me a self-portrait." Chapter 106. Died from Qigong deviation? The guard repeated his words slowly, then snorted. "You're a Taoist?" "Yes. A Taoist coming here at such a young age. You're being wrongly accused." The guard put on a fake smile. There were many people in the mortal world who were not intelligent and could not form good karma. When they mocked Taoists, It was as if the grapes were sour because they could not eat them. I think there's something wrong with your soul. It's not pure. Master Huizue had placed a spell on Immerse's body so that he could hide his aura and interact with spirits. That was why the guard could not see through him. However, he still felt uncomfortable, so he sat down and crossed his legs. He took out a black ruler from the drawer. The ruler of measure of guilt, he said proudly. Although he did not know why he was so proud, since the ruler was not his, the lower the rank of an official, the more he liked to show off. The guard slammed the ruler on the table and stared at Immerse. Give me your hand. Let me test your karma in the mortal world. Immerse was speechless. My karma in the mortal world? Would he be directly sent to the great god Yanluo and crushed into pieces after the test? However, he had nowhere to run in front of so many people. He could only sigh. He held the lamp in one hand and extended the other. The guard pressed the ruler against his pulse. Almost as soon as he touched it, the ruler of measure of guilt shrieked. Blood flowed out of the black ruler, accompanied by the cries of thousands of people. I can't die in peace, Immerse. You'll never be reincarnated. Father, mother, you bastard, why? Why? Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Immerse pulled his hand back. His face was as white as a sheet. The group of ghosts looked at him. The guard's gaze was especially obscure. He stared at Immerse like a tiger. After a while, he lowered his head to look at the ruler. The red light on the ruler disappeared. The blood seemed to have flowed to somewhere else. The table was clean. Only a line of words appeared on the ruler's body. Unpardonable crime. Escorted to which level of hell? Because Immerse didn't wait for the ruler of measure to finish measuring before he stopped. It wasn't finished yet. The guard suddenly grabbed his arm and stared at him fiercely and viciously. He was like a hunter who had finally caught a rare bird after being bored for a long time. His nostrils flared and his eyes flashed with a strange light. More than half of his intestines had spilled out, but this time, he didn't even bother to stuff them back in. Don't move. Test me again. He was impatient and greedy, almost like he was asking for credit from the king of hell. His ghost claw gripped Immerse's wrist and pulled him over. He then stabbed the ruler of guilt into Immerse's flesh like a madman. If he could capture a ghost that could descend to the 18th level of hell, it would be a great contribution. He would be able to rise by at least 3 levels, and would no longer need to stand at the city gate and record every single strand of soul that came and went. Test. Do it properly. The convicting ruler lit up again. Blood still flowed, and cries filled the air. The people Immerse had killed, the sins he had committed, seemed to be squeezed into this small black ruler. The soaring resentment almost broke the ruler. So hateful, Immerse. I won't let you go even if I die. Immerse's expression became more and more unsightly. He lowered his eyes and pursed his lips. It was unknown what color was in his eyes. You have no conscience. You've turned the human world into purgatory. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Ah! They cried, howled, cursed, and resented. Suddenly, a weak sigh could be heard among all the voices. I'm sorry, Immerse. It's Master's fault. Immerse suddenly opened his eyes. They were filled with grief. He heard the voice of his previous life's Chu warning. It was so soft, so sorrowful, but it was like a sharp knife piercing into his skull, almost splitting his soul. The voices gradually weakened, and the ruler of condemnation returned to normal. A line of small words appeared on it again: unpardonable crime. Escorted to. This time, Immerse didn't move his hand away, but the line of words still wasn't finished. The guard was stunned. He patted the black ruler. Is it broken? Unexpectedly, the black ruler trembled slightly. After a while, the line of words disappeared on its own. A thin strand of fairy energy floated on the surface of the ruler, shining brightly. This time, there was no crying coming from the ruler. Instead, it was like 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. The delicate sound entered the clouds, as if the music of the 9 heavens had descended to the underworld. All the demons seemed to be intoxicated. Even the guard couldn't help but be entranced. When the fairy music stopped, the guard suddenly came back to his senses. When he looked again, the ruler of condemnation had written 6 large words: ordinary soul, doable. The guard cried out, "That's impossible. Wasn't it unpardonable crime just now? How come it's an ordinary soul?" He couldn't accept it. He took the ruler to measure it many times, but the result was the same every time. First, it was a scream, then it was a good song. In the end, without exception, it was written that it was an ordinary soul, doable. The guard was extremely disappointed. He had no reason to stop an ordinary soul from entering the underworld. He began to fiercely stuff his intestines again. As he did so, he said, "Hey, I think you really did die of Qigong deviation." Mo Ran was also quite surprised. He didn't know why. He thought for a while and guessed that it was probably Master Huizue's talisman that confused the ruler. He was slightly relieved. "Get lost. Take the body identification sticker. You've wasted my time. Hurry up and get lost." Mo Ran couldn't ask for more. Just as he was about to leave with the soul-guiding lamp, the guard's eyes suddenly lit up. He shouted loudly to stop him. "Stop!" Mo Ran's heart was beating fast, but his face was still calm. He said helplessly, "What's wrong?" The guard raised his chin. "What are you holding in your arms?" "Oh, this." Mo Ran rubbed the soul lamp. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. He smiled and said, "It's my burial gift." "Burial gift?" "Yes, it's an artifact." "Heh, interesting." The guard pointed at the table, his eyes flashing. "Put your burial gift here and measure it again. I'm afraid your artifact has confused the ruler of measuring sins." Mo Ran had already cursed this bastard in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only put down the soul lamp and anxiously extend his wrist again. The guard seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He couldn't wait to press the ruler again. The result was the same. The same 6 words were clearly written: ordinary soul, doable. Not to mention the guard, even Mo Ran didn't know what to do. But after this test, the guard finally gave up completely. He was too lazy to wave his hand and let him in. Mo Ran didn't dare to stay for long. He carried the soul lamp and walked through the long corridor. The light changed when he reached the end. The world of spirits and souls opened up in front of him. This was the first layer of hell. At first glance, he couldn't see the end. The sky was scarlet, like a burning sunset. Strange vines and strange trees rose from the ground. Rugged roof tiles were near, and palaces were in the distance. At the entrance was a huge rock that reached the sky. On it was written, "Your skin returns to the dust. Your soul returns to Nank Village." Beside it stood a majestic red-painted archway. The words, "Nank Village," were painted with golden water. Everyone was as tall as an adult male. So the first layer of hell was called Nank Village. If there was nothing wrong with the dead, they would temporarily stay here for 8 to 10 years, waiting for the judge to summon them. Then, they would go to the second layer for judgment. Mo Ran carried the soul lamp and looked around as he walked. At first glance, the layout was not much different from the human world. There were streets, houses, and houses. There were a total of 18 streets, 9 horizontal and 9 vertical. Ghost men, ghost women, and ghost children walked around, laughing and crying. It was like a group of demons dancing, 100 ghosts walking in the night. In the east, a woman who had just passed away was sobbing. "What should I do? What should I do?" It's said that a woman who remarries will be cut in half. Her head and legs will belong to the 2 dead men. Is this true? Who can tell me if this is true? Beside her, there was also a girl with messy hair who was wiping her tears. If I didn't want to be a member of the secret door, I really couldn't afford to live. Before I died, I went to the local temple to donate a threshold. I wanted to be stepped on by thousands and thousands of people to atone for my sins. But the village chief insisted that I had to pay him 400 taels of gold before he would allow me to change the threshold. If I had that much money, why would I bother to be a prostitute? In the West, there was also a man counting 401 days, 402 days, 403 days. We agreed that if I left, she would leave. We would die together for love. How come I've been here for 404 days and she still hasn't come down with me? She's so weak. Could it be that she lost her way on the road to the Yellow Springs? If she really lost her way, what should I do? The newly dead ghosts gathered in groups of 3 to 5 at the entrance of Nank village. They were still unwilling to give up and were pacing back and forth. But further ahead, they were all old ghosts who had already regained their soul and accepted their fate. They were much calmer and more composed. Some of them had their own business and were spending their days in poverty. They endured the long wait for the judgment. When they reached the 3rd street, they could see the bustling streets. In the end, they were all ghosts who had not broken their flesh and bones. Before drinking Ming Po's soup, they were still unable to distinguish between human and ghost. In life, they were from the pear garden and were still performing acrobatics on the streets. In life, they were embroiderers. In death, they were still weaving clothes from the clouds of hell. The butchers did not dare to kill anymore, but they could still make a living by sharpening knives and cutting scissors. The sounds of hawking and cheering rose and fell one after another. It was bustling with activity. Immerse walked in front of a ghost who was selling calligraphy and paintings. That ghost probably did not sell a single painting in his life and starved to death. Because of this, his face was yellow and emaciated. His cheekbones were high and his ribs were sunken. Seeing someone sitting in front of his stall, the thin scholar raised his dim eyes. His expression was fervent. "Young master, do you want to buy a painting? I want you to draw a portrait for me." The scholar seemed to be somewhat regretful. Compared to landscape, a portrait always lacks artistic conception. "Look at this painting of Mount Tai," Immerse said. "I don't like landscape paintings. I'll have to trouble you to draw a portrait for me." "You don't like landscape?" The scholar looked at him and was not very happy. "Benevolent people like mountains. Wise people like water. Young master is young. It's time for you to cultivate your mind and smell more of the fragrance of painting. Originally, I was reluctant to sell this painting of Mount Tai, but since you came to my stall to ask, I think you're not completely without wisdom. How about this? I'll give you a cheaper price. I want to draw a portrait." The two of them looked at each other. The scholar was not his opponent. After a while, he was scared. But after being scared, he was quite angry. There seemed to be some anger on his ghost face. "I don't draw people. If I want to draw, I'll pay 10 times the price." Immerse said, "You also need money in the ghost world?" "Family and friends always send paper money," the scholar said coldly. "Money can make ghosts turn millstones. Although I don't like to be stained with the smell of money, a gentleman loves money and takes it in a proper way. You and I are neither relatives nor friends, and we don't know each other. Why should I trouble you for no reason?" He talked a lot, but Immerse, who did not study much, was troubled. He frowned and said, "I just came. No one is burning money for me." The scholar said, "I'm not selling without money." Immerse thought for a while and came up with an idea. He pointed to the painting of Mount Tai and said, "Fine, I won't sell it. But I have nothing to do. Can I listen to you talk about this painting?" The scholar was stunned, and his anger turned to joy. "You want to listen to this?" Immerse nodded. "I don't have to pay to listen to you talk about knowledge, right?" "No need." The scholar was very proud, and there was a funny and pitiful light on his face. "Knowledge is not about money. Money is dirty. The affairs of a scholar should not be tainted with that kind of vulgarity." Immerse nodded again, and thought that he now knew why the little bookworm starved to death. Although he found it funny, he could not bear to see it. It was a pity that he did not have enough money, otherwise he would have given him some money. The scholar excitedly took the framed painting from the shelf and set it up. He cleared his throat, which did not need to be cleared, and said nervously and proudly, "Then I'll begin." Seeing that the little bookworm had taken the bait, Immerse smiled and said, "Please enlighten me." Chapter 107. Once the scholar started talking, it lasted for 4 hours. Immerse listened until he was dizzy and almost fell asleep, but he still had to pretend that he was very interested. It was really hard for him to do so. Immerse was quite good at pretending to listen. At first, he would say, "Oh," and then frown. He seemed to be puzzled and doubtful. After the other party had talked for a while, he would say, "Oh," and the space between his eyebrows would relax slightly, as if he had gained some enlightenment and gradually understood. Lastly, he had to remember to open his eyes wide with a burning gaze and say, He had to let the speaker understand that he had been enlightened and enlightened by his teachings. He didn't skimp on the 3-0 in Chu Wanning's class. Unfortunately, Chu Wanning did not buy it. He always looked at him coldly and told him to shut up. However, the little bookworm had never been treated like this before. Towards the end of his speech, his eyes lit up and he was extremely excited. It was as if he regretted not having met Immerse earlier. There was no trace of his previous arrogance. I understand. Immerse smiled and said, after listening to you and looking at this landscape painting, I realized how precious this painting is. It's priceless. If the little bookworm was still alive, he would have been blushing. But now, other than blushing, he was just as excited. He was so happy that he did not know where to put his hands and feet. He just smiled like a child, his thin face full of light. It was the first time Immerse saw someone so happy as a ghost. When it was about time, he got up and bowed to the scholar. It's getting late. I'll look around and find a place to stay. If you're free tomorrow, I'll look for you again. The scholar was surprised to be called sir. He was happy, half scared and half happy. No, I don't deserve to be called sir. I've tried so many times, but I couldn't even pass the county level. I sigh. Immerse smiled. The quality of a scholar is not determined by wealth, but by the heart. The scholar was shocked. You can actually say such a thing? That's what my teacher said. It's just picking up from others. The scholar said, picking up from others? Really? Ha ha ha. Immerse laughed and scratched his head. I got it wrong again. The scholar saw that it was getting late and thought that no one would come to ask about the painting today. So he packed up his basket and said, I have nothing to do and it's rare to meet someone I can talk to. Although the friendship between gentlemen is as light as water, it is also important to drink with a bosom friend. I think. Seeing that he was about to throw away his bag again, Immerse smiled and cut him off. Are you trying to say that it's getting late? Why don't we find a place to have a drink? Yes, let's drink a little, okay? Okay. Immerse nodded. Sir, please pay. The scholar was speechless. On the greasy little table, there was a plate of peanuts, a dozen or so pieces, and 2 small glasses of wine, cramped and half full. Only one candle was lit in the tavern, burning miserably. The owner, with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks, was wiping a chipped bowl behind the counter. This place is a little shabby. The scholar looked a little uneasy. But I haven't received any paper money. I've only been to a few shops. This one is passable. It's pretty good. Immerse picked up the wine glass and looked carefully. Ghosts eat? It's all fake, the same as offering. The scholar took a bite of the peanuts, but the peanuts did not disappear. He said, Look, just like this. Taste it. Immerse calmly put down the wine cup. He was not a dead man. He would reveal his identity if he ate. After drinking for 30 minutes, the scholar's depressed mood seemed to have improved. He chatted with Immerse for a while and asked, Young Master Immerse, you asked me to draw a figure for you. Is it someone you like? Immerse hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's my Shizun. The scholar was stunned. I've been setting up a stall in the netherworld for many years. I've seen people come to ask for a portrait of a beauty, but I've never seen anyone ask me to draw a Shizun. Does your Shizun treat you very well? Immerse felt ashamed. He said, Yes, very well. No wonder. The scholar nodded. Why do you want to draw him? To find someone. The scholar let out another and looked surprised. He's also in the netherworld? Yes. Immerse said, I heard that the dead have to stay in Nank village for 8 to 10 years. I'm worried about him, so I want to find him and be his companion. The scholar did not doubt at all. He was even a little moved. After muttering to himself for a while, he finally sighed. It's rare to see such deep feelings. Good. Young Master Immerse, I'll help you with this. As he said this, he got up to open the box and took out the drawing tools. Immerse was overjoyed. He thanked him repeatedly and asked for his name. He secretly remembered it in his heart, thinking that when he returned to the netherworld, he would burn more gold, silver, and valuables for this poor brother of his. The two of them were emotional and excited. They laid out the paper and ground the ink in a lively manner. But after a few words, they choked. My Shizun. He? Mo Ran clenched his hands into fists and knocked on his knees several times. But he still couldn't come up with anything. After a long time, this poor man finally squeezed out a sentence. He's a beauty. You can draw him. The scholar glared at him. Mo Ran said, Draw him? How do you mean beauty? Isn't it simple? It's just beauty. Draw him as beautiful as you can. I know, but forget it. Tell me, what do you think his face is? What face? Mo Ran was taken aback. A face is a face. The scholar was a little annoyed. Melon seeds, almonds, wood, and goose eggs. Why don't you name one? I don't know about these things. Anyway, he's quite handsome. The scholar was speechless. Mo Ran said, Forget it. If you don't know, just draw according to my face. The shape of our faces is not too different. The scholar was speechless. And then there were the eyes. What eyes? Seeing that Mo Ran was about to speak, he suddenly stopped him and added, Don't say eyes. They're eyes. Mo Ran waved his hand and said, I know what you mean. His eyes are right. How do I say it? Fierce and charming? Cold and gentle. The scholar threw his brush and said angrily, I'm not drawing anymore. You'd better find someone else. Don't. Mo Ran hurriedly pulled him. Others can't draw as well as you. The scholar endured and glared at him. But seeing that Mo Ran's face was full of sincerity, he said stiffly, Then tell me properly. Answer whatever I ask. Mo Ran also felt wronged. He thought to himself, Didn't I answer well just now? Didn't I also answer whatever the scholar asks? But he was soft-hearted when asking for help, so he could only obediently nod and hug the spirit-guiding lamp in his arms. The scholar said, It's still eyes. He has leopard eyes, triple white eyes, almond eyes, phoenix eyes, or... Mo Ran was dizzy from hearing this and shook his head. Slit eyes? Then aren't they very small? No, his eyes are moving upwards. I don't know what they're called. Anyway, they're flying upwards. It's quite nice. Then they're phoenix eyes. Mo Ran opened his mouth, but when he saw the displeasure on the scholar's face, he shut his mouth bitterly. Fine, if you say so, then so be it. The scholar continued to ask, Is the nose high or low? High. Are the lips thin or thick? Thin. Are the eyebrows thick or light? Thick. Thick? It's okay. I know the eyebrows. They should be sword-like. Good. The scholar added a few more strokes and asked again, Do you have mole marks on your face? Mo Ran tilted his head and thought for a while. As he thought, his face turned red and he stammered, Yes, where? Beside the left ear. Mo Ran slowly said, It's a little small. The color is quite light. And, when he kissed here, it would be extra sensitive. The scholar raised his eyebrows and... No. Mo Ran shook his head like a rattle drum and his face turned even redder. There's no end. The scholar looked at him strangely. Fortunately, the light was dim and he couldn't see the color on his face. He moistened the tip of the brush and asked again, What about the clothes? He likes to wear white clothes. A green jade crown or a high ponytail. Mo Ran thought for a while and added, Sometimes he wears it. When he wears it, it's very... Don't say it's good-looking. The scholar couldn't stand it anymore. Well, then it's handsome. The scholar was speechless. After grinding for half a day, he finally finished drawing. Mo Ran blew on the ink and held it up for a closer look. He felt that although it was not as handsome as Chu Wanning, and they were not very similar, it was still acceptable. He smiled and said, Thank you, teacher. It's quite good. I only need to draw Panin, Fanli, and Shizi, Diaochan, Ha. Mo Ran laughed and said, When I find Shizun, I'll definitely thank you properly. He drank some wine with the scholar and chatted for a while. When the sky turned dark, the two parted ways in front of the wine shop. Mo Ran carried Chu Wanning's portrait. According to the scholar, there was a building on the 5th Street of Nank Village called Shun Feng Restaurant. It specialized in gathering information for new lonely souls. He was going to take a look. Outside Shun Feng Restaurant, a red curtain swayed faintly with a black snake totem painted on it. Mo Ran pushed the door open and entered. He saw a long counter in the hall. Behind the counter sat a dozen ghosts in red robes. They were all wearing wooden lacquered masks, so he couldn't see their faces clearly. In front of these masked ghosts, there was a long line. They were all dead people with different expressions, and they all had different desires. Hundreds of white candles floated at the top of the building. The overlapping shadows of the candles shone on the dead people. The ghosts came and went, and they were very busy. "Little master, can you help me find out where my little brother is? His name is Zhang Bai. He's from Gusu. He was 21 years old when he died. Do you have a portrait?" "No, no. You can find him even if you don't have a portrait. The cost is 10 times higher." "Big brother," the masked man coughed, his voice crisp. I'm sorry. So it's a big sister." "Big sister, it's like this. When I died, that person in my family told me that she would never remarry, but I kept seeing her flirting with my younger brother for a long time. I can't take this lying down even if I die. Can you help me investigate and see if she's really a well-behaved widow in the world of the living, or if she's really close to my younger brother? Investigating matters in the world of the living. This is the price. Please take a look first. Sorry to disturb you. In my previous life, this little one liked a girl, but she was of noble birth and looked down on a poor scholar. This little one was timid and never revealed his feelings to her. Later on, she got married, and this little one was happy for her. Who would have thought that the person she married was actually a married man? Sigh. Later on, she was one step ahead of this little one. Thus, this little one wants to investigate two things. The first is where this girl is now. The second is, I want to know the fate of the two of us in our next lives. Trouble in the future can be investigated, but there's no charge. You need to exchange your lifespan for it. As for where this girl is, I'll have to trouble you to report her name and present a portrait." "Oh, okay. I do have a portrait. It's here." The girl's surname is Yao, and her name is Lon. In front of every cabinet, there was a babel of ghosts. Their bodies were rotting away, but they still couldn't let go of their obsession. Immerse hugged the lamp and walked around in a circle. He realized that there were all kinds of questions. The people of Shunfeng Brothel were either collecting money or lifespan. He didn't have money. If he asked them to collect lifespan, he would be suspected of being an undead who had sneaked into the netherworld. For a moment, he was anxious and couldn't help but curse Huizue for being brainless. Why didn't he know to stuff some money into his pocket in advance? But looking at the price list, it didn't seem expensive to ask about a person. Immerse steeled his heart and ran back to the wine shop. With great difficulty, he finally caught up with the scholar. After much persuasion, he borrowed some money and returned to Shunfeng Brothel. After waiting in line for half a day, it was finally his turn. Immerse anxiously said, "I'm looking for someone. This is a portrait." He handed over Chu Wanning's portrait to the other party and was about to continue speaking. Unexpectedly, after that person saw it, he chuckled and closed the scroll. He asked, "Why are you looking for him?" "Huh." Immerse was startled. "You know where he is just by looking at the portrait?" "Yes. But first tell me, why are you looking for him?" "He's an old friend of mine." The other party glanced at him and then said, "Wait a moment." He then leaned over and whispered a few words to a colleague next to him. When he turned back, his tone was a lot friendlier. "Since he's Mr. Chu's old friend, I won't take the money." The man stood up and waved to him. "Come upstairs with me." Chapter 108. Immerse followed Chu Yunxing upstairs in confusion. His feet made a strange creaking sound when he stepped on the dilapidated wooden stairs. He couldn't help but ask, "You called him Mr. Chu?" "Yes, he was sent by the King of Hell to take care of this building. He is our senior." Immerse didn't say anything, but he was a little surprised in his heart. "We're here." The masked man stopped in front of a half-moon arched door on the second floor. He gently knocked on the half-closed vermilion door. "Mr. Chu, an old friend of yours is here to see you." There was a moment of silence inside, and then a gentle voice sounded, like warm wine on the stove and soft hair on the pillow. "Old friend? Him again? I said that I don't want to see him again. You let him go back." The masked man coughed softly. "No." Mr. Chu misunderstood. "It's not him this time. Then who else could it be? After a moment of silence, he said, "Well, please come in." The inside of the warm room was very elegant and clean. The furnishings of the tables and chairs were even simple and cold. However, the floor was covered with luxurious soft felt. When Immerse walked in, half of his foot was immediately submerged in it. There was also a pungent smell of beast fur in the air. The only one who didn't fit in with this atmosphere was the man trimming the flowers by the window. He had long black hair, white clothes with wide sleeves, and scarlet flower buds trembling on his fingertips. Perhaps because of the consistent rules of Shun Feng restaurant, he also wore a navy blue ghost mask on his face, showing his fierce fangs and bulging eyes. But even with such a mask on his face, it inexplicably made him look gentle. He cut off the excess branches and threw them away. Then he turned his head. Immerse felt his throat dry. The conversation between the masked man and Chu Wanning just now made him feel confused and vaguely uneasy. He didn't know what this soul had lost. If Chu Wanning didn't remember him, just as he was thinking about this, the man put down the scissors and walked towards him. Immerse, who was not afraid of anything, felt a little flustered, and sweat appeared on his back. "Master." The man stopped. He was a little closer. Immerse heard him laugh. "What Shizun?" he said. "Young master, did you get the wrong person?" As expected, what he was afraid of had come true. Immerse's heart skipped a beat. It was as if a huge rock had fallen from his chest, dragging him into an endless abyss. He stared blankly at the man in front of him, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that he didn't respond, the man put his slender white hand on the mask and gently took off the thick and colorful ghost face, revealing Zhang Qingjuan's dignified face. Immerse felt as if the thousand-catty boulder had suddenly disappeared. He looked at the man who had taken off his mask in surprise, but without the slightest suspicion, and blurted out, "Chu Sun?" No wonder the young master downstairs made a mistake with the portrait. Chu Sun and Chu Wanning originally looked 80% alike, but Chu Sun was gentle while Chu Wanning was cold. However, only those who were extremely familiar with him could tell the difference between the two of them. For example, Immerse. The man in front of him was the Lin and city's young master Chu Sun he had seen in the illusion more than 200 years ago, so he said his name without thinking. But the real Chu Sun had never seen him before, so he was a little surprised. He laughed. "You really know me?" Immerse hurriedly waved his hand. No, I found the wrong person, but I do know you." As he spoke, he looked at the other person curiously. Chu Sun had died 100 years ago, but he hadn't been reincarnated yet. Obviously, Yama had given him a task to temporarily let him escape from reincarnation. He didn't expect to see Chu Wanning's ancestor. Immerse only felt that it was very mysterious. Chu Sun nodded. "So that's how it is." He laughed. "Young master, who are you looking for? Since fate brought us upstairs, I'll help you look. Otherwise, in the vast Nank village with thousands of ghosts, I don't know how long it will take to find him." Immerse originally planned to explain a few words and go downstairs to find someone to do the divination again. Who knew that Chu Sun was so warm-hearted that he didn't change even after becoming a ghost, and was willing to help him personally. He couldn't help but feel very happy. "That's great. Thank you, Mr. Chu." As he spoke, he handed the portrait to Chu Sun. Chu Sun unfolded it and smiled. "No wonder the people downstairs made a mistake. He really does look like me. What's his name?" "Chu Wanning," Immerse said. "His name is Chu Wanning? Also surnamed Chu? What a coincidence." Immerse's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "Could it be Mr. Chu's relative?" "It's hard to say. If you want to see the state of the world of the living, you need to go to the ninth king of the ghost world. I have a life and death feud with the ninth king. I didn't want to ask him, so I didn't ask about the affairs of the mortal world anymore." Naturally, he was talking about the ghost king who broke the enchantment of Lin and killed his family. Poking at a sore spot, even a person as calm as him couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Immerse originally thought that this time he could confirm the relationship between Chu Wanning and Chu Sun, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He could only shake his head. "It's a pity." Chu Sun smiled and didn't say anything else. He went to the shelf and took a gilded yin and yang compass and invited Immerse to sit down. You can use this to find where he is? Most likely. What's the situation with the other two? Some people's souls are always a little strange. It's possible that you can't find them, Shizun said, but it's not common. The young master shouldn't be so unlucky. After the divination, a small golden needle in the compass pointed to the north, but after a while, it turned to the south, then to the east, then to the west, and in the end it started to spin again. Shizun. Immerse cautiously asked, "How is it?" Cough. Shizun coughed lightly, looking a little embarrassed. The young master is indeed a little unlucky. Immerse. In fact, Immerse's luck was often bad. He knew that it wouldn't be so smooth. He sighed, thanked Shizun, and prepared to throw himself into the sea of people again to continue to search for Chu Wanning's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, at this time, the compass that was spinning crazily suddenly stopped. The needle pointed to a certain direction, trembling, as if it wasn't so sure. After a while, it pointed to a position a little further away. Shizun hurriedly called him. "Young master, wait a little longer." Immerse immediately stopped and held his breath as he stared at the compass by the table. The needle swayed left and right, but it didn't stop, but it roughly pointed to a direction. Shizun frowned. "What's going on? Does this represent some kind of strange phenomenon?" "It's not a strange phenomenon, but it's very strange." Shizun looked at the compass, and his frown deepened. "It seems that in two directions, there's his figure." Immerse was shocked. How could it be? Now that his soul was in Chu Wanning's body, and his soul was in the soul-guiding lamp, there should only be one soul left in the ghost realm. How could Chu Wanning appear in two places at the same time? Shizun said, "In short, one is in the southeast, and the other is in the northeast. The young master should go and look for them. Maybe the compass is affected by some magic, it's hard to say." Immerse was very anxious. He thanked Shizun and hurriedly left Shunfeng Brothel, running to the east. After running for a long time, he suddenly came to a fork in the road. Immerse suddenly stopped. Southeast or northeast? He held the soul-guiding lamp, his heart burning with anxiety, but after a while, he looked at the lantern in his hand that gathered the souls, and his heart suddenly seemed to have a vague and strange feeling. He followed this vague feeling and walked along the narrow streets and deep alleys that crisscrossed with each other. The further he went, the more obvious this feeling was. He even felt that Chu Wanning's soul was invisibly summoning the soul-guiding lamp in his hand, or calling him to go to a certain place. Immerse finally stopped in front of a two-story-old wooden building. Six Soul Hospital. He looked up, his eyes sweeping across the huge and heavy-hanging plaque. The plaque was exposed to the wind and sun all day long. The black paint had already peeled off, and a large piece of the red inscription on it had lost a lot of color, revealing the mottled rottenwood underneath. Immerse frowned, his heart trembling. He felt that these three words made him very uneasy. Six Soul. What does it mean? Shizun's compass malfunctioned. Was it because of this reason? He pushed open the door, stepped over the high threshold, and walked in. He soon knew the answer. There were a few hundred beds in the sickly soul hospital, and all the souls lying on them were unconscious souls. More than 10 souls wearing white masks shuttled back and forth, delivering spiritual energy to the sickly beds. The so-called Six Soul Hospital was the Ghost Realm's main hospital. Immerse found the ghost doctor, who was in charge of overseeing the entire situation, and cupped his hands to him, saying, "Doctor, I want to." The doctor was very busy and rather impatiently said, "Get medicine on the second floor, diagnosis on the left, line up." "Then what about searching for people?" "Searching for people goes, what? Searching for people?" Immerse showed him the picture scroll. "Doctor, have you seen this immortal monarch before?" The ghost doctor took the picture scroll and looked at it, then raised his head to look at Immerse. Under the black hole of the mask, a pair of eyes seemed to be filled with pity. "Your relative?" That's right. His soul is damaged." The ghost doctor pointed at the stairs. "He's lying in the innermost compartment upstairs. We can't cure this kind of illness, so we can only delay it. You can go find him yourself." Immerse was shocked. His soul is damaged? How could it be damaged? Who knows? The 6 paths of reincarnation is already an extremely painful thing. Who knows? His soul might have been damaged during his previous reincarnations, but he's a cultivator in this life, so who knows, he might have suffered from chi deviation and damaged his soul. In short, it's incomplete. If you ask me, who would I ask? Immerse anxiously said. Then what will happen if his soul is damaged? Effect? The ghost doctor thought for a moment. It's still all right, after all. Only one of the 3 souls is slightly incomplete, so it won't affect his reincarnation. If you really want to talk about something, it's probably just that his next life will be shorter, his luck will be worse, or his body will be weaker. When Immerse heard this, although he was somewhat unwilling, there was nothing he could do, so he could only thank the ghost doctor and head upstairs. The layout above was not as tight as below, making it hard to breathe. Perhaps it was because the 6-soul hospital was unable to save the remnant souls, so they didn't need too much care. Only a single doctor was leisurely taking a nap on a rattan chair in the lobby. Immerse didn't wake him up and directly walked inside. In the large empty space, there were only 10 or 20 sickbeds placed next to the windows made of red rosewood, and between them was a plain-colored screen. It was quiet all around. His feet creaked as he stepped on the floor, and Immerse's gaze fell on the innermost compartment, where there was a half-moon-shaped arched door. Outside the arched door was an open-air balcony, and the moonlight seeped in through the hanging thin gauze curtains, swaying gently in the breeze. There were clearly more than 26 souls here, but Immerse didn't know why, but he had a strong feeling. Perhaps it was because the soul-guiding lantern was leading him forward, but his heart was unguarded, and he walked towards the innermost compartment, into the pure and hazy moonlight. He raised his hand and pulled open the curtain. As expected, the last piece of Chu Wanning's soul was lying there. His eyes were closed, and his face was very pale, very similar to the corpse in Frosty Sky Hall. Even though he had found him, even though his rebirth was in sight, Immerse couldn't help but feel pain in his heart when he saw this blood-stained, cold, and frail figure. The tip of his nose felt sour. He walked over and placed the soul-guiding lantern at the head of the bed. Then he sat beside the bed of Chu Wanning's Earth Soul, wanting to gently grasp the other's ice-cold hand. But this remnant soul was different from the human soul from before. Perhaps it was because it had been greatly damaged, but his soul was actually illusory. Immerse's fingertips couldn't touch him, and just like that, they passed through the illusory image of Chu Wanning's Earth Soul and landed on the spotlessly white bed. Because of this illusory image, Immerse felt a bitter sense of loss. If there had been the slightest mistake, if Grandmaster Huizue had never appeared, if Chu Wanning's soul had been a little more damaged, if Master had been disheartened, and they had not met in heaven or on earth, he lowered his body. He clearly knew that he couldn't touch Chu Wanning's forehead, but he still couldn't help it. He closed his eyes, as if he wanted to embrace that illusory earth soul, and leaned over the bed. Master. He and his departed soul overlapped, and the moonlight sprinkled down, making no distinction between you and me. Immerse sighed and let out a long breath, but his heart was bitter and heavy. He had seen Chu Wanning's corpse, Chu Wanning's human soul, and now he had seen this sick earth soul. Each time he saw them, his feelings were different. He knelt down in front of the corpse, his sin and guilt almost tearing him apart. He confessed in front of the human soul, holding hands and begging Chu Wanning to return. And the earth soul, he tried to embrace it, but he couldn't grab anything, couldn't touch anything. He suddenly felt a kind of boundless fear in his heart, and actually felt that this was the ending he deserved. He was full of resentment, and his hands were stained with blood. What virtue and ability did he have to be able to accompany his old friend and never leave? Immerse closed his eyes. His eyelashes seemed to be a little wet, warming the thin blanket on the pillow. He had once thought that the heavens had treated him poorly, but now, it seemed like a ridiculous joke. It turned out that the truth was not so. The heavens had treated him well, but his heart was too thin, and everything he saw was dark. It was his fault. He suddenly realized that he had walked such a path of no return. He wanted to turn back now. He wanted to use the rest of his life to make up for it, to use the rest of his life to pay it back. He didn't know if doing this, he could return to the starting point in time. What Emperor Ta? What Emperor Ta of the human realm? He didn't want any of it. He just wanted to live a good life, to be the upright person that Chu Wanning had always wanted him to be. Some people said that there was nothing greater than knowing one's mistakes. But his mistake was too deep. He didn't know how long it would take for him to pay it back. Perhaps even on the day of his death, he would still be unable to shake off this endless regret. After all, a mark in the water could be restored to peace, but a wound in the wood would always be 3 parts of the bone. Shizun. After a long time, he was immersed in Chu Wanning's almost transparent soul under the moonlight. He said, his voice like he was coaxing a child, "Come on, let's go back." He straightened up and lifted the spirit-guiding lamp. He silently recited the incantation, and the earth soul entered the lamp. A faint shadow quickly sank into the wick of the lamp and disappeared without a trace. Immerse waited. But after waiting for a long time, the earth soul and the human soul completely merged into one. After a long time, there was still no movement. Immerse's face suddenly paled. What happened? Didn't they say that after the earth soul and the human soul merged, he would be able to bring Chu Wanning back to the human world? Could it be that Master Huizue's incantation had lost its effect? Chapter 109. His mind was in chaos, buzzing numbness. Immerse only felt his hands and feet turn cold. He held Chu Wanning's soul and went downstairs. "Doctor, it's you? What's wrong? Are you sure that the one upstairs is my Shizun soul, right?" Ghost Dr. Zhong was a bit impatient. "Of course it is. How could I be wrong?" Immerse was not willing to give up and asked, "Could it be the knowledge soul or what?" Ghost Dr. Zhong clicked his tongue. "A person has 3 souls, earth, knowledge, and human. I have been practicing medicine here for 150 years. If I can't tell the difference between these 3 souls, wouldn't the king of hell have already kicked me out of this world?" Immerse pursed his lips and suddenly had an uncertain thought. "Doctor, you have been practicing medicine for 150 years. Have you ever seen a person with 2 earth souls? You're crazy." Ghost Dr. Zhong angrily said, "I think your brain is not good. Why don't you stay and let me take your pulse?" Of course, he could not let Ghost Dr. Zhong take his pulse. Although Master Huizue had cast a spell, if he was not careful, he would still be found out. Immerse hurriedly apologized and hugged the lantern full of human souls and earth souls, and hurriedly ran out of the sickly soul hospital. The sky in the ghost realm was always dark. To distinguish between day and night, one could only look up at the blue dome of heaven. If there was a half-warm and half-cool sun behind the red clouds, then it was day. If there was a cold moon hanging high, then it was night. At this time, it was already night and the streets were gradually becoming cold. Immerse hugged the spirit-guiding lantern and lowered his head, walking alone on the streets. The more he walked, the more he felt at a loss. The more he walked, the more he felt isolated and helpless. This feeling of helplessness and loss had been with him since he was young. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. He even thought of some of the people he knew when he was still in the brothel. That year, when the Drunken Jade building burned down, everyone died. Only he survived. Counting the years, other than his mother, the others should not have reincarnated. He did not know who he would meet if he continued walking like this. Then, he thought of Xue Ming. He recalled how Xue Ming had shouted angrily and wanted to snatch the soul-guiding lamp from him. He had scolded him, "God of plagues, how are you worthy? How do you have the face?" Immerse walked slower and slower with the soul lamp in his arms. Finally, he stopped by the wall. His eyes reddened. He lowered his head and looked at the gentle golden light. "Master, do you really not want to go back with me?" The flame did not answer, but burned silently. He stood in place for a long time before gradually calming down. In this vast underworld, he didn't know where he could find someone he knew. Suddenly, he thought of Chu Son. Like grasping at a life-saving straw, he hurriedly ran to Shun Feng Restaurant. When they arrived, Shun Feng Restaurant was about to close. A ghost wearing a mask was preparing to close the door and lock it. Immerse hurriedly stopped him and said in panic, "Sorry, please wait." "It's you?" The masked man was the one who had led him upstairs. He was stunned for a moment and said, "Why are you here again?" I have an urgent matter. Please. Ran was panting. His eyes were bright and anxious. He swallowed his saliva and said in a hoarse voice, I want to see Mr. Chu Sun again. Chu Sun was in the pavilion looking at a begonia flower in a white porcelain vase, lost in thought. Suddenly seeing Ran leave and return, he was very surprised. Why did little Gongzi come back? You couldn't find him? Ran said, I did find him, but Chu Sun saw that he was anxious and seemed to have something to say, so he invited him into the room and closed the door. He said, sit down and talk. Ran was worried that Chu Sun would see something strange with the soul-guiding lamp in his hand, so he put it in his chinkoan bag. He didn't think that Chu Sun was an evil ghost, but it was better not to let the ghosts know about a living person entering the underworld unless it was absolutely necessary. Did little Gongzi go to the southeast?
Yes.
Chu Sun thought for a moment and said, he was in the Sick Soul Hospital, right? Ran nodded. He thought for a while and said, Sir, I saw him in the Sick Soul Hospital, but he was an incomplete earth soul. He couldn't move or speak. He was even different from other ghosts. He was translucent. You could see him, but you couldn't touch him. Damaged earth souls are generally like this. Chu Sun's expression was a bit gloomy. Some dead souls who are agitated will have their souls scattered and can't be reunited. Ran bit his lip and said hesitantly, the doctor in the Sick Soul Hospital said that people with incomplete souls will have some flaws in their lives when they reincarnate. But the person I'm looking for was clearly fine when he was alive. So I think maybe there was a mistake somewhere. He paused for a moment and looked at Chu Sun. Mr. Chu, is there someone in this world who has 2 earth souls?
Chu Sun was stunned.
2 earth souls?
Yes.
He didn't immediately reject Ran's words like the doctor in the Sick Soul Hospital. Instead, he lowered his eyes and thought carefully for a moment. He said, I think. It's not impossible. Ran shivered and looked up. His eyes were very bright in the dim candlelight in the room. Sir, are you serious? Chu Sun nodded. Normal people only have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. But I once knew a woman who had 2 consciousness souls. I'd like to hear the details. Chu Sun shook his head. His eyelashes drooped down and trembled slightly. He was silent for a moment before he said, It's something that happened a long time ago. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Now that woman has sunk into the 7th layer of hell and is suffering. Once a person with a damaged soul is discovered by a Yama, they will be sent to the 7th layer of hell and slowly stripped away. Hearing him say this, Ran was even more anxious. The light was dim, so he didn't notice the pain in Chu Sun's eyes. He asked that woman, why did she have an extra consciousness soul? A normal person only needs 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls to gather the soul embryo after 7 heads. Then, if someone has an earth soul, will they have to gather all 4 souls to be useful? It should be so. Then, the woman you're talking about, after she died, she was used by the 9 kings and was forced to go to the world of the living. Chu Sun paused. The slender fingers on his knees slowly clenched into a fist. She went to the world of the living and ate her own child. Ran suddenly remembered the old story of Lin and that he saw in the peach blossom spring. Only then did he realize that the woman Chu Sun mentioned was actually his wife. That should be the most painful part of the past in Chu Sun's heart. Then, Chu Sun stayed in Nank village and didn't reincarnate. Could it be that he was waiting for his wife to strip off the extra soul and return from the 7th layer to reunite with her and enter the reincarnation cycle together? Ran suddenly didn't have the heart to continue asking. Chu Sun didn't say anything else. Ate her own child. This short sentence was mentioned again after 200 years. Even if he had a ghostly body, his throat couldn't help but tremble. He closed his eyes. That woman's soul was torn apart and merged with the child's soul. After a long time, he slowly continued. So, the extra soul she had was actually the child's soul. It was stuck between her 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls and slowly assimilated with her. In the end, it completely derived her appearance and was difficult to separate from it. Whether this person was alive or dead, as long as someone asked him for help, He would always endure the pain and do his best to help others. Seeing this, Immerse felt even more uncomfortable. He couldn't say it clearly, so he could only say, "Mister, you don't have to say it in detail. I already know. The meaning of my words is to tell you that if the young Master Chu you're looking for really has two Earth souls, there is still one that shouldn't be his." Immerse thought for a while, then asked, "Can't it be one Earth soul that was split in half?" "Maybe, but in your situation, it's impossible." "Why?" Shizun said, "A soul divided in half. I've seen this kind of thing before, but that's another story. This kind of person is usually extremely evil and kills people like flies. If the three spiritual souls can't bear it, they will shatter. But in this kind of situation, the one that shatters is the human soul that is in charge of kindness and humanity. It definitely can't be the Earth soul or the soul of the soul." "So it's like that," Immerse muttered. Hearing that extremely evil and kills people like flies, Immerse felt that it had nothing to do with Chuwanning. Instead, it was himself. He thought, if he really died in this life and came to the underworld, would his human soul be split in half and receive the retribution he deserved? Shizun said again, "Moreover, if it really is a soul in half, then the other Earth soul will definitely be unable to walk and will be sent to the sick soul hospital. Since young Master only saw a damaged Earth soul in the sick soul hospital, I think that the other soul should be a complete one and won't be affected." Immerse was enlightened by his words and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Mr. Chu. Then I'll go look for it again." "Good, just now." Besides pointing in the direction of the sick soul hospital, Shizun also pointed in the northeast direction. "Why don't young Master go to the northeast and take a look?" But in the vast Nank village, there are many souls that are waiting to be dealt with. Shizun sighed. Immerse saw the pity in his gentle eyes and knew what he wanted to say. In the vast Nank village, there were tens of thousands of wandering souls. Even if one knew to walk in the northeast direction, how could it be so easy to find a strand of Earth soul? If one was not fated, even if the streets were brightly lit and not at night, two people brushed past each other, one going east and one going west, they would not see each other or even look at each other. In the silent netherworld, it was easier said than done. But Shizun was still gentle. He raised his hand and patted Immerse's shoulder. "Young Master's heart is burning with sincerity. You will definitely be able to meet again." His appearance was very similar to Chuwanning. When he said this, the candlelight flickered and flowed, making his face even more blurry. In this blur, Immerse seemed to see Chuwanning's gentle face and seemed to hear Chuwanning telling him that they would meet again. Immerse felt uncomfortable for a moment, and his eyes were covered with a layer of moisture. He hurriedly bowed and said in a hoarse voice, "Mr. Thank you." Shizun did not say anything until Immerse turned and left, closing the door for him. He was still standing in the same place, a trace of astonishment flashing in the bottom of his phoenix eyes. He just saw tears in the eyes of that young man? Ghosts do not cry. Did he see wrongly? Or he turned his head and looked at the bunch of quietly blooming begonia flowers in the vase. It was very difficult for mortal flowers to suppress the energy of hell. Even if they were carefully cared for, a petal still floated and fell on the simple wooden table. Shizun walked over and picked up the flower petal. The flower and leaf quickly broke into pieces and scattered into the mud, crushing into fine powder and scattering from his fingers. "Come in, Mr. Chu." Immediately, a masked man pushed open the door and came in, standing respectfully at the side. Shizun did not turn his head. He looked at the begonia flowers and asked softly, "That person, has he come to Shunfeng restaurant again recently?" "No, it's still the same. Once every 10 days, he comes with a begonia flower. He doesn't dare to enter Shunfeng restaurant and always sends people to deliver it from afar." "Mister, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the young master who came just now? If that person dares to send people to disturb you, you can ask Yama." "No." Shizun came back to his senses and interrupted him. He turned his head and smiled faintly at his subordinate, sighing, "It's nothing. He shouldn't be sent by that person. Even if he is, that child just wants to find someone. It has nothing to do with me. But if he was sent by that person to the ghost world, then why do you?" Don't implicate others. Chu Sun's clothes were like snow, standing quietly by the flower branch. Let him be. The streets were bleak. Mo Ran went out of Shun Feng restaurant and went to the northeast. He took Chu Wanning's portrait and asked door to door, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He couldn't get a reason. Most of the people who saw the portrait waved their hands, and some didn't even want to look at it and avoided him. The person in the portrait? I haven't seen him before. I haven't seen him before. Don't disturb my business. Don't block me. You're so annoying. Can't you see it's so late? Get out, get out. What portrait? I don't want to see it. Take it away. Although the residents of Nank Village were all ghosts, these ghosts' 7 emotions and 6 desires had never been severed. Living together, most of them gradually regained their human appearance. They would also find some friends and relatives in these 8 to 10 long years of waiting. If not, they would raise a dead cat or a dead dog. In short, they would live as if they were in the mortal world. Therefore, although they didn't need to sleep, they would lie back in bed to rest when the moon was high above the willows. As night fell, more and more people were willing to pay attention to him, and no one could give him any information or a clear path. On the long and endless streets in the northeast, he visited one house after another, bowing his head and smiling apologetically. I told you. I saw wrongly. Thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be the person in the portrait at all. Can you stop bothering me? The bearded man was preparing to rest with his wife and child in the ghost world, so he was about to close the door. When he came back from outside, Mo Ran met him on the street and asked him if he had seen the person in the portrait. He thought for a while and said that he seemed to have seen it a few days ago near the East Market. However, his wife gave him a look, so he immediately shut up, as if he realized something, and immediately waved his hand and said that he didn't know. Mo Ran felt that he knew, so he didn't want to give up. He begged him all the way and followed him to the door. The man violently pushed him outside the door and pulled the wooden bolt. Mo Ran said anxiously, Can you think about it again? Where is the East Market? The person in the portrait, where did he go? Please. I don't know. A group of ghosts heard the noise and looked over. The man shouted with a hoarse voice, ignoring Mo Ran's hand that was still on the door frame and fiercely wanted to close the door. His 5 fingers were tightly clamped, and his heart was in pain. However, he couldn't care less. He was unwilling to pull his fingers out from the gradually closing gap of the door. Instead, he tried his best to push and pry open the door again. Please think about it again. I just want to know where he went after that. However, the man suddenly opened the door and didn't notice that Mo Ran's fingers were bleeding. He pushed him hard and then shouted, I said I don't know. I don't know. Get lost. Chapter 110. Mo Ran walked alone on the street. There were still ghosts on the road, floating around with faint resentment. The limestone steps under his feet had some lonely moss growing on them, making the soles of his feet wet and slippery. After a fierce argument, he calmed down and found that his fingers were all worn out. The door frame was rough and had many burrs that pierced into his flesh. It was a blur. Fortunately, the surroundings were dark, so the ghost didn't notice. He lowered his eyelashes and looked at it silently for a while. Probably because his heart was in so much pain, he didn't feel any pain from such a hideous scar. He looked back at the closed door and knew that the man behind the door wouldn't say another word to him. He was actually not unfamiliar with this kind of rejection. Mo Ran was a person who was used to malicious intentions. This allowed him to know whether his request was useful from a person's gaze or 2 or 3 words. In fact, when the man changed his mind and said that he had never seen him before, Mo Ran instinctively knew that this person wouldn't tell him even half of the truth. However, this was related to Chu Wanning's soul, so he wasn't willing to give up until he was pushed out and the door was closed. He hadn't been so rudely rejected in a long time, but sometimes the length of time didn't determine anything. Even the passage of time couldn't change the fundamentals. Some things were engraved in the bones. Xueming once called him a bastard. It was funny to say that Mo Ran felt that the words favored by the heavens couldn't hurt his self-esteem. That's right, he was originally called a bastard by everyone. He had heard more vicious words than this, So what was there to be unaccustomed to? He looked back at the closed door one last time and slowly walked away amidst the laughter of the surrounding ghosts. Mocking laughter, cursing, all of them stood alone, hanging together like shadows. It was rare to see such a desolate and helpless scene. It overlapped with the memories of his childhood. Immerse walked and walked. Probably because the situation was too similar, he couldn't help but slowly recall the days when he and his mother had to rely on each other. During that time, they weren't in the music hall, but wandered the streets of Lini, wandering around the Confucian Wind sect. In those days, at least he still had his mother. His mother loved him dearly and was not willing to let such a young child go out to beg for food. She always put him in the abandoned woodshed and went out to the streets to perform and sing. She had a good foundation. With a bamboo pole, she was able to perform the dance on the pole. Every day she was able to earn some copper coins, enough to buy a flatbread and 2 bowls of porridge, which she shared with her son. As a mother, she always wanted her child to eat more. But Immerse would always say that the biscuits were too hard and that the porridge was tasteless after a few bites. He would say that he was full and refused to eat more. However, she did not know that every time she sighed and ate the half pancake and half a bowl of porridge left by Immerse, the young child who was curled up next to her and pretending to be asleep would secretly look at her with narrowed eyes. When he saw that she was full, he finally felt relieved. Even if he was hungry, his heart was calm. She also did not know that every day after she left to perform in the Lini East Market, her child would crawl out from the pile of firewood and secretly go to the place 2 streets away from her to beg for food. His mother sang leisurely and gracefully at the corner of the street. She held up the pole 10 feet high, and her thin body danced on it. The bottom of the pole was covered with broken pieces of broken porcelain. If she accidentally fell, these pieces of porcelain would pierce her flesh, but it was exciting and refreshing to watch. She used her cheap life to do her best to win a smile from those rich young madams. And 2 streets away, her child was begging along the street, grinning in front of every house. His face was dirty, and he said the same auspicious words, hoping to get a little something to eat. But there was no such thing, and it was not very often. One day, a young madam of a rich family, who was pregnant, was bored and in a bad mood. She strolled along the street and saw Immerse's mother dancing on the pole. She thought it was interesting and wanted to take a look for a moment. Then she asked her servant to go to the dancing woman and say, "What you put on the ground are broken stones and broken porcelain pieces. This is actually just for show and is not sincere enough. My family's madam said that if you are willing to change these broken stones and broken porcelain pieces into knives, put them on the ground, and then dance again, my family's madam will reward you with 10 taels of gold." In the face of such a harsh request, it was almost asking for the life of the poor. The mother's reaction was actually only one sentence, "But I don't have money. I can't buy knives to put on the ground." The rich madam laughed and immediately ordered people to go to the blacksmith shop to buy 100 sharp knives and put them on the ground.
Dance.
The bejeweled woman stroked her bulging belly and said excitedly. Soon, a group of demons and monsters gathered around to watch the show. The brilliance of silk, pearls, and jade shone brightly under the sunlight. They were like vultures that pounced on a corpse. Smelling the smell of blood, they stretched their necks and their eyes flashed. "Dance, dance. If you dance well, I'll reward you. Give me money, give me money." In the territory of Confucian Wind sect, there was no lack of rich people. What it lacked the most was excitement of risking one's life like this. Those silk, satin, gold, and silver pearls surrounded the mother who was holding the bamboo pole. They surrounded the destitute, ragged woman. The woman whose life was worthless smiled and bowed to the scavenging vultures, thanking them for their support. Then, she supported herself on the pole and leaped up lightly like a sparrow. On the tip of the knife, she used her life to perform a song and dance. She used her life to please others. However, although her martial arts were good, when she landed on the ground, she felt a trace of panic because she lowered her head to look at the rows of sharpened knives. Therefore, the bamboo pole deviated by a few inches. Along with the crowd's cry of alarm, she landed. She avoided the sharp edge of the knife, but she still grazed the edge and cut her leg. In an instant, Blood splashed out, causing the crowd to cry out in alarm. The woman ignored the pain and hurriedly stood up. She smiled apologetically and bowed her head to apologize. Those people who were watching the show laughed and said, "Wife, your martial arts are not good enough. You still need to work harder." That's right. If you want to make a living, you have to have some skills. A three-legged cat's ability will make a mistake. A few kind-hearted people had tears in the corners of their eyes. They couldn't bear it and said, "Hey, don't talk about it. Look at this poor girl. Her injury is so serious. Quickly go to the pharmacy to get some medicine and apply it." The woman stammered, I don't have money to buy medicine." Those people were stunned. Some sighed. Some raised their hands to touch their pearls, but they didn't say anything. Some wiped the corners of their eyes, as if they were deeply moved. So pitiful. That's right. Since your life is so difficult, I'll give you some money," a pot-bellied old woman said. She took out a handful of gold leaves from her bulging purse and held it in her hand. Then she continued to dig under the purse and took out 3 copper coins. She weighed them in her hand and put 2 back. She solemnly put 1 copper coin in the woman's hand. The old woman had given her money, so she had a legitimate reason to shed 2 lines of tears. She said with compassion, "Miss, this is what you deserve. Quickly accept it." The woman held the copper coin that she exchanged with her life and murmured blankly, "Thank you. Thank you." Where was the rich woman who said she would give her 10 gold coins? She had already walked away, cursing. The woman whose leg was bleeding staggered over. She wanted to chase after her and ask for money, but she was pushed down by the woman's attendant. Her cursing voice could be heard across the street. What bad luck. Madam needs to take care of the baby. How could she see such a bloody disaster? If the master heard this, wouldn't he be heartbroken? You still have the nerve to ask for money? What are you dancing for? Fortunately, your blood didn't splash on Madam. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Get lost. The woman was heavily pushed to the ground. Because the family was a big family in Lini, no one was willing to stand up for her. She was in so much pain that she twitched on the ground and wriggled like a lowly ant. No one was willing to help her. She danced with her life, but all she got in return was a cold, stinking copper coin. The kind woman who gave her the copper coin said that she deserved it. She didn't feel wronged for herself, but she only earned 1 copper coin today. What could she buy? She could only exchange it for a pancake without fillings. She couldn't afford to drink more bowls of porridge. Now that her leg was injured, she couldn't dance tomorrow. What would happen to her child? He was still so small and thin. He would starve again. Thinking of this, she couldn't bear it anymore. She curled up in the sand and wailed. Her voice was hoarse, and people couldn't bear to hear it. The people around her sighed and prepared to leave. At this time, a dirty, stinky child suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Immerse ran over and cried like a trapped beast, "Mother! Mother!" He hugged her. A lowly child hugging a lowly mother. Like an ant hugging a blade of grass, or a dog hugging a duckweed. When the woman saw him, her eyes flashed with panic and surprise. Women were weak, but mothers were strong. She immediately stopped crying. Life was too difficult. Every day was like sleeping in hell and waking up in purgatory. She didn't want to show her weak and helpless appearance in front of her child. Her face was still wet from the tears, but she hurriedly put on a smile and said, "Aya, look at you. Why are you here? Mother is fine. It's just a small injury, look." She gave him the sweaty copper coin in her hand. Immerse kept shaking his head. His small face was washed with streaks of water. "It's enough for you to buy a pancake. Go buy it. Mother will wait for you here. Let's go home." Home? Where was home? That dilapidated straw hut? Or was it a sheep pen that was chased out after sleeping for 2 days? Immerse choked with sobs. His eyes flashed with fire. He said, "Mother, sit here. Wait here." "What are you going to do? Don't mess around." Immerse rushed to the side and picked up a knife. His young voice was clear and loud, attracting the attention of the people who were about to leave. "Uncles and aunts, young masters and young misses, please don't go. Please don't go. I have a special skill. I ask all of you to give me face and take a look. He had spiritual energy in his body since he was young. Even though he didn't cultivate, he was much stronger than ordinary people who didn't have any talent. Immerse held the strong and sharp knife in his hand. Using both hands, he gave a low shout and broke the knife in half. He threw it on the ground. The surrounding people were shocked. Some of the cultivators in the crowd were even more surprised. "This child is good. Give me another one," Immerse said. This time, he took 2 knives and did the same thing. He broke the 2 knives. "Good." Someone clapped. 3 knives. The child stacked the knives one by one. The knives became thicker and harder to break. Thus, the crowd became lively again. "Uncles, brothers, aunts and sisters, please give me some reward. I'll add more." Those people who wanted to watch the show threw the most worthless copper coins in front of him. For these copper coins, Immerse added knife after knife. In the end, his hands were full of blood and he couldn't break anymore. The scavenging vultures flapped their pitch-black wings and flew away. Immerse picked up the money and carefully held it with his dirty little hands. He walked to his mother, who was in a daze and had tears in her eyes. He smiled, "Mother, it's enough to buy medicine for you." The woman couldn't hold back her tears anymore. They rolled down her face. "Child, good child. Let mother see your hand. I'm fine." His smile was bright and pure. It burned her heart. She hugged him tightly and couldn't stop sobbing. "It's mother's fault. I can't take good care of you. I made you suffer so much at such a young age. It's okay." Immerse said quietly in his mother's arms, "Mother, I don't feel bitter when I'm with you. I'll properly accompany mother. When I grow up, I'll let mother live a good life." The woman smiled and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. "It's okay if you can't live a good life. As long as you grow up safely, that's good enough. That's enough." Immerse nodded vigorously. Suddenly, he said softly, "Mother, if I become successful in the future, you won't have to suffer anymore. No one can bully you. Those people just now, I want them to come over and apologize to mother one by one. If they don't agree, I'll make them dance on the knife." Silly child, don't think like that." The kind and gentle woman stroked his hair and murmured, "Don't think like that. Don't hate anyone. Mother wants to see you become a good child. Promise mother that you'll be a good person, okay?" At that time, Immerse was too young. He was like a tender seedling. With just a little external force, he would fall in that direction. His mother, who wasn't very knowledgeable but had a simple heart, became his first beacon of light. So at that time, little Immerse thought for a while. In the end, he said seriously, "Okay." He said, "Mother, I promise you. Then in the future, if I become successful, I'll build a lot of houses for people who don't have a home to live in. I'll plant a lot of food for people who don't have enough to eat." He said to his mother, "Mother, then there won't be anyone like us today." The woman was in a daze. In the end, she sighed and said, "That's good." The child nodded and said, "That's good." At that time, they didn't expect that the person who said such words would end up with his hands full of blood, stepping on bones all over the ground, and walking on the wind of blood among the circling vultures and black crows in the sky, becoming the immortal trampling emperor who brought disaster to the world. On the other hand, the immortal trampling imperial monarch who brought calamity to the world was extremely rare. It was even to the extent that he was completely unwilling to look back on the past. He would never fulfill the promise that he made seriously with his young voice and clear eyes while in his mother's embrace all those years ago. At that time, Immerse, because of his mother's advice, no matter how difficult life was, he never hated anyone. But more or less, there would always be some unwillingness. The days passed like this. Acrobatics and busking. Watching once was fun. Watching twice was boring, and the third time was tiring. Gradually, they couldn't even get a copper coin and could only rely on begging for a living. Immerse remembered that there was a child of a rich family who was about the same age as him. There was a large mole at the corner of his mouth. That child sat at the entrance of the courtyard, holding a bowl in his hand. Probably because he was not good with chopsticks, he used a bamboo stick to poke the golden crispy fried dumplings inside to eat. The child was very picky. He ate the filling of the dumplings, then spit out the wrapper and threw it on the ground to play with the dog. He carefully walked over and stood by the side to watch. The child was blinded by the stench and filth on his body. He screamed, "Who is it?" Immerse asked him softly, "Little master, this dumpling wrapper. Can you give it to me?" "Give it to you? Why should I give it to you? You don't want to eat it, so I want to ask." "I don't want to eat it, but my Wonkai also wants to eat it." The child pointed at the two fat dogs with smooth fur on the ground and said angrily, "The dogs can't even survive. How can I give it to you?" Immerse tried his best to put on a smile and said, "What if the dogs can't eat it? How can they not eat it? It's not enough to feed them braised pork every day. It's just a dumpling wrapper. It's finished in 2 bites. There's no share for you. Go, go, go." When Immerse heard about the braised pork, his eyes fell on the 2 dogs. He suddenly felt that if such fat dogs were to be cooked and eaten, it would definitely be. He couldn't help but look at the 2 dogs and swallow his saliva. This action fell into the child's eyes. The child was stunned at first, then he was shocked. "What are you thinking?" "I'm not. I'm just, you want to eat Wong Kai and Wong Fu?" Immerse said in panic. No, I'm just too hungry. I can't help but think." "I'm sorry." The little master didn't care about what he said. When he heard "can't help but think," his face changed. He was a child of a rich family. How could he understand that someone would think of food when looking at the cute dogs guarding the door? He turned pale with fright. He only felt that the person in front of him was abnormal and terrifying. So he started to shout, "Someone come. Quickly. Get him out of here." The servants surrounded him. Without any explanation, they punched and kicked Immerse. He tried his best to grab a few more dumpling wrappers from the ground and held them tightly in his hand. No matter how they kicked and chased him away, he didn't let go. The little master seemed to be scared silly. He didn't want the remaining dumplings in his hand. He threw them on the ground together with the bamboo skewers and ran away. Immerse tried his best to crawl over there. His thin body was bruised and one of his eyes was kicked. It was so painful that he couldn't open it. But when he reached out to grab the remaining dumplings, he smiled happily. There were still 2 left. They were wrapped in fillings, one for him to eat, one for his mother. Or he could give both to his mother and eat the dumpling wrappers himself. But he didn't have time to take the dumplings away. In the chaos, a servant stepped on the dumplings on his skewers and crushed them. The crispy wrappers were crushed, and the meat was crushed into mud. He blankly held the dirty and broken skewers. Punches and kicks fell on his body like raindrops. He didn't feel pain, but when he saw that the dumplings could no longer be eaten, his tears flowed down. From the gap between his swollen eyelids, they dripped onto his small face that was so dirty that his facial features couldn't be seen clearly. He only wanted to eat the leftovers of other children, the things that they didn't want. Why was it that if it was wasted, broken, and turned into mud, it couldn't belong to him? Later, Immerse became a young master at the peak of life and death. Many people in the sect fawned over him and chased after him. So much so that on his birthday, there would be people who he couldn't talk to who would give him gifts and congratulate him. Those children who once had to kneel on the ground and fight for dumpling wrappers finally received heavy praise and overflowing beauty. He stood in front of a pile of carefully selected congratulatory gifts, but a trace of vague fear grew in his heart. He was afraid that these gifts would soon disappear, afraid that they would be smashed, afraid that an unexpected disaster would fly out of nowhere. Everything in front of him would be like the dumplings he held in his hand in the beginning. Before they could reach his mouth, they would be trampled to pieces. So he quickly used up all the things that could be used and ate all the things that could be eaten. For the things that couldn't be used and couldn't be eaten, he dug out a small secret room in the disciples' room and carefully hid those beautiful gifts. Every day, he counted them again and again. At that time, Xueming pointed at him and laughed loudly. He laughed at him and said, "Ha ha ha, it's just a box of pastries from Lin and's Cool Breeze Pavilion. It's a waste. Look at you. You're like a reincarnated hungry ghost. You're stuffed into your stomach in one meal. Who would fight with you?" At that time, he had just arrived at the peak of life and death. In fact, deep in his heart, there was still a great unease. So in the face of his cousin's ridicule, he only grinned. The corner of his mouth was stained with pastry crumbs. Then he buried his head and continued to eat another box of pastries. Xueming was very surprised. You have such a big appetite. Aren't you full? He only cared about eating. If you really can't eat, then don't eat. Every year on my birthday, I receive a lot of pastries. How can I eat all of them? Imo Rant's cheeks were stuffed. He ate too quickly and actually choked a bit. His dark, moist eyes looked at the youth in front of him. In that instant, he suddenly thought of the young master he met when he was young. He could be so picky, eat the stuffing of the fried dumplings and feed the skin to the dogs. Xueming also grew up like this, so he could casually say things like, if you can't eat it, just throw it away and no one will fight with you. He really envied them. Now that he had finally become a young master of a famous family, he should be able to live comfortably and wantonly. But he didn't dare. In the end, all he could do was to grab the cup beside him and gulp down a few mouthfuls of water. He swallowed the pastry that he was choking on and continued to force himself to eat. Later on, he became the Emperor Ta. The whole of China was in his pocket. At that time, beautiful women, good wine, good food, gold, silver, pearls, and magnificent treasures would be endlessly sent to him by people from all over the world. One day, a copper mine tycoon came to Lini. He said that he found an extremely rare piece of 10,000-year-old fire enigmatic jade during mining and wanted to present it to the Emperor Ta. There were too many people like this who came with treasures to ask for an official or half a title, or to ask for shelter. Imo Ran actually had no interest in paying attention. But on that day, Chu Wanning happened to be sick. It was a cold illness. Imo Ran frowned. He thought that since the fire enigmatic jade was the best at dispelling cold, it was better to save the sick person from lying in bed all day long. It was an eyesore to look at. So, he met with the rich merchant who came to deliver the treasure. The merchant was about the same age as him. He was slightly chubby and had a large mole under his mouth with hair. Imo Ran sat on the throne in the Wu Mountain Palace. His slender hands were crossed and his fingertips were on his chin. He looked at him silently. The chubby merchant's legs were weak and his back was soaked with sweat. After a while, he shivered and his lips trembled. Suddenly, he knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. He stammered, "Your Majesty, He stammered for a long time, but he didn't know what to say. His chubby body trembled under the clothes made of gold threads. Imo Ran suddenly smiled. Even if he only met this person once, he would never forget. That year, in front of the magnificent and rich mansion, the child with the mole at the corner of his mouth was eating a bowl of golden dumplings with an extravagance that Imo Ran thought he would never have in his life. The corner of his mouth was greasy, and the skin was greasy. He smiled and said, "Do you know, your family's fried dumplings are very delicious." Even though he didn't taste it, he missed it for half of his life. Imo Ran sat on the throne and watched as the person below him changed from fear to astonishment, from astonishment to confusion, and from confusion to flattery. He kept saying that he would immediately invite the chef in his mansion to the summit of life and death and present him to the celestial trampling emperor. At that moment, Imo Ran realized more clearly than ever that there were many people in this world who would rather lick the shoes of the strong than lower their heads and give the weak a little bit of mercy and kindness. Imo Ran shook his head and tried to get rid of the past in his mind. In fact, he rarely went back to think about the past. That was his weak spot, and he didn't want to think about it anymore. But when he went door to door and asked, the situation of being rejected door to door was so similar to the past. He couldn't help but unlock the shackles in the depths of his mind, letting him temporarily sink into the darkness of the past. He was at a loss for a while. He thought, so when he was young, he had promised his mother that he would not hold a grudge. He had promised her that he would build tens of thousands of houses and shelter the cold people of the world, but he didn't do it. In the end, he killed the last person in this world who treated him well. He killed Chu Wanning. He killed his own master. Chu Wanning. When Imo Ran thought of him, his heart ached. He subconsciously took out the thin piece of paper with Chu Wanning's portrait. The paper was already a little wrinkled. He pursed his lips and silently raised his hand, wanting to flatten the paper. But when his hand touched it, blood stuck to it. He almost immediately withdrew his hand in fear, afraid that he would dirty the portrait, so he didn't dare to touch it again. From the 5th Street to the 3rd Street, he continued to unwillingly ask the ghosts one by one, but they all said that they had never seen a man like the one in the portrait. He walked alone in the endless night. The night was so dark and so long. It seemed that no matter how hard he walked, he would never be able to reach the break of dawn. Immerse finally felt a little tired from walking. He hadn't eaten a drop of water and hadn't eaten a single grain of rice. He really couldn't go on. Fortunately, he saw a Yuntan stall at the mouth of the street. Someone was selling supper, so he went to buy a bowl and secretly ate it when no one was looking. The food in the world of spirits and souls was cold. Even the Yuntan didn't give off steam. Immerse took out the spirit guiding lamp, scooped up a spoonful, and handed it to the lamp. "Master, do you want to eat?" Of course, his master didn't respond. Immerse ate it himself. As he ate, he said, "But you've never liked Yuntan. You like to eat sweet things. When I find you later, we'll go back. I'll make pastries for you to eat every day." In the silence of the night, a single person sat in front of a lonely supper stall, accompanied by a single lantern. The night breeze rustled, and occasionally, a few withered leaves would roll up and chase after each other. At this time, hell appeared to be very peaceful. Peach blossom cake, osmanthus candy, walnut cake, cloud cake. He counted one by one with the lamp, as if Chu Wanning would be willing to talk to him if he heard. After counting for a while, Immerse smiled bitterly. "Master, where's your other soul?" The young man stretched out his slender hand and gently touched the silk surface of the lamp. It was just like when he was 30 years old. Chu Wanning died. He held the corpse in his arms and was in a daze. He said, "Chu Wanning, I hate you so much." Then, he lowered his head and kissed his face. "Kid, you just came here, right?" Suddenly, a voice like a broken gong sounded. The old man selling wontons groped his way to sit beside him. He should have died of old age. His dark face was shriveled and wrinkled like the poplar tree in the desert. He took out a cigarette from his shroud and put it in his mouth. Then, with the kindness and busyness of an old man, he went over to chat with Immerse. Immerse sniffed and turned back with a smile. "Yes, it's the first day. That's right. You don't look familiar. Let me ask you, why did you leave at such a young age?" "Chi deviation." "Oh." The old man puffed on the smoke that had no fire. "You're an immortal." "Yes." Immerse nodded and looked at him. He didn't have much hope, but he still took out the scroll and said, "Uncle, I'm looking for someone. This is my master. He also came here not long ago. I wonder if you've seen him?" The old man took the painting and bent over under the light. He squinted his dark eyes and slowly looked at the painting for a long time. Immerse sighed and wanted to take the scroll back. "It's okay. I asked a lot of people. It's okay if you don't know. Everyone is like this. I've seen him before." Immerse was shocked. He was so excited that his blood started to boil. He hurriedly pulled the old man. "Uncle, you've seen him before? You didn't see wrongly?" "I didn't see wrongly." The old man sat cross-legged on the bench and scratched his feet. "It's rare to see someone like him. He can't run away. He's your master." Immerse had already stood up. He felt abrupt, so he bowed to the old man again. He looked up and said sincerely, "Uncle, please give me some pointers." "Oh, you don't have to be so polite, kid. Everyone is going to reincarnate in the blink of an eye. The memories of the previous life are only left with 8 to 10 years. My son passed away early, so I feel sad to see you kids." He wiped his tears and rubbed his nose with his sleeve. Then he said, "You see that magnificent palace on the 1st Street, right?" "Yes, I see it." "Master is there?" "Yes, that's the place." "Where is that?" "It's the side palace of the 4th Ghost King." The old man sighed. "The 4th Ghost King doesn't live here, but he specially ordered his subordinates to build a temporary palace in Nank Village. It's for no other reason than to search for beauties in the netherworld and put them all under house arrest there. The 4th Ghost King is lascivious. Every once in a while, he will personally come to the palace to choose concubines. Those who are chosen will be taken directly to the 4th level of hell. Those who are not chosen will be given to his subordinates to play with." "Sigh, this world. Before he could finish, he saw that the immortal beside him had already picked up the lantern beside him and rushed into the night like a wolf dog. The old man was stunned for a moment, then he felt a little envious. He muttered slowly, "It's good to be young. You can run so fast." Chapter 111. There was only one entrance to the palace of the four ghost kings, and it was guarded by guards. Immerse was not stupid enough to walk to the main entrance. He leaped onto the roof beam, but he was worried that the light of the lantern would attract unnecessary attention, so he hid the lantern in his chinkuan pouch. Then, he leaped across the crisscrossing roof tiles like a flash of black lightning. The palace looked very grand from the outside, and inside, there were many courtyards and corridors. Immerse leaped onto the roof of a watchtower and lowered his body to blend in with the black tiles. He looked up and saw that the palace was like a small city, and he could not see the end of it. Immerse was very anxious. He finally knew why the man did not tell him where his master was. He was afraid of offending the Ghost Kings. However, even though he knew that Chu Wanning was in the temporary imperial residence, he was still helpless. There were at least 900 palaces here, if not 1,000. Where could Chu Wanning be? He was like a person who was about to find a treasure, and his heart and hands were trembling more than before. "Master, where are you?" Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly saw a group of people carrying dark red lanterns around the corner. They were walking over with footsteps. They were all wearing golden armor and war boots. They walked from the east gate to the main path, and after a few turns, they came to an inconspicuous side room. There was a towering old Chinese scholar tree in the side room, which blocked Immerse's sight. He could only see half of the courtyard, and the other half was hidden behind the luxuriant branches. The soldiers entered the room, and the first thing they heard was the clatter of tables and chairs, followed by shouting. It was a mess. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced through the sky. A woman with disheveled hair was thrown into the courtyard. Her robe was half open, and most of it fell off under the rough shove of the soldiers, revealing her snow-white skin. "Who told you to run? Who told you to King run?" The whip lashed the woman's body fiercely. That should be a torture tool from the ghost world. Even ghosts would be whipped until they wished they were dead, hovering between life and death. The woman crawled on the ground, trembling. She seemed to want to run, but there were soldiers everywhere. She had no place to go. "Bitch, you're still thinking of leaving after entering the fourth king palace? I was innocent when I was alive. I have no sins. Why are you doing this to me?" The woman screamed, "Let me out. I want to reincarnate. I don't want to stay here." She was whipped again and again until she cried out in pain, "Serving the four kings will save you from the pain of reincarnation. You're really shameless. He doesn't like me. Why can't I leave?" Another whip landed on her face. The woman cried bitterly. She couldn't stop trembling, but she still wanted to crawl out. Her beastly appearance seemed to have pleased the soldiers of the fourth king even more. The men were all laughing loudly. The tributes in the side room were dragged out one after another. The leader of the soldiers said, "My fellow comrades, you've worked hard. Everything in this courtyard is the leftovers of the four kings. I know you've been holding it in for a long time, so pick something you like and play with it. If there's anything you like, register it here and bring it back to your own home." The perverted ghosts of the fourth king howled and laughed wantonly. They went to the side of the room to pick the most beautiful goods. The woman outside was naturally not spared. She was surrounded by a few people under the tree. They pounced on her like hungry wolves, as if they wanted to chew her soul into pieces. In a split second, there was a commotion in the room. Some were crying, some were screaming, and some were begging for mercy. There were also some who couldn't stand such torture. They wanted to be free, so they sacrificed their souls to please and please. The ugliness of all living things was the same whether it was hell or the human world. Immerse lightly descended from the watchtower and sneaked to the roof of the side room under the cover of the night. He thought that according to the wonton stall uncle, Chu Wanning had just arrived, so she shouldn't have been selected by the Ghost King yet, so she shouldn't be here. But he was still a bit worried, so he lifted a small piece of tile and quietly looked down. The desire in the room was steaming like clouds. Amidst the chaos, he saw a person's face. Rongjio, the one who he doted on a lot in his previous life, but used his doting to scheme against him. The one who wanted to steal his cultivation was also among them. He was the smartest, knowing life and death. Many people in the room were struggling, unwilling to obey. Some of the dead were still calling out the names of their loved ones in the previous life. Some cared about their reputation and kept cursing. But Rongjio was different. Immerse knew this person very well. He loved money and life. Of course, after death, he didn't have life to love anymore. But he also cherished his soul and didn't want to be abused again. On the messy and spacious bed, the failed tributes around him were begging for mercy and struggling. He was the only one who closed his eyes and allowed the man to gallop. The soft moans from his mouth were as soft as a cat's. Immerse looked at his face full of lust. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He thought of Chu Wanning. Rongjio was soft. Chu Wanning was tempered steel. At first glance, he was cold and hard like black iron. No one could break him. But in such a situation, Rongjio would please, flatter, and be willing to bend down and use his softness to build an indestructible wall for himself. But what about Chu Wanning? Immerse didn't even have to think to know what would happen to that person. He would rather have his soul scattered and fall into the 18th level of hell. Who could touch him? The water never stops flowing. Only the steel knife breaks. Bang! There was a sudden sound, making the people in the room and on the roof terrified. Immerse's face was pale. He looked up at the courtyard. The fiery woman's chest was pierced by the soldier. Her soul gradually became transparent, and tears flowed from her eyes. Then, it froze for a moment. Then it scattered into dust. Her soul scattered. The soldier who had destroyed her soul cursed as he stood up. There was a ferocious whip mark on his face. It seemed that the woman had snatched his soul-suppressing whip and whipped him. The soldier spat. Damn it, bad luck. You become a ghost, and you still don't want to get over it. Bah. Stinking old woman. Immerse felt like he fell into an ice cave. He felt that what he saw was not the woman he had never met. He seemed to see the choice that Chu Wanning would make. Rongjio was still flirting with those perverted ghosts. This was his unique skill to survive. He attached himself to those who were stronger than him and swallowed them with his gentleness like a net. The tributes in the room gradually began to submit. The rotten smell made people's throat tight and nauseous. After an unknown period of time, the beautiful play finally came to an end. Rongjio really made people reluctant to part with him. Some soldiers put on their clothes and went to the head to register. After the four kings checked, they could take him back to their own homes. These people were the ghosts under the four kings. They would not enter the reincarnation cycle. Although it was not as good to follow them as the four kings, it was always a place to avoid humiliation and live a comfortable life. Rongjio was very satisfied with this. The soldier who wanted to take him back joked with him for a while. It was late, and he had to change the guard, so he left first. The group of demons gradually walked away. The side hall was desolate and messy. It was like a banquet had ended. The wine and human feelings were scattered all over the floor and slowly cooled down. He sat up lazily. As a man, he was the calmest among these people. After dressing up, he looked at himself in the bronze mirror. He felt that his face was haggard after death. It was not as rosy as when he was alive. It did not match his eyebrows and eyes. So Rongjio ignored those women who were sobbing, in a daze and shivering. He cheerfully tidied up his clothes, put on his silk shoes, and strolled to the yard. There were also rouge flowers in hell, and they were even redder than the ones in the mortal world. He folded a bunch of them. His slender fingertips dipped the flower juice, smeared it on the tip of his lips, and wiped it on his cheeks. Everyone cared about different things. Rongjio was born with a hard life. In his opinion, the so-called friendship was something that only the nobles could pursue after they had eaten their fill. He was a dirty seed in the soil. He did not care about etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame. He only had his own life in his arms. If he lost his life, he would carry his own soul. Suddenly, there was a slight rustling sound behind him. It seemed that someone had touched the flowers. He thought that it was the woman who had made love with him returning. so he generously donated the love in his eyes. Everything was expensive, but only love was free. He looked back. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. But when he saw the person standing coldly by the flowers, Rongju suddenly took a step back. His eyes widened, his lips slightly opened, as if he was struck by lightning. "It's you. It's me," Immerse said. Rongju's charming face changed 1,000 expressions. Surprise, hesitation, gloating, annoyance, nervousness, pretending to be relaxed. Finally, it settled on a cold expression. He was used to being a smiling person. That kind of fierceness was too heavy on his face. He did not want to stand out too much. "Why are you here, Mr. Imo?" The last time they met, it was very unpleasant. Rongju stood up straight and looked very indifferent. Immerse said, "I'm looking for someone." Rongju seemed to snort. "I didn't expect such a romantic person like Mr. Imo to have something to worry about in the world of spirits and souls." Immerse did not want to talk too much with him. He took out the scroll and handed it to Rongju. "Have you seen him?" Rongju glanced at him and sneered. "He's just so good-looking." "Who is he?" Immerse frowned. "What do you mean by good-looking? Just tell me if you've seen him." "No," Rongju said lightly. "Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. I'm tired. I'm going back to rest. Mr. Imo, go back where you came from. I won't send you off." Immerse shouted at him. "Rongju?" The slender figure paused for a moment. She tilted half of her charming face and said proudly, "What's wrong? I'm going to save him. If you're willing, I'll save you too. There's no Tao here. You can't really hang out with those ghost soldiers." Immerse said, "Go back to reincarnation as soon as possible." Rongju turned half of his face and said in a charming voice, "Listen to what Mr. Imo said. There's no Tao here." "Where is there Tao?" "Rongju has a hard life. I've lived for 20 years in the human world. I don't think it's any different from here. It's just that you've turned from a human into a ghost. Reincarnation or not, what's the difference? You're living under the knife." Rongju laughed for real this time. He smiled as he came back to his senses. He looked at Immerse and said, "When have I ever not been on the edge of a knife? I'm a fish on the chopping block. If I meet good people, I'll reward them more. If I meet a good person, like Mr. Imo, it's a small matter if they don't pay me. They run away with some valuables and pretend they don't know me when they turn around. Mr. Imo, you stab me first, and then you tell me to be careful of knives. You're really kind." Chapter 112. He was talking about what Immerse did on the first day of his rebirth when he was full of resentment. Now that he thought about it, even though Rongju did let him down in his previous life and worked with Child Chong to kill him, that was in his previous life. In this life, Rongju and Child Chong did not do that. So Immerse could not explain why he took his money. "It's my fault." Under such circumstances, Immerse did not want to argue with him, so he said, "I'll return what I took from you in the future." "How are you going to return it to me?" Rongju asked. "Besides, what use do I have for those gold, silver, and jewels?" Immerse, "Those pearl bracelets, you can return them to me, but what about my life?" "What?" Immerse was stunned. "Your life?" "Yes, my life." Rongju seemed to have touched a pain in his heart, and his expression gradually darkened. "Do you know how I died?" He had been suppressing it for a long time, and now that he suddenly opened the lid, the steaming steam came out crazily, and he could no longer hold it in. Before Immerse could say anything, he continued to speak sorrowfully, and his expression suddenly became angry and then gradually twisted. "That Chong guy was evil. He saw that you no longer liked me, so he thought that I was not worth much. So he lied to me and said that he was sincere to me, but his family disliked me because I was a member of the restaurant and was not clean, so it was better to stay away from me in the future. I was blind at that time and thought that he was deeply in love with me and that he was forced by his parents to make this decision. Bah, I believed his nonsense." Immerse said, "Then you should blame that Chong guy, not me." Rongju was slightly angry. "How can I not blame you? The money I saved was enough to redeem myself, but it was taken away by you. I was disheartened at that time and did not want to continue to stay in the restaurant, but without money, I could not leave openly, so I had to sneak out. If you did not take my money, I would not be in such a mess. You escaped? Yes, I ran away. I ran to his house, Rongju said bitterly. But that Chong guy wouldn't open the door for me, and the people in the restaurant chased after me. In the end, my struggle was useless, and I was brought back by them. After a round of torture, I was locked up again. Mo Ran muttered. But the one surnamed Chong said that when you went to colorful Butterfly Town to visit your relatives, you encountered a leak in the ghost realm and lost your life. Huh. Rongjia's yin and yang indiscernible face wrinkled with a trace of ridicule. He really has the face to say that. Relatives? I don't have any relatives in colorful Butterfly Town. Didn't you tell me that we were living under a knife? Let me show you what it means to live under the tip of a knife. Rongju was getting more and more agitated. His features were twisted, and he really did look like a ghost now. I will tell you how I will die. You benefactors. Haha, benefactor. I stayed in the restaurant for so long. I was locked up, had no food, and suffered. No one cares if I live or die. After many days, I was about to lose all hope. The one surnamed Chong suddenly came back. He cried and told me that the reason why he didn't open the door for me that day was because his parents were throwing a tantrum. He was afraid that once I entered, I would be beaten to death by his servants. Mo Ran shook his head at such a blatant lie. You won't believe it. No. Rongjia's eyes were shining and trembling. I believe it. Mo Ran. I believe it. Rongju was filled with resentment. He put on a smile, and the corners of his mouth twisted. Why wouldn't I believe it? Whether I believe it or not can only be discussed with people who have a way out. What am I? I'm just a prostitute. I believe whatever others throw at me. Otherwise, I won't even have a chance of survival. He paused for a moment, then continued. The one surnamed Chong told me that he would fulfill his promise and take me into his house. But he said that his parents can't accept me now, and asked me to stay with him in a small town nearby. Colorful Butterfly Town? Yes, colorful Butterfly Town. Mo Ran had vaguely guessed what had happened, and his expression darkened. As expected, Rongju said, I happily packed my things. Oh, right, there was nothing to pack. The money I earned from selling my blood and flesh all these years was stolen by you in a moment of happiness. But it didn't matter. At that time, I thought, I have young Master Chong. Heh. He was silent for a moment, then smiled like a twitch. He chewed on the two words between his lips and teeth. Young Master Chong. After he tricked you into going to colorful Butterfly Town, did he kill you there? No. Rongju laughed, and his eyes were full of resentment. He didn't kill me. It was you who blocked my path one by one. That's why I boarded the pirate ship with him. It's you who killed me. Rongju took a deep breath and continued. After we arrived at colorful Butterfly Town, I followed young Master Chong into a big house. But it was cold inside, and there were no servants. He told me that he didn't have time to do anything, and asked me to rest in the house first while he went out to buy some things. I stayed there and waited. After a while, I saw him walking into the courtyard with a man. When Mo Ran heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Did you see the man's face clearly? No, Rongju said. The man was wearing a mask and a cloak. I couldn't see anything. Then I saw young Master Chong kneel in front of the man, and his smile was even more flattering than when I was receiving guests. He really should look at himself at that time. It was so disgusting. He told the man that there was some remnant of the essence of the wood spirit in my body, and that I had been intimate with you before. I was a good sacrifice. Who knows? I don't cultivate, and I don't want to cultivate, so I didn't understand what they were saying. Mo Ran, however, felt his scalp go numb. He knew that he had been intimate with Rongju before, so there would be some essence of the wood spirit in Rongju's body. The fake North Pole had been looking for a suitable substitute. Although the spirit chi in Rongju's body was very little, it was pure and was suitable for casting spells. There's nothing much to say about what happened after that. Rongju's frivolous face showed a rare trace of coldness. As young Master Mo can see, I'm dead. If it was the Mo Ran from his previous life, or the Mo Ran who had just been reborn, he would definitely scoff and mock. So what if you're dead? What does it have to do with me? However, Mo Ran couldn't laugh at this moment. He hated Rongjio, and Rongjio was indeed unscrupulous. He even wanted to kill him in his previous life. However, although he had sex with Rongjio before, he had never been honest with him. When he suddenly heard Rongjio's confession in the netherworld, Imo Ran had mixed feelings. After thinking about it, he felt that it was too complicated, so he might as well just let it go. He sighed and said, Rongjio, I'm sorry about this. Rongjio had never been sorry to anyone in his life. Suddenly, he was stunned, as if he didn't recognize Imo Ran at all. He looked at him with wide eyes and said, Even if you say so, I won't tell you where the person in the portrait is. Imo Ran said, It has nothing to do with the portrait. Rongjio lowered his head, paused for a while, and suddenly said, Young Master Imo, did you know that young Master Chong and I were planning to kill you and take your cultivation? I know. You know? Imo Ran nodded. I know. Rongjio was stunned for a while and said bitterly, It must be that young Master Chong who leaked the information. He looked up, and his eyes flashed with hatred. If I knew it would end up like this, I would have listened to him and killed you. At least I would have had some good days, and I wouldn't have died so miserably. Imo Ran looked at him. You do what others tell you to do? So what? Rongjio said, I just want to have a good life. For example, is it wrong for me to sell my body? It's just like how other people sell fish and meat to earn a living. I know you young masters look down on me, but it's okay if you look down on me. What's the use of pride in face? It's not as good as a sip of good wine and a piece of roasted meat. So if I could have survived by killing you, why didn't I do it to you? Imo Ran's lips moved slightly, and he wanted to refute, but he suddenly remembered what he did in his previous life and couldn't say anything to deny it. Rongjio said angrily, People kill animals to live. Why can't they kill people to live? Imo Ran sighed and murmured, Is it meaningful to live like this? It was like asking Rongjio. At the same time, it was as if he was asking his past self, who was sitting on a high seat in his previous life. I don't know. I don't know what is meaningful. Rongjio said indifferently, I was sold to the restaurant when I was 16 years old, and my first customer was an old Taoist priest in his 50s. You ask me what is meaningful? I don't know. When I was alive, I wanted to have money so that I could redeem myself, so that I wouldn't have to smile and wait on others. But I didn't have freedom until I died, and it's all because of you bastards. Imo Ran didn't speak, and after a long time, he asked him, I'll give you one more chance. Will you choose to team up with Chong and kill me? Yes, Imo Ran said. Well, give me one more chance, and I'll still come back, take all your money and make you suffer. You? Rongjio was angry, and the thin red color on his face seemed to be brighter. His body swayed for a while, and then slowly stabilized. After a while, he knew that he had lost his composure, so he raised his hand and twirled the hair on his forehead. He restrained himself and put on his usual gentle smile, but there was still anger in his eyes. Say what you want. I, Rongjio, have my way of living. I hope you can live freely in the ghost world. Rongjio narrowed his eyes. Of course it will be very free. As long as I lie on the bed, I can exchange for reincarnation and no longer have to suffer. I can see it clearer than those fools in the house, and I'm very willing. Imo Ran smiled and said, But Rongjio, these people are the subordinates of the 4 ghost kings. Whether you live or die, leave or stay. In fact, it all depends on one sentence from above. Rongjio was shocked and immediately became alert. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at him. What do you mean? If it wasn't for this situation, Imo Ran really didn't want to argue with him like this. But although Rongjio was weak, he was stubborn when he hated. So he had to calm down and said to him, You think that the person in the portrait is just so, but I think he's very good. Everyone has different views, and no one can say whether the Ghost Kings will like him. With such a cold appearance, who would like him? That's not necessarily true. Imo Ran said, If the Ghost Kings like soft people, why didn't they choose you at that time? Rongjio didn't say anything, but his expression was a little ugly. Imo Ran struck while the iron was hot. He has a strong temperament. If he is chosen, I'm afraid he will turn the ghost world upside down. When the time comes, the 4 Ghost Kings will not be able to escape the blame, and killing a few ghost soldiers will be a matter of course. If you want to be a silk rod, You have to establish a stable foundation. If the tree falls after a few days of entanglement, it's a small matter if you don't have someone to rely on. But if the vines are uprooted, then your soul will be destroyed. Rongjia's originally pale face seemed to become even paler. But he still said flirtatiously and viciously, I don't believe in this. Imo ran, young Master Imo, I'll bet. I just can't stand seeing you live better than me. After a few moments of silence, Imo ran suddenly became ruthless. He stared at Rongjia's face. I won't bet with you. Rongjia, I must save this person. If you insist on playing like this, I'll bet my life with you. Rongju looked up, his eyes burning, and suddenly put his hand on Imo Ran's chest like a snake. Who is he to you? How long has he been with you? Is it as long as me? Is he as good as me in bed? Do you play more tricks, or do you call me better? He paused, his eyelashes drooping. Young Master Imo, you're not the kind of person who would risk your life for others. You have no feelings in your heart. You can't hide it from me. Before he finished, his cheek was pinched by Imo Ran. Imo Ran pulled him away. His dark eyebrows were vertical, and his eyes were dancing with flames. I didn't have a heart before, but now I do. Rongju looked up and met his face. He suddenly found that this person was burning, and even a little unfamiliar. The person seemed to be the laughing and scolding Imo Weiyu, but the soul seemed to be different somewhere. He seemed to be burned by this Imo Ran. He couldn't help but shiver. He wanted to turn and run, but he was firmly held by the other. Also, Imo Ran said, me and him, from now on, are pure. I respect and love him. There is no delusion. Don't humiliate him. As he said, he pushed Rongjia. Rongju hit the pillar. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. He didn't even think carefully about what kind of weird expression from now on "are pure" was. If he was in a clear state of mind, he would be able to figure out the subtleties. From now on, it meant that there was an ambiguous relationship, there was love and lust. But Rongju didn't understand. He's not yours. Not yours, Imo Ran said. No, he's my Shizun. Rongju did not say anything. But a person like him could always smell the subtle camaraderie between the lines. That kind of camaraderie that Imo Ran himself might not have noticed, but Rongju could. He was almost sure that Imo Ran loved the person in the portrait. This thought made him, who couldn't get any love at all, he couldn't help but feel bitter jealousy. Even the most romantic young Master Imo would go through mountains of swords and seas of fire for a person, risking his life to save her. He suddenly thought, if he was more sincere to young Master Imo in the beginning, and gave his true heart, then would Imo Ran also reveal some pure true feelings for him? But before he finished thinking, he heard Imo Ran speak again. His voice was cold and ruthless. It didn't sound like he was joking. Rongju, I'll ask one last time where he is, if you still don't know. I'm a cultivator. I know how to use drugs or cast spells to bewitch a person's mind. Believe it or not, I'll go see the Ghost King myself. This time Rongju was completely stunned. I've done evil all my life. Now I want to live a good life. But if no one helps me, I'll still be that Imo Weiyu, he said softly. Rongju, think carefully. I'm not afraid of death, nor am I afraid of my soul being scattered. If you want to be so ruthless, I can do anything. The two of them didn't speak anymore. But when their gazes met, the resolute met with the resentful. The persistent met with the unwilling. The hot met with the cold. And then the ice in Rongju's eyes melted. He was almost defeated under Imo Ran's burning gaze. His jealousy was deep. Imo Ran's obsession was not shallow. When the two of them confronted each other, he was no match for the Emperor Ta. Rongju's face was ashen. Even the delicate rouge flowers couldn't cover his withered face, like a broken wall. Why do you do this for him? He treated me the best, but I bullied him as if he was the person I hated the most. I owe him. I really haven't seen this person before. After a while, Rongju said softly, but when he saw Imo Ran's expression, he slowly added, I'm not lying to you. But the newly caught ghosts are all locked in the biggest hall in the east. Each person was given a small and narrow room, which was no different from a cage. It was locked. There are martial law guards patrolling back and forth. You should be able to find them if you go there. Mo Ran couldn't wait any longer. He turned around and ran into the night. Rongjio stood in the same place and watched. He didn't know what kind of bitter emotions welled up in his heart. He suddenly couldn't help but shout at Mo Ran's back, Mo Weiyu, you want to live a good life? Who can live a good life? We've all been soaked in mud. No one can live a good life again. Mo Weiyu, you see, I, Rongjio, want to live a good life. It's better to live a bad life than to die a good death. I sold my body, sold my soul. I want to wear gold and silver. You see, you think you're dirty to the bone. You can wipe away the smell by wiping the corner of your mouth? You think too much. You follow your conscience. I'll be my prostitute. Let's see who can live a good life. Mo Weiyu, he shouted until Mo Ran's back was out of sight. Then he suddenly raised his hand, covered his face, squatted down and choked. Why can you start over? Why can such a bad person like you be treated well? Why? Chapter 113. Just as Rongjio had said, the first courtyard in the east had 3 floors, with rooms next to each other on each floor. Although the courtyard was the largest, it was also the dirtiest. There was a decaying old tree at the entrance of the courtyard, with countless dead crows resting on it. Each of the crows had an eyeball in its mouth, which was rolling around crazily, scanning the surroundings for abnormalities. 2 small groups of ghost soldiers were shuttling back and forth, kicking and stomping, guarding the tributes that were going to be offered to the 4 ghost kings. Mo Ran hid behind the corner, calculating the path that these ghosts would take while checking the blind spots of the palace. Those small lattice-like rooms were all lit up, and from time to time, the cries, sighs, vomits, and moans of the ghosts could be heard. It was like an ancient chant in the night, making one's hair stand on end and shudder. There were roughly more than 300 rooms here, and the patrols below would repeat every 10 minutes. It was impossible for him to find Chu Wanting easily in 10 minutes, not to mention that there were ghost guards at each floor's entrance, holding the soul-breaking whip and a martial law whistle hanging around their necks. Mo Ran was secretly anxious. At this time, he suddenly saw a ghost coming alone from afar. There was a black token with red words hanging on his waist, and he was wearing the same uniform as the guards. Mo Ran hid in the dark and watched him walk past him to the entrance of the stairs. The ghost nodded to the guards standing by the stairs. The night was very quiet, so Mo Ran could easily hear their conversation. 7th brother, you're here to take over 3rd brother's duty? Yes. You'll be here soon. I have to stay here for a while. He's not here yet. I'll go to rest when he's here. The ghost soldier who took over the duty went upstairs, and the guard on the 1st floor yawned in boredom and continued to guard in the wind. Seeing them talking like this, Mo Ran suddenly had an idea and thought of a risky idea. There was the sound of a clapper in the distance. Duck, duck, duck. The crows on the branches cried, wah, wah, as if they had found something unusual. The guard at the entrance woke up and looked around. He saw a figure walking slowly in the thin night fog. When he got closer, he realized that it was a young man he had never seen before. The guard became even more vigilant. Who are you? I'm here to change shifts, that person said. The red clouds drifted past, revealing a round of moonlight in the sky, illuminating his face. What a handsome ghost bodyguard. But his facial features were tall and straight, and the corners of his eyes were full of natural affection. This ghost, who came to change shifts, if not Mo Ran, who else could it be? He had somehow managed to procure a set of soldier's armor and draped it over his body. The black and red medallion hanging from his waist swayed back and forth, while the martial law whistle hung in front of his chest, emanating a cold silver glow. The guard said, I've never seen you before. A newcomer. The guard held out his hand skeptically. A badge? Mo Ran removed the tag and handed it to him. His face was calm and collected, but his heart was tense to the extreme. Fortunately, the guard looked at the medallion many times and didn't find anything wrong with it. He was too lazy to care about it, so he patted his shoulder and said, Then I'll leave the rest of the night to you. I'm going home. Senior, take care. The greeting of Senior made the ghost laugh strangely. It waved its hand and said, Good lad. Goodbye, goodbye. Hey, Senior, wait a minute. What's wrong? The guard turned around. Mo Ran smiled and asked naturally, how many people with the surname Chu are in this batch of tributes? The ghost guard was a little wary. Why do you ask? I'm helping Mr. Chu of Shunfeng Restaurant ask. Mo Ran said. He has a distant relative who said that he also came down. But Shunfeng Restaurant couldn't find him, so I don't know if he's here. Sure enough, Chu Sun's reputation was somewhat intimidating. The guard hesitated for a moment and pointed to the second floor. The 3 rooms in the innermost part all have the surname Chu. You can go and have a look. Mo Ran smiled and said, Thank you for your advice. You're welcome. The senior was very stupid. It's my pleasure. After the guard finished speaking, he walked away leisurely while humming a song. When he passed by the corner, he didn't find that his real colleague who was supposed to change shifts with him had already been tied up by the binding spell and thrown into the gutter. The poor ghost's armor was stripped off, revealing only a thin layer of clothing. His eyes were full of anger, but his mouth was completely blocked, so he couldn't even make a sound. He could only sulk. Mo Ran didn't trust Rongjiu. Although the tributes who failed to be selected were locked up in groups in the side hall without anyone watching over them, and only a binding spell enchantment was cast on the outside, there might be ghost soldiers patrolling. With Rongjia's hatred for him, he would definitely expose his whereabouts. There was no time to lose, so he had to end this quickly. Mo Ran stood there for a while, waiting for the wave of soldiers to pass by, and then immediately went straight to the second floor. There was also a guard on the second floor, and he crossed his spear to stop Mo Ran. Stop? What are you doing? I'm the new guard today on the first floor. The guard frowned. Then you should stay on the first floor. Why did you come to my floor? Mo Ran still used Chu Sun as a stepping stone, but the guard not only didn't listen to him, but also said sternly, even if you are Mr. Chu from Shunfeng Gang. So what? As long as you enter the palace, you will belong to the 4 kings. If you want to save your relative, you should talk to the 4 kings yourself. I won't take this matter. Mo Ran secretly complained, thinking that this guy was much smarter than the one downstairs. He had to bite the bullet and said, I don't have to take him away today, but I have to see if I found the wrong person, right? Isn't that easy? You told me the name, and I'll help you find it. There's no need for you to go in. Mo Ran was very anxious, but he suppressed his anger and said, Chu Wanning. His name is Chu Wanning. The guard was going to check the name list, but when he heard these 3 words, he put it down. Mo Ran saw him like this and suddenly felt uneasy. He asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem? What problem? The guard sneered and then said, You really don't know the difference between heaven and earth. The 4 kings came to the palace today to enjoy the beauties, and they already had their eyes on this Chu Xianjun. If it wasn't for the fact that this person's first 7 days haven't passed and his 3 souls haven't been fully gathered yet, he would have been presented to the Ghost Kings tonight. You want him from me? Tell me, what's the problem? Mo Ran's face turned ashen halfway through, and when the guard finished, he said, The 4 Ghost Kings have their eyes on him? What? Nothing. Then never mind. Sorry for disturbing you. Mo Ran turned around gloomily and took 2 steps downstairs. Before the guard could react, the Shan Wu saw a ghost in his hand, and he suddenly turned around and strangled the guard's neck. The red light was blinding, and it flashed. The so-called Shan Wu could hurt ghosts and kill gods. The guard only had time to see the scarlet red willow leaves fluttering in front of him, and hear the young man angrily say, You really think I don't dare to steal people from the Ghost Kings? Then his mind scattered, and he fainted on the ground. Mo Ran raised his hand to cast a spell, and tied him up tightly. He also sealed his mouth, kicked him to the side, and impatiently ran to the end of the corridor. There were 3 rooms at the end, and each one was a lonely soul with the surname Chu. But Mo Ran didn't know why, but he felt something in his heart. He didn't even know why he felt this strange feeling, and he pushed open the door with a bang. Because he ran too fast, he was panting slightly, and stood in front of the second room. He was panting, and a strand of fine black hair fell in front of his eyes. He forgot to brush it away, and just stared at the inside. Rongjiu was right. This was a single room about the same size as the beast cage, and the 4 walls were bleak, and everything was gray like death. Only the person inside looked very warm, like a flame in the vast expanse of cold white. Not every tribute was bound. At the very least, Chu Wanning wasn't. Maybe because he had been chosen by the four kings, the guards didn't dare to offend him, and even the floor of his room was covered with a snow-white animal skin blanket, thick and soft, like a new snow in the middle of winter. Chu Wanning was sleeping soundly on the blanket. This person seemed to be brave, but in fact, he was always a little uneasy, and this was most obvious when he was sleeping. He always had a habit of curling up his body, making himself very small. It seemed like he was trying to warm himself up, but also like he was afraid of taking up someone's space. This thin person looked a little pitiful. This soul was different from the human soul. There was no blood on his face, and he was handsome. He also changed his clothes, wearing a bright red silk robe like the sunset, a wide robe with large sleeves, with dragons and phoenixes, and golden butterflies dancing. Imo ran almost staggered forward, kneeled down beside him, and reached out a trembling hand to touch Chu Wanning's face. Wanning, he didn't blurt out master, but the two words that he was used to calling him in the last period of his previous life. The blood sea of hatred, deep into the bones. Chu Wanning was carried up by him, and he was dizzy, and only woke up after a long time. When he opened his eyes, he saw himself leaning in Imo Rant's arms, and the young man's face in front of him, which was still young, had never been so concerned. He felt that this might be a dream, so he frowned, sighed for a while, and closed his eyes again. Master! Someone called him by his ear. This time, it was not Wanning. Master! Master! Chu Wanning suddenly opened his phoenix eyes. Although his expression didn't change, his fingertips betrayed him and began to tremble slightly. In the next moment, Imo Ran grabbed his hand and put it on his face, crying and laughing. Such handsome features, but under love. He became so embarrassed and lost his composure. Master! He choked, looking at him without blinking, as if he couldn't say anything, and could only keep repeating, Master. Chu Wanning was hugged tightly by him, and finally came back to his senses, subconsciously feeling that something was wrong. So he broke free from Imo Ran, got up, and glared at him. For a long time, he didn't say a word. Suddenly, he was furious. Before Imo Ran could react, Chu Wanning pulled his hand away, and then slapped Imo Ran's face. His black eyebrows raised angrily, and swords were drawn. Bastard, how did you die too? Imo Ran opened his mouth and was about to explain when he suddenly saw that under the hazy moonlight, although Chu Wanning was angry, her eyes under her long eyelashes were filled with forbearance, sadness, and unwillingness. There seemed to be boundless water that would shatter at the slightest touch. After he finished cursing, he bit his lower lip, trying to hold back those sobs that made him feel humiliated and embarrassed. Some people, when they had a wound, would want to tie their hands behind their backs and let the whole world know that they were injured. But some people were proud and arrogant. Those grievances and pain, even if it made their throats full of blood, would be swallowed and would not tell others. If he didn't say, Imo Ran didn't know before. Now that he knew, he only felt heartache. He wanted to hug Chu Wanning, but Chu Wanning pushed him away and said hoarsely, Get lost. Chu Wanning turned his face, a layer of coldness covering 10,000 heavy injuries. You died at such a young age. What face do you have to see me? Shizun, get out. Chu Wanning turned his face even more. Our master-disciple relationship is broken. I, Chu Wanning, do not accept trash who die in their prime. Die in their prime. Imo Ran was originally sad, but when he heard him reprimand him so seriously, he suddenly felt his heart warm, as if spring water was gurgling out. He patted his forehead with his hand and then covered his eyes. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and bitterly. When Chu Wanning heard his light laughter, he became even angrier and said sternly, What are you laughing at? You dash in his anger. He wanted to slap Imo Ran again, but his hand was caught by Imo Ran. The youth's gentle eyes slowly blinked, but he didn't say anything, and instead took his hand, solemnly covering his chest. Chapter 114. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat was both heavy and slow. Chu Wanning also blinked. Surprise and joy flashed through his eyes, followed by awkwardness and uneasiness. Elder Yu Hong was indeed Elder Yu Hong. After 10 years of being as cold as a day, he was calmer than anyone else when it came to cleaning up his face. Very quickly, he restrained his excessive emotions, as if the person who was disappointed and angry at Mo Ran just now was not him. Since you're not dead, why did you come down? As soon as these words left his mouth, Chu Wanning regretted them. Looking at Mo Ran's appearance, it was true that he had come to save him. But if Mo Ran had personally said these words to him, Chu Wanning felt that his heart would have stopped beating and he would have been thrown into chaos. In his nervousness, he had forgotten that he was already dead. How could he still have a heart? But Mo Ran stared straight at him and did not say such a thing. He probably understood that if he said, "I came for you," it would make Chu Wanning feel awkward and helpless. So he muttered to himself for a moment, then finally pursed his lips. Instead, he lowered his eyelashes and asked gently, "Shizun, guess why I came down?" "You came down to look for trouble. When did Shizun change his name to uneasiness?" Mo Ran laughed. "You didn't even tell me." Chu Wanning seemed to be pricked by his gentleness, which he had never shown before. He quickly withdrew his hand, embarrassed and angry. Nonsense, how impudent. Mo Ran finally discovered a secret. He realized that Chu Wanning's anger was just a facade. This person was too awkward. He would rather cover his face with this baring and brandishing of claws and fangs, covering all the waves below, whether they were gentle, happy, bashful, or sad. So stupid. Chu Wanning was stupid. He had worn a mask his entire life and did not find it tiring. He was also stupid. He had only realized it after living 2 lifetimes. But after saying these words, the atmosphere was no longer as heavy as before. Chu Wanning's 4 souls had been found, and he was reborn. Mo Ran was in a good mood. He grabbed onto Chu Wanning and wouldn't let go. He rambled on and on about why he had come to hell, and about Grandmaster Huizue. He couldn't help but stop when he got to certain things. He waited for the lump in his throat to dissipate before he continued with reddened eyes. The 3 words that appeared the most in his explanation were, "I'm sorry." Chu Wanning really didn't know what to say. He treated others well, not because he wanted to use this kindness to exchange for something, but because he was afraid that others would accept his kindness and feel uneasy from then on. In fact, he was afraid that his hot-blooded heart and lungs would be casually put aside by the other party and would cool down. Therefore, even though he was open and aboveboard, he had always been secretive about being kind to others. He had worn a mask all his life. But one day, the person he liked reached out her hand and plucked the thick ink of anger from his face, as if she had plucked off his crab shell. He stood there in a daze, suddenly not knowing what to do. While he was lost in thought, Mo Ran had already knelt down in front of him, one hand still holding onto his hand, as if he was afraid that he would disappear. Chu Wanning had an absurd and shameful thought for a moment. This disciple of his had always been bold and reckless, and he didn't play by the rules. He suddenly felt that Mo Ran wanted to do something when he suddenly held his hand and treated him like this. He was a little frightened by his own thoughts. His expression became gloomier and gloomier. He didn't know what kind of expression to face this, so he could only habitually remain aloof. But Mo Ran didn't do anything. He just held on to him like he was holding on to a lost treasure. This was the person he had abandoned in his previous life. Shizun. After letting go of all his hatred, he knelt in front of him. He was sincere, respectful, and even passionate. "I was wrong in the past. In the future, I will do whatever you say. I just want you to be well." Perhaps it was because of his deep affection. Although Mo Ran was still smiling, his eyes were a little wet. "Come back with me." "Okay." Chu Wanning didn't speak. His face was as calm as water, but his heart was burning. "Shizun." The youth's voice was very gentle, soft, and carried some lingering charm of youth. When Mo Ran hated someone, it was true hatred. But if he wanted to treat someone well, he had to treat them well from the bottom of his heart. He had always been stubborn and extreme. "Come back with me. Promise me, okay?" Chu Wanning still didn't move. He only looked at him lightly, thinking about something. Mo Ran was afraid that he would be unhappy, so although he was sad, he still had a smile on his face. He tried his best not to embarrass himself and make things difficult for his Shizun. He pulled his hand and shook it, teasing him. If Shizun is willing, just nod your head. Immerse was afraid that he wouldn't nod his head, so he thought about it and said, I'll count to 3, okay? If Shizun doesn't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. Immerse said uneasily but gently. After a pause, he slowly counted. 1, 2, 3. But Chu Wanning was like a person who had been frozen for a long time. When he was suddenly put into warm water, he didn't feel warm, but pain. In the past, no one cared about him, so he didn't feel uncomfortable when he was cold. However, once someone treated him well and wrapped him up in warmth, he finally had the right to feel pain. Suddenly, every inch of his flesh and blood hurt, and every inch of his skin was chapped and cracked. Only then did he feel the pain. His fingertips trembled slightly in Immerse's gradually sweaty palm. When Immerse saw that he didn't say anything, he became more and more nervous. He was afraid that he was disheartened and didn't want to return to the world of the living. But he didn't dare to move. He was afraid that if he moved, Chu Wanning would abandon him and leave. He maintained a warm smile and said, I counted too quickly just now. You probably weren't ready. I'll count again. 1, 2, 3. Chu Wanning, Immerse's Adam's apple moved. He was also trembling. He was almost smiling as he begged, Shizun, did you hear that? Chu Wanning's phoenix eyes finally seemed to have some spirit, but he still looked blank. He stared at Immerse's face without any expression. I'll count again slowly. I'm afraid you can't hear me. Immerse said, 1, 2, 3. I'll count one last time. 1, 2, 3. Really, this is the last time. 1, 2, 3. Chu Wanning seemed to emotionlessly look at the person kneeling in front of her, counting 1, 2, 3, 3, 3 like a fool, as if repeating this over and over again could turn back time, make withered trees bloom, and bring old friends back to life. The disciple in front of him stubbornly counted. It was as if he was counting his sins and counting how well his Shizun had treated him. When he reached the end of the count, his voice was trembling and his smile was panicked. Shizun. Immerse looked up. His eyes were red, but he had already caused Chu Wanning to be in such a state. He didn't want to cry in front of Chu Wanning, who was sober, and make his Shizun sad. So he endured it and continued to smile as he negotiated with him in a relaxed tone. I'll count one more time. Just pay attention to me, okay? Chu Wanning felt as if her heart was being stabbed by a knife by his sudden pleading. He was almost trembling as he tried to pull his hand away from Immerse's fingertips, but this time, Immerse held him tightly and wouldn't let go no matter what he said. The young man stared at him firmly and slowly without blinking. He was as stubborn as a dog. He said, 1, 2. All of a sudden, a flurry of footsteps, shouts, and curses could be heard coming from the outside. Chu Wanning raised her head and gazed into the distance, only to see a sea of lanterns burning brightly downstairs. An army of soldiers was rushing straight towards them. Rongjio finally found the opportunity to tell. Over there. Upstairs. Upstairs. Catch that little thief. This is rebellion. This is rebellion. The world was turned upside down in panic. Torches and ghosts rolled in from afar like a tide, wanting to devour the two of them and throw them into the infernal hell, never to be reincarnated. Immerse didn't look back. At that moment, he held Chu Wanning's hand and suddenly felt very calm. Although Chu Wanning wasn't his lover, he was someone he loved, respected, loved him, and treated him well. He looked at him. His heart was calm. Chu Wanning scolded him. Are you out of your mind? What are you still standing there for? As he spoke, he grabbed Immerse's hand and pulled him up from the ground. Under the flickering lights, his eyes were burning, no different from when he was alive. Chu Wanning frowned and said angrily, Let's go. Immerse was stunned. Us? Chu Wanning was furious. Who else could it be? Immerse was in a daze. He trembled and closed his eyes, then opened them again. Then, he suddenly smiled. That smile was very beautiful. His eyes were still stained with mist, like a flower dipped in dew, beautiful and boundless. He finally finally breathed a sigh of relief and tightly held Chu Wanning's fingers. 10 fingers intertwined. He pressed against Chu Wanning's forehead and said softly and solemnly, 3. What 3? Let's go. Immerse ran finally turned around when he saw the endless horde of ghosts chasing after them. He exclaimed in panic, Master, create a barrier to block them off first. Then I'll send you into the spirit guiding lamp. It won't. What? Immerse was dumbstruck. Chu Wanning's face was cold, but he was still a little embarrassed. He said angrily, if I still had my mana, how could I be trapped in this broken cage? Come on. Chu Wanning's soul was missing cultivation. Because the soul was kept in the spirit guiding lamp, it was necessary to chant an incantation without being disturbed. Although it did not take long, it was impossible in the current situation. Immerse could only pull Chu Wanning and run. Fortunately, although Chu Wanning had lost his cultivation, he still had his skills. He would not be a burden to Immerse. The two of them ran, and behind them was an endless stream of ghost soldiers. When they reached the entrance of the main hall, Chu Wanning asked, Do you know the way? Immerse said, No, I don't. Chu Wanning. Immerse was not discouraged. He pointed at the tall palace wall. Go up there. You can see more clearly. Fortunately, Chu Wanning had a solid foundation in Qigong. Even without the support of his cultivation, he could still fly over the roof and vault over the wall. He stepped on the roof tiles and looked down to see the horde of angry zombies rushing over. He said to Immerse, Summon the ghost. Immerse did as he was told. Their palms brushed against each other, and a dazzling scarlet radiance shot out like the tongue of a soaring serpent. The crimson willow leaves swayed, and the divine martial willow vines coiled around his feet. Spiritual energy over 5 miles into the Chu Qi, gather in Shangyang, and draw it down. Whoosh! Chu Wanning suddenly thought of something and added, Don't pour in too much spiritual energy. Immerse was startled when he heard this, but it was too late to withdraw his power. There was a loud bang, and the moment the flying snake was flung out, heavenly fire exploded like a soaring dragon swallowing and spitting fire. It roared from Immerse's palm to the horde of zombies. The blazing tongue of fire almost burned the entire corridor, carrying the fire to move the starland. Rising clouds out of the cauldron lake. Almost in the blink of an eye, the dozens of soldiers at the front were burned clean along with the bricks, tiles, and plants. Chu Wanning, Immerse, didn't I tell you to pour in less spiritual energy? Chu Wanning frowned and said angrily. When you said that, I was already... Immerse suddenly remembered that he could not talk back to his master and had to be respectful. He resentfully shut up and said, Master is right. Forget it. Chu Wanning flicked his sleeves. It's my fault for speaking too late. Immerse was stunned. So if he wanted his master to admit defeat, he only needed to take the blame first? He blinked and could not help but laugh. Chu Wanning glanced at him. What are you laughing at? Why are you still here? Chapter 115. Go, go, go. Immerse responded. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked worried. Shizun, I've killed so many soldiers. I'm afraid the ghost realm will be finished with us. It doesn't matter. Chu Wanning said, the move just now won't make the opponent's soul scatter. Their souls will just be shattered, and they will gather again in a few days. Immerse listened carefully and saw that there were specks of soul fragments floating in the burning embers, like fireflies. Before he could look further, Chu Wanning had already pulled him and said, Run. Behind the ruins, there was an even more furious group of soldiers running like wolves and pigs. Chu Wanning and Immerse ran quickly on the jade tiles. Immerse asked while running, Shizun, since they won't die, they won't be able to offend the ghost realm. Why don't you let me inject more spiritual power to repel them? Chu Wanning said coldly, Try that move again. Although Immerse didn't know why he said that, he still tried it. Unexpectedly, this time, it was only a small cluster of fireworks. The ghosts seemed to be very tired, and there was no longer the momentum of swallowing the sun and moon and suppressing the mountains and rivers. The more spiritual power you inject, the more time you need to rest. Chu Wanning said, Too much is as bad as too little. Do you remember? I remember. After a pause, Ran said again. Shizun, I suddenly thought of something. Guess what I thought of? What? I thought of how you taught me how to use the vine whip in the land of Peach Blossom. At that time, you were very short. Ran grinned and gestured with his hand. You didn't even reach my waist. Chu Wanning heard that and suddenly tripped. Be careful. Get lost. If he was still alive, Chu Wanning's ears would have turned red. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're so useless. You're comparing height with Xia Si and I. Why don't you compare with me? Ran smiled. He didn't want to compare himself with him. Although he had grown taller and was no longer as tall as his master back in colorful Butterfly Town, he was still on equal footing. He glanced at his Shizun from the corner of his eyes and made a mental note. He thought to himself that in a few years, when this body of his was completely developed, he would definitely pull Chu Wanning over and compare him. While the Emperor Ta was calculating, Wanye Yuheng had mixed feelings. Although he had guessed that Ran already knew that he was Xia Si and I, he still felt humiliated when he heard it with his own ears. After all, he had raised his head and called Ran senior brother. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed and angry he felt. Chu Wanning ran even faster, leaving Ran behind. Ran knew what he was thinking, so he didn't chase after him. He only kept a distance of half a step and firmly followed behind him. They ran against the whistling night wind and looked at the man who was close by. His red clothes were like falling maple leaves and flowing clouds. The golden butterfly embroidery on his robe was vivid and lifelike. As the robe flowed, it became brighter and brighter. A trace of bittersweet satisfaction suddenly rose in his heart. At this moment, he was grateful that he could still see Chu Wanning, and that he could still receive Chu Wanning's guidance like before. In a few more years, if everything went smoothly, he could still lower half of his head. He smiled and said to Chu Wanning, Disciple and Shizun will compare height. Disciple will stand obediently. Shizun can stand on tiptoe. His heart was very, very warm. He only thought that the heavens really treated him well. Not everyone could have the chance to start over after making a mistake, and not everyone could be tolerant and forgiven when they were hurt. His Shizun was a person with a cold face, but a warm heart. He actually took so long to find out. After chasing away 2 more groups of soldiers, the entrance of the temporary imperial residence was just a few steps away. Looking back, those soldiers had been left far behind and could no longer catch up to them. Ran slightly sighed in relief. However, before he could relax, he heard a sudden clap of thunder in front of him. In the midst of the thunder and fire, a huge palanquin appeared. 8 muscular warriors knelt on the palanquin and carried it steadily. A slightly fat man with long hair and wrapped in a white fur coat lay on the palanquin. He had 2 beauties in each of his arms. One was massaging his shoulders, and the other was feeding him cherry fruits. Although this pot-bellied man was a soul, he had already cultivated a physical body. Therefore, he ate the fruits like a living person, not just for the taste. The man licked his lips, pinched the beauty's chin, and kissed her. Then, he looked up at Chu Wanning and Ran and sneered. This is really not good. Someone actually dares to snatch the treasure that this king has taken a fancy to. As he spoke, he said leisurely, Little immortal, who gave you the guts? Chu Wanning's face was ashen, and his expression was extremely ugly. He was actually called a treasure by such a greasy and lecherous ghost in front of Ran. If he still had his magical power, Heaven's Inquisition would have already shredded this bastard into pieces. Ran's face was also ugly, but he knew that his current cultivation level was not enough to protect Chu Wanning and fight with the Ghost Kings at the same time. Therefore, he could only talk. He stepped forward, clasped his fist and said, Your Highness, I'm sorry for destroying so many rooms in your palace, but this person, I'm going to take him away. Oh, you're going to take him away just like that? The 4th Ghost King laughed. Look at what he's wearing. Let me teach you a lesson. That's called the Minghun robe. In other words, it's our ghost world's auspicious robe. He's wearing my auspicious robe, so he's a ghost under my command. He can't step out of the palace door. If you don't believe me, you can try. After a pause, he added, If you force him to go out, I'm afraid his soul will be crushed by the spiritual power of the robe at the entrance of the palace. Think carefully. Immerse suddenly understood why Rongju said that everyone was tied up in the main hall, but Chu Wanning was not. It turned out that the red robe he was wearing. Clenching his fist, Immerse said, I want to take him away, so I can't let your highness be taken advantage of. What does your highness want? I'll do my best to give it to you. I only want beauties. And recently, I've been sick of the gentle and obedient ones. I like the ones next to you. They're cold and don't like to talk to people. That's what I like. Looking at the expressions of Immerse and Chu Wanning, the fourth Ghost King also felt that it was interesting. He slowly sat up and said, But, to be honest, I've been in the underworld for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen someone break into my palace. That's interesting. Can I ask, who are you to him? Immerse said, He's my Shizun, just a Shizun. The Ghost King spread his hands and laughed. I thought it was some kind of life and death relationship. Immerse said, He doesn't like you. What's the use of forcing him to stay? The Ghost King lazily waved his hand. Childish. Whether I like him or not, it's not that important. I'm only interested in his skin and flesh, not his heart. Besides, the Ghost King said with a smile, If he doesn't like me, does he like you? If he's your lover, I wouldn't be interested. Although I love beauties, I don't like those who drink wine. Unfortunately, he's only your Shizun. When Immerse heard this, he was stunned at first, then suddenly laughed. Is your highness serious? I'm the master of the fourth layer of the underworld. Why would I lie to a little brat like you? Then I'll ask one more question. If Shizun is already married, then wearing your highness's auspicious clothes, would it still be useful? Of course it's useless. I've never liked to play with other people's husbands and wives. The fourth Ghost King frowned. But why are you asking this? Has your Shizun married? Chu Wanning was shameless, so he said, No. Immerse was shameless, so he said, It's a success. The fourth Ghost King? Before Chu Wanning could say anything else, Immerse suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the main entrance. As he walked, he turned around and said to the fourth Ghost King, Your Highness, don't pay attention to him. My Shizun has a bad memory. You just said that if he's married, then this auspicious clothes won't be effective. Let's not waste time arguing. I'll take him out myself. If we get out smoothly, then I ask your highness to let us live. If I'm lying, then there's no resentment in life or death. Chu Wanning said, Immerse, are you crazy? Back then in colorful Butterfly Town, it was just a show. It won't count at all. Why won't it count? Immerse was resolute, but he was very certain. The wine has been drunk, the kowtows have been kowtowed, and there are parents above and Empress Mother below. Why won't it count? Immerse. The Ghost King had been in the underworld for hundreds and thousands of years, so he was a little bored. Suddenly seeing this kind of argument, he felt it was very funny. He sat down and rested his chin on his hand, watching with interest. He patted the leg of the beauty beside him and asked her to feed him another piece of candied fruit. As he chewed, he said, Fine, you can go. If you get out smoothly, I won't stop you. If you die, then it's your own fault. Immerse said, Thank you. The main entrance of the temporary imperial residence was covered with a layer of enchantment that flashed with a faint purple light. It was obviously used to trap ghosts. The closer Chu Wanning was to the enchantment, the more unwilling he was to accept it. How could this kind of half-baked underworld marriage count? But at this time, Immerse approached him and said in a low voice, Shizun, don't worry. The marriage contract between you and me will definitely be effective. How will it be effective? Listen to me for once. This matter, I know what to do. As he said this, he held Chu Wanning's hand tightly, his palms sweaty. If it's extremely unfortunate, I will accompany Shizun. Chu Wanning's whole body shook. He opened his phoenix eyes wide and looked at him in shock, as if he had never seen this person in front of him clearly before. Immerse smiled at him, his dimples showing. I owe Shizun a lot. This time, I won't leave Shizun alone. Chu Wanning was silent for a long time, then said in a low voice, Why bother? Then what about Shizun? Why bother? Chu Wanning lowered his eyelids, then sighed softly and didn't refuse. The two stood hand in hand at the entrance of the enchantment where the purple lightning flowed. Behind them were demons and monsters who were sitting idly and watching the show. Shall we go? Let's go. It was unknown who held whose hand first, so hard. The cold hand was wrapped around the hot hand, the sweaty hand was wrapped around the dry hand, and the pale hand was wrapped around the wheat-colored hand. The heavenly fire was surging, and the lightning was roaring. The enchantment was like a huge torrent and waterfall. They stepped in at almost the same time, and in a flash of lightning, they swallowed mountains and rivers, like a hot knife through butter. It was as if in the next second, these two people who dared to step out of the gate of life and death would be torn to shreds, split into pieces, and burned to ashes. The lightning and fire burst out with a dazzling brilliance, so dazzling that it was almost white. Seeing that it was about to fall on the two of them, Immerse had always thought that from now on, he would respect and love Shizun. He couldn't disobey him, and he couldn't have any improper thoughts to tarnish Shizun's reputation. But in this moment of life and death, he suddenly turned his head, suddenly wanting to see Chu Wanning's face again. But he found that in the turbulent rain formed by the enchantment, Chu Wanning was also looking at him. Those phoenix eyes used to be fierce, resolute, regretful, abhorrent, and patient. But at this moment, it was as if everything was about to be extinguished. Also, he didn't know if it was just his imagination. There was also affection. Immerse had never seen Chu Wanning's eyes like this. His head buzzed with a roar, and he felt that the city walls and buildings were collapsing. Suddenly, there was a warm feeling of love in his chest, breaking through the solid grayish-black rock layer and breaking out of the ground. He didn't even have time to think about what kind of feeling it was. He only felt that his heart was boiling, and his blood was boiling. In the midst of thunder and lightning, he reached out his hand without hesitation and hugged Chu Wanning tightly in his arms. His frantic heartbeat hit his trembling soul. His chest hit his chest. Before he went to the ghost realm, he didn't have the idea of dying together with Chu Wanning. He always felt that the person he loved was Shizun. If he wanted to live and die together, it could only be with Shizun. But when the calamity of death really came, he couldn't help but think and held him in his arms, as if he wanted to rub the other's flesh and blood into his own flesh and hide his soul into his own soul. Chu Wanning, I'll be with you. I didn't expect it to be a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Suddenly, a leisurely joking voice sounded in his ears. This king actually caught the wrong ghost? Is this immortal monarch really a married soul with a master? Immerse suddenly opened his eyes. The thunder and lightning that should have torn them to pieces had unknowingly turned into thousands of dandelions, dancing and fluttering around them, drifting back to the snow. The four ghost kings stood up with a smile and stood not far from the palace gate. They slowly clapped their hands. I've been bored for hundreds of years, but today I've seen a good show. Chu Wanning. Immerse hadn't returned to his senses yet. His head was still dizzy. He looked at the four ghost kings, then turned to look at the person in his arms. He suddenly realized that it was inappropriate for him to hug his master like this, so he hurriedly withdrew his hands. Chu Wanning also returned to his senses from his daze. He turned his face, and it was unknown what kind of expression he had on his face. After a while, he tidied up his clothes and stood to the side without saying a word. In order to break the awkwardness, Immerse raised his head and asked the four ghost kings, "How was it? I didn't lie to the king, right?" No. The four ghost kings shook their heads with a smile that wasn't a smile. Day after day, how long has it been since I've seen such a lively scene? All right, since you let me see a good show, you can go on your own. This king has so many beauties, I don't lack a married soul. Immerse immediately felt relieved. He thought, these four kings are much more magnanimous than the ninth king that Shizun met before. Although he's a pervert, he's a man of his word and has the appearance of a king. With this thought, he pulled Chu Wanning and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, at this time, the clouds in the sky drifted away. The moonlight shone on Immerse's body, quietly casting a thick black shadow. At first, the four kings didn't react. He was still smiling because he was happy to see such a rare scene. He turned around and signaled the beauty beside him to feed him another grape. The beauty's fingertips peeled off the dark purple skin of the grape and handed the sweet and sparkling flesh to the four kings. Just as the four kings were about to open his mouth, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He suddenly turned around and shouted, "Stop!" His eyes were fixed on the shadow on the ground. His gaze moved up inch by inch and finally fell on Immerse's face. "Look, what is that on the ground?" Immerse looked down and suddenly found that there was still a blurry shadow under his feet. The four kings' playful expression was swept away. He narrowed his long and narrow eyes, which flashed with the light of a vulture pouncing on its prey. "You, a living person, can actually go to hell?" Chapter 116. When Chu Wanning saw the light gathering in the Ghost King's hand, he immediately pushed Immerse and said, "Run." There was no need for him to repeat himself. Immerse grabbed Chu Wanning's arm, and the two of them ran towards the palace gate. Immerse was so angry that he scolded, "Master Huizue's curse is so careless. How could he leave a shadow for me to use against me?" Hearing his own disciple scolding his own master, Chu Wanning didn't have much of a reaction. He only glanced at Immerse and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. "Want to escape?" The fourth king snorted from behind. "It's not that easy." Both of them were very good at lightness kung fu. Seeing that the palace gate was about to close completely, the two of them stepped on the wall and flew up. At the same time, the fourth king summoned lightning. He waved his hand, and the lightning fell on the palace gate. In an instant, the palace wall, which was only dozens of feet high, was uprooted from the ground, as if it wanted to reach the sky. The palace gate also closed at an extremely fast speed, sealing off all sides. Immerse cursed and pulled Chu Wanning to turn around and run. If they couldn't get out of the palace gate, then they wouldn't go out. It was more important to not be caught by the four ghost kings. He had hit the jackpot by a stroke of luck. The kings of the ghost world each had their own strengths and weaknesses. Although the four ghost kings were powerful in their spells, they had been licentious for thousands of years. Their bodies were not as strong as the other kings. Not to mention running 1 mile. Even if they were asked to run 50 steps, they would be out of breath. Adhering to the iron rule of never sitting if they could lie down and never standing if they could sit, the four ghost kings had been lazy for thousands of years. They were so lazy that they became useless at lightness kung fu. When he saw Chu Wanning and Immerse running further and further away, he couldn't help but be angry. However, because this guy often searched for beauties in the territories of the other kings, he didn't have a good relationship with the other 8 kings. Therefore, when something like this happened, he was unwilling to inform the other kings to join forces and capture them. What's so great about running fast? But you can't escape from this king's palm either. The fourth ghost king rubbed his belly, feeling a little wronged. When he turned around and saw that the 8 brave men who were carrying his palanquin were not moving, he became even more displeased. "What are you standing there for? This king's legs are noble, so it's not convenient for me to chase after him. Are you not going to chase after him as well?" It was said that the 4 ghost kings were handsome men when they were thin. However, because they hadn't tasted the delicacies of the mortal realm for a long time, they indulged in gluttony after they gained physical bodies. They ate while sitting, lying down, walking, and squatting. Even during the busiest times in hell, they didn't even have time to write. Instead, they had to stand on either side of him. They weren't in charge of grinding the paper, but were instead in charge of cutting fresh fruits and feeding him pastries. Just like that, a handsome man with peerless talent stuffed himself into a fatty. Although he had a good foundation and wouldn't become too fat no matter how much he ate, he still looked like he was walking. After that, the fourth ghost king ordered people to throw out all the mirrors in the palace. The words he was most unhappy to hear were the words fat and fat. It was said that a pretty concubine once sang a little song for him. The first 3 lines of the song were half moon, half moon, half moon. Before she could finish the last line, she was kicked in the chest by the fourth ghost king. He even scolded, "Fat, fat, fat. Isn't it enough to tolerate you being fat twice? Now you want to sing a third? Don't think that just because you've taken apart this king, I can't tell that you're belittling me in a roundabout way. How dare you? Therefore, although the ghost men who carried the palanquin were brave, they didn't dare to chase after Chu Wanning and Imo ran. They all lowered their heads and let the fourth ghost king complain. In the end, one of them was smarter and said, "Your Highness is very agile. If you can't catch up to them, how can we?" The fourth ghost king finally caught his breath and decided not to chase after them. He turned his head and said to his attendant, "What you said makes sense. At least you know your limits. All right, that's all. Go and pass down my order. All the doors of the palace are to be closed. The palace walls are to be covered with sealing spells. Don't even let a fly out." He spat and spat out the grape seed that he had been holding in his mouth. He said gloomily, "Let's see where they can run to." Imo ran, and Chu Wanning were very agile. With the twists and turns in the palace, they quickly left the ghosts behind. The two of them hid in a narrow alley. Chu Wanning was a ghost, so he didn't feel tired no matter how long he ran. On the other hand, Imo Ran was a mortal, so he leaned against the wall and breathed slowly. Chu Wanning glanced outside gloomily. He's sealed off the temporary imperial residence. Imo Ran caught his breath and waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, Shizun. You can enter the spirit guiding lamp. This way, we can directly return to the world of the living. He definitely won't be able to stop us." Chu Wanning nodded, but for some reason, there was a hint of worry between his brows. Imo Ran didn't notice. He took out the spirit guiding lamp and silently recited the incantation. However, the golden light flashed a few times before quickly extinguishing. Chu Wanning's earth soul was still standing in front of him, unharmed. What's going on? Mo Ran was shocked. Why didn't it work? Chu Wanning's gloomy expression became more obvious. He sighed and said, "It's just as I thought. The transmission incantation doesn't work here. I'm afraid that we can only return to the world of the living after leaving the palace." Imo Ran heard this and bit his lip. His eyes were stubborn. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "No matter what, I have to bring you out." Chu Wanning glanced at him and said, "You have to hurry. The palace is vast. It won't be easy for the ghosts to find you. However, there's no water or food here. I'm fine, but you won't be able to hold on for long." Imo Ran smiled. "I can bear the hunger. I've been like this since I was young." After a while, when the surroundings were completely silent, the two walked out of the alley and walked on the empty bluestone street. The cold moon was like water, soaking the returning people. One had a shadow, the other didn't. They walked side by side. Imo Ran said, "Shizun, earlier at the door, I'm sorry for offending you." Chu Wanning seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then, he lowered his eyelashes and his eyes turned cold. "It's fine. The situation forced me to. My words were offensive. I'm sorry." Chu Wanning, saying that you're married was wrong. "I'm sorry." Chu Wanning suddenly stopped and said coldly, "How long are you going to apologize? Can't you say something else?" "Something else?" Imo Ran was stunned. He thought for a while and carefully changed his words. Then, "I'm sorry?" Chu Wanning flicked his sleeves and left. Poor Imo Ran didn't know that his words had made him unhappy again. But in the end, he was afraid of disturbing him, and saying more would make his Shizun even more angry. He scratched his head and followed obediently. "Shizun." Imo Ran walked halfway and couldn't help but ask, "Before, did you have some kind of chance encounter?" Chu Wanning paused and asked, "What do you mean?" "I found your other earthly soul in the ghost realm. That is to say, you have an extra soul compared to ordinary people. I saw Chu Sun at Shunfeng restaurant earlier. I asked him, and he said that the extra soul shouldn't be yours to begin with." Imo Ran was a little hesitant, but with the body in the human world, I did see four Shizun. So I think, did Shizun have some kind of fate before? Chu Wanning was silent for a while and seemed to think of something. His eyes flashed, but then he closed his eyes and said, "It shouldn't be." He paused, seeming to be a little confused and hesitant, and then asked, "I really have four souls?" "Yes." Chu Wanning didn't know why. He thought for a while and sighed, "This is not something I can answer. It won't affect anything. Let him be." The two of them continued to cautiously walk along the secluded path while probing the four Ghost King's spells and spiritual energy that sealed the entire palace. There must be a weak point in every enchantment. As Chu Wanning spoke, he arrived in front of a watchtower. His fingers brushed against the rough walls. There were fragments of blue light flowing on the walls. He closed his eyes to capture the spiritual flow that was surging under the bricks. However, because he didn't have the ability to cast any spells at the moment, it was very strenuous for him to sense it. After a while, Chu Wanning lowered his hand in disappointment and shook his head. My soul is not complete, and my power is damaged. I don't know how to break through. Immerse said, Shizun, why don't you teach me and I'll try? No, the spirit of enchantment is complicated. It's not something that can be learned in a day or two. Immerse asked, then generally speaking, what are the weaknesses of enchantments? Why don't we try them one by one? Every enchantment's weakness is different. There is no such thing as being normal. If we test them one by one, I really don't know how long it will take. How do we know if we don't try? Immerse said with a smile. Maybe I'll be very lucky? Chu Wanning was about to say something when he suddenly saw a white figure swaying around the corner. He frowned and habitually wanted to summon Tianwen, but when he stretched out his hand, he couldn't summon anything. His face couldn't help but become worse. He shouted, Who is it? The white figure immediately wanted to escape. Immerse wouldn't give him the chance. He immediately flew over and grabbed the ghost. He covered the ghost's mouth and nose so that he couldn't scream. He then twisted the ghost's hands behind his back and kicked him to kneel on the ground. He stared and couldn't help but be angry. Rongjio. The youth kneeling on the ground was delicate and white like a willow tree in the wind, but there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. He turned his head and didn't say anything. Immerse said angrily, You want to tell on me again? You really think I won't kill you? Chu Wanning walked over. He hadn't seen Rongjio before. He looked down and asked Immerse, You know him? Immerse didn't know what to say. He thought that when he committed the two crimes of theft and lust, he was sent to the good and evil stage for public trial by Chu Wanning because of Rongjio. At that time, he only thought that Chu Wanning was cruel and had a deep hatred for him. But now that the old account book was laid out in front of him, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Chu Wanning didn't feel anything strange. He only thought that this person was an old acquaintance of Immerse. He said, Since he followed you here, then don't leave him in this palace. When we find a way out, we can take him with us. As he said, he looked at Rongjio carefully again. He's a good person. Reincarnation is the most important thing. Immerse. Rongjio was a little nervous at first, but when he heard what he said, he was stunned at first, then suddenly laughed. He squinted at Immerse and said, So this is Shizun? What's Shizun? Who are you to call him Shizun? Immerse was angry, my Shizun. Rongjio was angry and wanted to make things difficult for him. He said slowly, Oh, my Shizun. You. After a while, Chu Wanning figured out that something was wrong. Immerse, do you have a grudge with him? Rongjio smiled. Good Shizun, don't be angry with him. I don't have a grudge with him. We are just old friends. He said it ambiguously, but his tone was very ambiguous. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. He looked very indifferent, but the gloominess between his eyebrows couldn't be hidden. Rongjio grew up in the house, so he was the best at observing people. With Chu Wanning's pure temperament, how could the emotions in his eyes escape his eyes? He was slightly surprised. He thought that Immerse was a playboy who was bold and greedy for his Shizun. Unexpectedly, when he saw the real person, it didn't seem to be a one-sided love of Immerse. The peak of life and death was really dirty. Even if the situation was dangerous, Rongjio couldn't help but sigh. He felt disgusted and surprised. Dual cultivation between men in the cultivation world was not strange, but it was very unpopular. Immerse, as the master of the peak of life and death, actually had a relationship with his Shizun. If this spread out, Shuizhengyong, the head of the school, really didn't know where to put his face. Rongjio looked at Chu Wanning with a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, and was about to say a few words to add fuel to the fire, but Chu Wanning opened his mouth first. You're already dead. What's the point of talking about our old friendship? Isn't this what the immortal asked me? Rongjio said with a smile. I just answered truthfully. Who asked you? Chu Wanning said coldly. I asked him from the beginning. It was self-evident who he was referring to. His tone was full of anger, and it couldn't be more obvious that he wanted to draw a clear line with Rongjio. Hearing that Chu Wanning was on his side, Mo Ran felt a little relieved. He wanted to say a few words to him, but before he got close, Chu Wanning turned back angrily. It's up to you how to deal with it. But Mo Ran was actually not sure what to do. If he let Rongjio go, he was afraid that this person would turn back and make trouble for them. If he didn't let him go, he would be like a barrel of gunpowder. If he said something that shouldn't be said, he was afraid that Chu Wanning would be choked to death. After hesitating for a while, he saw that Chu Wanning went to the side to check the enchantment of the 4 Ghost Kings again. Mo Ran pulled up Rongjio's collar and said in a low voice, What do you want? I'm not calm. Rongjio's thin eyelashes trembled, and there was a glimmer in them. I just can't stand that a villain like you can start over again. But Mo Ran knew that Rongjio was not the kind of person who would hurt others and hurt himself. This guy had always done things that hurt others for his own benefit. Even if he resented others, the most important thing for him was to live a peaceful life. There was no reason for him to follow them at the risk of being burned to ashes. His eyes swept over and fell on Rongjio's feet. One of the slender white feet was wearing a shoe, and the other was not. There was mud on the feet, which was obviously the result of running away in a hurry. Mo Ran narrowed his eyes. Tell the truth. Rongjio, didn't I say? The truth is that I don't like it. If you want to lie to me again, I'll immediately cover your eyes and mouth and throw you into a dry well. You're already a soul. You won't starve to death in there, and you can't escape. If you're lucky, there will be patrols in 3 to 5 days. If you're unlucky, you'll be prepared to stay in the well for 8 to 10 years. Mo Ran paused and said in a low voice, It's up to you. Rongjio's expression changed. After a while, he said, I changed my mind. I don't want to stay here. You have to take me out. Why? You don't want to be your ghost husband anymore. Rongjio bit his lips and then looked up angrily. I want to live a normal life and start over. He took a deep breath and said, I want to be reincarnated. Good. Then let me ask you one more time. Were you the one who tipped off the patrol and let them know my whereabouts? Even if you don't say it, I have a way to interrogate you. Mo Ran's hand flashed red, and he said in a low voice, Say it. Yes, I was the one who snitched. But so what? Rongjio raised his chin, and his eyes flashed with resentment. If I didn't take the opportunity to show them the way, would I be able to escape? Mo Ran suddenly let go of his collar and laughed in anger. You're good at adding insult to injury, damn you. I'm also good at slandering people. Rongjio slowly tidied up his clothes and glanced at Chu Wanning, who was not far away. Mo Xianjun, you care about that person very much, don't you? I'll tell him in detail how you treated and coaxed me in the past, without any exaggeration. What do you think he'll do? Chapter 117. What Rongjio meant was that Chu Wanning would definitely be upset, jealous, and unable to take it. However, Mo Ran did not know that Chu Wanning's feelings for him were actually love. He pondered over Rongjio's words and felt that Rongjio was going to tell Chu Wanning all the ridiculous things he had done. If Rongjio were to tell Chu Wanning all the ridiculous things he had done, how could Chu Wanning keep her dignity? Wouldn't he die of anger? He immediately said, Don't you think about him. Rongjio smiled charmingly. He was obviously a man, but he had beautiful features. He said softly, Then protect me as well. Take me with you, and I'll be good. I promise I won't say anything, and I won't cause any trouble. Mo Ran had no choice. He cursed and turned to leave. Rongjio knew that he acquiesced, so he followed him happily. Mo Ran had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned back and pointed at Rongjio with his finger. He said in a low voice, Rongjio, if you don't behave yourself, I'll make sure that your soul will scatter before you even touch the well of reincarnation. Rongjio looked at him flirtatiously and said, I won't offend you as long as you don't bully me. I promise I will behave. Mo Xianjun, don't you know what kind of person I am? You're my old patron. Mo Ran was disgusted by Rongjio's sweet talk in his previous life. However, he could not do anything about it. He watched as Rongju walked to Chu Wanning's side. He could not figure out what was going on. Was he blind? Song, Xiutong, Rongjiu. What kind of people were they? How could he like them? If he could be reborn in front of himself in his previous life, he would really want to choke the neck of the treading celestial gentleman and crack open his head to see how much water was soaked in it. What the hell was going on? Fortunately, Rongju did not tell her everything just now. Chu Wanning was a blank piece of paper when it came to relationships. Rongjiu, who was experienced, explained to her with a smile, and Chu Wanning's tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed. He even thought that his mind was not pure enough to misunderstand the meaning of this young man's old friendship. Although his expression did not change, his heart was somewhat embarrassed. Since Rongju had joined them, he had to do something. He was familiar with the palace and said, "Although there are few people on this street, it is not hidden. If you want to find out how to break the barrier, I will take you to another place." The other place he mentioned was, in fact, a warehouse that stored cloth from the ghost realm. The white linen cloth was piled high, which was the best way to cover one's tracks. The three of them found a remote place. Chu Wanning touched the wall with his finger as if he was checking the pulse of a patient. He tried to feel the barrier that covered the entire palace. However, after a long time, he still couldn't feel it. On the contrary, Chu Wanning's soul was getting weaker and weaker. Immerse covered the back of his hand and moved his palm away from the wall. He said, "Take a rest." Chu Wanning was annoyed and helpless. He stared at his palm and sulked. "Why is my soul lacking spiritual power? Can I share mine with you?" "No need." Chu Wanning glanced at Rongjiu in the distance and softened his voice. "You are a human. I am a ghost. We are separated by yin and yang." After resting for a while, Chu Wanning began to probe again. If his three souls were complete and he had magic on him, he would be able to sense where the Four Ghost King's spell was weak by sending a strong spiritual current into the enchantment. However, his spiritual power was so weak that he barely managed to merge it into the enchantment. It was like trying to catch a floating leaf in the vast ocean. It was too difficult. After waiting for 2 hours, Rongju became a little anxious. He ran over and grabbed Immerse. "Can we get out or not?" Immerse said, "Don't make trouble. Just sit here." "I am so anxious. Give me a definite answer. Can we get out or not?" "It's useless to be anxious. Just wait." Rongju said, "Shouldn't your master be very powerful? Why is there still no movement after so long?" "His three souls are not complete, and this soul happens to lack magic. Can you be a little quieter?" Rongju heard and looked a little disappointed. His eyelashes flickered, and he sat back on the pile of white linen. After another 2 hours, Rongju stood up and walked to Chu Wanning. "Immortal, do you have any other ideas?" Chu Wanning did not open his eyes. His fingertips were still on the wall, and he said, "No." Then is there any other way for you to recover some magic?" Chu Wanning heard, pondered for a moment, and asked, "Do you have spiritual power?" "No." Rongju was slightly stunned. "Why do you ask? If you have, just give me some and I can use it." Rongju said happily, "So easy? Then let Immerse June." Chu Wanning interrupted him. "His is useless." Rongju, of course, did not know that Immerse was not a ghost. When he heard that Immerse could not use it, the smile on his face immediately froze. Why? No reason. The nature is different. Immerse knew that Chu Wanning was not good at lying, and it was best not to let Rongju know that he was not a ghost. So he immediately interrupted him. "Can you please wait outside? If someone comes, please run back and report." Rongju stared at him angrily, but the three of them were in the same boat at this time, so he had to go near the door of the warehouse. He leaned against the door reluctantly. While peeling his fingernails, he raised his misty peach blossom eyes to look outside. Immerse looked at him, and then sat down next to Chu Wanning. After hesitating for a while, he still felt that he did not want to lie to Chu Wanning, so he said, "Master, I want to apologize to you." "What did you do wrong? That is, do you still remember that one year you sent me to the good and evil stage to be punished because I broke?" Immerse paused, and did not have the nerve to say the law of lust. A person's face was really a very strange thing. When it did not matter, it could be as thick as the Great Wall, But when it was important, it could be as thin as a piece of paper, easily broken. Mo Ran lowered his head, very embarrassed, and said softly, "Because I broke the 4th, 9th, and 15th law. 4th law, theft. 9th law, lust. 15th law, deception." Of course, Chu Wanning did not forget. He opened his eyes, but did not look at Mo Ran and only said, "Yes." Looking at that handsome and restrained face, Mo Ran felt even more ashamed. After a while, he lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "Master, I am sorry." In fact, Chu Wanning had already vaguely guessed what he was going to say. Although she was angry, he always had a clear sense of priorities in front of important matters. Moreover, it wasn't as if he had only just found out about Mo Ran's shameful deeds. She said coldly, "Haven't I already punished you? You did not do it again. So why bring it up again now?" "Because that wronged you outside. He is actually..." Mo Ran did not continue, and Chu Wanning also did not speak for a long time. After a while, Mo Ran heard Chu Wanning laugh coldly. "So it was him?" "Yes." He did not dare to raise his head to look at Chu Wanning. Although the peak of life and death did not forbid the disciples' desires, and it was normal for young cultivators to dual cultivate or have lovers outside, but Chu Wanning was different. Chu Wanning cultivated the Tao of pure heart, and he had always despised those romantic relationships. Not to mention that he did not find a lover normally, but went for a stroll in the tiles. Shui Yong doted on his nephew, and perhaps it did not matter. After all, Mo Ran was already in his 20s, and he did not cultivate the Tao of pure heart. It was not good to have a pure heart and few desires all day long, so it was fine to turn a blind eye to it, but Chu Wanning could not tolerate it. He would be disgusted. Mo Ran had clearly seen the disgust, contempt, and disgust in Chu Wanning's eyes when she was punished by the stage of good and evil. Although it had been so many years, he had not done the same thing again. But now that Rong Jiao and Chu Wanning met in the world of spirits and souls, how could Chu Wanning feel at ease? Mo Ran felt that this was really like a saying. It was not that he did not want to repay, but the time had not yet come. He was not afraid that Chu Wanning would beat him or scold him, and even hoped that Chu Wanning would pick him up and give him a good beating. As long as nothing went wrong, as long as he did not anger the Earth Soul that he finally found because of this old debt. If Chu Wanning left in a fit of anger, then Mo Ran was afraid that he would really kill himself. So the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Instead of leaving Rongjia, this walking gunpowder, it was better for him to admit his mistake to Chu Wanning and come clean. He thought about it. When he said this, he would stand in the direction of the door. If Chu Wanning stood up and left after hearing this, he would immediately carry him and tie him up. After that, it did not matter how angry Chu Wanning was. No matter what, he would not let this person leave him behind and disappear. Here Mo Ran was practicing in his head how to block Chu Wanning's path. On the other side, Chu Wanning's clothes moved slightly, and the golden-red silk cloth shone slightly in the dim light. Mo Ran's heart was trembling. He whispered, "Shizun." Chu Wanning said, "The punishment has been done, and it has been so long. Why are you telling me this?" He looked sideways. His eyes were cold. His thin lips opened and closed, even with some sarcasm. "What does it have to do with me?" He did not expect that he would say, "What does it have to do with me?" Mo Ran was stunned. Chu Wanning was full of jealousy, but he did not taste it. He only felt very flustered, thinking that Shizun was so disappointed in him that he did not want to care about him anymore, and did not care about him anymore. He immediately became anxious and said, "Shizun, it was all my fault in the past. Please don't be angry." "Why should I be angry? What is there to be angry about?" Although he said so verbally, the more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. In the end, Chu Wanning said angrily, "I knew you were not that clean. What old friendship? You still want to lie to me? Get out. Get out." Although he knew that there was a sour taste in his mouth, and also knew that this was an old matter, but Chu Wanning still unconsciously scolded in a low voice, "You really have no shame." Mo Ran did not leave, but sat beside him in a daze, a pair of clear black and white eyes staring straight at him. After a while, he said, "I'm not leaving." Chu Wanning said angrily, "Leave? I don't want to see you right now." "I'm not leaving." Mo Ran muttered. He persisted, like a broken stone standing there. He was obviously such a hateful person, but when he looked at Chu Wanning, the rims of his eyes turned red, and in that hateful look, there was a faint trace of pity and stubbornness. I'm afraid that if I leave, you will run away. Shizun, don't leave me behind. Chu Wanning did not know that he would think like this. This matter, although it was disgusting every time it was mentioned, after all, it was not the first time he heard about it. He knew the general trend of the cultivation world. After the age of 20, as long as one did not cultivate the Tao of clear heart, whether it was a man or a woman, almost everyone would inevitably have a romantic time. So there was nothing strange about it. Mo Ran was not Xuemeng. Xuemeng had the best cultivation and care since he was young. His parents were upright, and his family was strict, so he did not mess around like the other children of the aristocratic families. But Mo Ran? He had a willful and casual personality. He grew up in the brothels of Washi. He had no father, and his mother was a performer in a brothel. He was a puppy that no one cared about, and all day long, he was naughty and mischievous. When he was 15, he was brought back from the mud by his uncle, with fur and mud all over his body. If he said that he was pure and innocent, Chu Wanning would not believe it unless he was stupid. But even though he knew it, when he really saw the Rongju that Mo Ran had messed around with, Chu Wanning was still disgusted. He could not chase Mo Ran away, so he just turned his head and closed his eyes, focusing on his detection barrier. As he tested, he could not help but think of Rongju's fair and delicate oval face. It was very soft to the touch, right? And that lovely light pink mouth, Mo Ran, that grandson, must have kissed it before. And that waist, that figure. He could not help but think of how Mo Ran had messed around with that girly thing in bed. Disgusting. Some things, it sounded like one thing. But when you actually saw it, it was a completely different thing. The more he thought about it, the more unbearable it became. Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes, and he was burning with anger. He got up and pushed Mo Ran fiercely. Get out. Master, get out. Mo Ran had no choice but to lower his head and slowly walked to the door of the warehouse. Rongju saw him and was a little surprised. Yo, immortal Master Mo, what's wrong? Quarreling with your master? Mo Ran did not want to talk to him at all. Now, he had a headache when he saw Rongju. In his previous life, he liked him because Rongju and Shirmei were somewhat similar. In this life, he was entangled with him because he hated him and wanted to make Rongju uncomfortable. But no matter what, the path he walked was the same as the mark on a wooden stake. It was something that could not be restored. Mo Ran said, Don't sit here. I want to guard by myself. You go somewhere else. The entrance of the warehouse was the most dangerous, so Rongju was happy to leave. But after taking 2 steps, he could not help but turn back to look at Mo Ran. He was suddenly curious. He did not know how Mo Ran died. After not seeing him for a few years, his personality seemed to have changed so much. It was like he was greatly affected by something. It was really strange. His long eyelashes fluttered. This wonderful person looked up and down at Mo Ran's back. Suddenly, he felt that something was not right. He looked carefully again, and his eyes fell on the faint shadow under Mo Ran's feet. Rongju was stunned. Chapter 118. There was a shadow of Mo Ran. He wasn't a dead person. Many details flashed through Rongju's mind. If Rongju still had a body of flesh and blood, he would have been shocked by the truth, and then his blood would rush to his head and cause his mind to be in a mess. Rongju stood there stiffly for a while. A person's reaction to big events was often closely related to his daily environment. For example, some people were usually like birds startled by the twang of a bough, and would easily be scared out of their wits in the face of unexpected events. Another example was Xuemeng, who was a proud son of God, who was always calm and unruffled, and ordinary things would not scare him at all. For someone like Rongju, who had lived in the mud all his life, the first thing he would think of when faced with such a big matter was whether it would harm him. If it didn't, then how could he gain some benefits from it? He quickly realized that Mo Ran was a living person who had mixed in with the ghost world, and this was very beneficial to him. He only needed to reveal Mo Ran's identity, and it would be a great achievement, and he would definitely be able to get an official position in the underworld. At that time, he would be able to hold his head high and be in high spirits. So what if he used his beauty to please others in life? As long as he grasped the opportunity, he would still be able to climb up the ranks after death, and this life of a man would not be in vain. This was really a meat pie that fell from the sky. Why would he need to go to reincarnation? He could immediately live the most comfortable life, completely turn the tables, wash away his shame, and start all over again. Rongju squinted his peach blossom-shaped eyes. He could almost see himself being conferred a title of nobility. Just like those officials in the ghost world, he sat in the bamboo palanquin with green gauze draped over his shoulders. He was calm and composed, passing through the demons and monsters calmly. The more Rongju thought about it, the more gratified he was. But on second thought, he was born weak and powerless, and it was almost impossible for him to slip under Mo Rant's nose and tell on him. He needed to find a way to keep Mo Ran busy. His mind moved, and his eyes fell on Chu Wanning, who was wearing a golden-red auspicious robe. Chu Xianjun, Rongju sat down next to Chu Wanning, holding his chin and greeting people. Chu Wanning, on the other hand, only cared about probing the enchantment. He didn't say a word. His eyes were closed coldly, and his eyelashes seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. "You haven't found anything yet?" Rongju tried to ask. After waiting for a while, he saw that Chu Wanning was still ignoring him, but he didn't chase him away. Rongju just sat there and talked for a while. Then he said softly, "Chu Xianjun, actually, I didn't tell you the truth just now. I was afraid that you would look down on me and not pity me and leave me there alone." Chu Wanning's dark brows were tightly knitted together. Although he didn't say anything, there was a fire burning between his brows. However, he was still restraining himself, not intending to vent. But how could this fire escape Rongju's eyes? Rongju said softly and weakly, "I thought about it carefully when I was outside, and I felt that I shouldn't have lied to you. I feel very apologetic, so I came here to apologize to Immortal Monarch." His opening was really coincidental. Just like Mo Ran, he wanted to apologize. Chu Wanning wasn't that disgusted at first, but when he heard Rongju's words, he finally opened his eyes gloomily. But he didn't look at Rongju. He asked coldly, "Which restaurant did you work in when you were alive?" Rongju was stunned. "You know?" He subconsciously glanced in Mo Rant's direction and thought to himself, "This isn't good." That guy surnamed Mo actually didn't plan to hide it from Chu Wanning and actually confessed first. "If I add more fuel to the fire now, will it still burn?" "Me and Mo Xianjun." Before he finished, he was interrupted by Chu Wanning. "Let me ask you, which restaurant did you work in when you were alive?" Rongju bit his lip. "Black Bamboo Town's Peach of Immortality House." "In Peach of Immortality House," Chu Wanning repeated and sneered. He fell silent again, his face pale. Rongju stole a few glances at him, pursed his lips, and asked tentatively, "Chu Xianjun, you're not looking down on me, right?" Chu Wanning, "I had a hard life, and my body was weak. I was sold to restaurants when I was young. If I had a choice, I would want to be like immortal, valiant, and heroic, slaying demons." As Rongju spoke, he sighed and muttered melancholically, "If only I could become like immortal after reincarnating, that would be great." "A soul's personality won't change because of reincarnation," Chu Wanning said lightly. "I'm sorry, but we're not the same kind of people." Rongju was speechless, but the smile on his face didn't waver. He lowered his head and said, "I know, I can't compare to a mortal, but this is just wishful thinking. For people like us, if we don't give ourselves something to look forward to, I'm afraid we won't last more than a year in the restaurant before thinking about suicide." Seeing that Chu Wanning didn't say anything, Rongju glanced at Mo Ran from the corner of his eyes, guessing that he couldn't hear his conversation with Chu Wanning. Then he sighed softly. "After all, the customers in the restaurant are usually rough and fierce, and they don't treat us like humans. At that time, being able to receive a guest like Mo Xianjun is already something to be desired." Chu Wanning still didn't say a word, but the meridians on the back of his hand that was pressed against the wall were bulging. If he had spirit power, he would have been able to poke 5 holes in the wall. He held it in for a while, but still couldn't hold it in, and said in an extremely low voice, "What's there to be desired?" Rongjia's charming face showed a trace of affection. Not too much, not too little, just right. Mo Xianjun is a good person. Although he made a mistake in the end and took my money, I think it's probably because I didn't serve him properly before. He's always reasonable, and his personality is also likable. Chu Wanning listened silently with a cold face. In our restaurant, everyone who has accompanied him remembers his kindness, and many of them hope that he can come back. Does he go there often? Rongjio pretended to smile bitterly. How do you mean often? Immortal asked, but I don't know. Then tell me how often he goes there, who he looks for, and when was the last time he went there? Chu Wanning's thin lips moved up and down like knives, and each of his questions splashed with cold light, as if they could kill Mo Ran. Rongju pretended not to see the cold light in Chu Wanning's eyes, and answered with exaggeration. I don't remember how often he comes, but there are 30 days in a month, or 10 days. As for who he looks for, it's not fixed. Sigh, but it's all in the past. Immortal, 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 immortal. Please don't blame him anymore. I'm asking you, when was the last time you went there? Chu Wanning's face was as cold as ice. Speak. In fact, after the day Mo Ran was reborn, he never went to visit Rongjio, nor did he go to the restaurant or brothel. But looking at Chu Wanning's face, Rongju knew that he couldn't tell the truth, so he pretended to be confused and added fuel to the fire. I don't know, but until I died, I would occasionally see immortal, 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 immortal in the restaurant. He shouldn't be far away. Before he finished, Chu Wanning suddenly stood up, withdrew his long fingers, and dropped his wide sleeves. In the hazy night, his entire body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were sputtering with scorching sparks. Rongjio was secretly happy, thinking that this simple immortal was easy to fool. He was a young man in the brothel, and he knew how to manipulate people's minds. As long as he opened his mouth, a decent person like Chu Wanning would definitely be hooked. But Rongju's face was already filled with panic, and he hurriedly said, Immortal, 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 immortal. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Now, this is all the wrongs of the previous life. Please don't blame immortal, 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 immortal. He is not a bad person. Do I need you to tell me whether he is a bad person or not? Chu Wanning was shaking with anger and said sternly, I am disciplining my disciple. Who are you to interfere? Immortal, 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 immortal. Chu Wanning didn't care about him at all. His eyes were filled with coldness, but within that coldness, there was also a blazing anger. He pushed away Rongju, who was in front of him, and strode to the door of the warehouse, grabbed Mo Ran's collar, and pulled him up. Mo Ran was shocked and hurriedly turned around. Master? Chu Wanning retracted her hand, as if she felt that touching his collar was dirty. He was like a cheetah waiting for an opportunity to pounce on its prey. She stared at Mo Ran's face for a long time. She was so angry that she couldn't say a word. What else could he say? The punishment from the good and evil stage did not make Mo Ran wake up. He had already admitted his mistake, but in front of him, he was pretending to be a good person. Who knew that he would secretly go to the peach-splitting house and the broken-sleeve house to call for prostitutes? Mo Ran did not know that he was tricked, but he saw that Chu Wanning's face was full of anger and disgust, and he was not sure if he saw wrongly, but there was also a bunch of suppressed grief. Mo Weiyu, what you said, how many words are true, and how many are false? Chu Wanning's voice was hoarse, and his eyelashes were fluttering. After a long time, he said in a low voice, You really have a bad character, and it's hard to judge. This sentence was like a boulder falling into the sea, causing a huge splash. Mo Ran was shocked and took 2 steps back, shaking his head and looking at him blankly. No, this was what Chu Wanning said in his previous life because he was very disappointed in himself. Why would he say this again out of the blue? Mo Ran did not know what happened, and immediately became anxious. He wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Chu Wanning. The anger in Chu Wanning's eyes was like a wildfire, as if it was going to burn his eyes red. He said hoarsely, How long are you going to lie to me? Mo Ran's mind was in a mess. What lie? What did Chu Wanning know? He had too many dirty past and could not bring it out in public, so when he saw Chu Wanning's terrifying eyes, Mo Ran did not think that it was Rongju who was behind this. Chu Wanning pressed on, and Imo kept retreating until he could no longer retreat, and his back was against the wall. Chu Wanning stopped and looked at Imo face in silence. Imo heard his teacher's voice choking. Why do you want me to go back? Continue to be lied to by you, angered by you, and fooled by you? I thought you had changed for the better, Imo. I thought you could be taught. I thought you had changed for the better. I thought I could teach you well. He slowly closed his eyes, and after a while he said softly, Rotten wood cannot be carved. Teacher, get lost. Don't you understand? Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of coldness. Imo, you disappoint me. How do you want me to pretend that I don't know anything and return to the world of the living with you? Imo's heart tightened, and regardless of his anger, he grabbed his wrist under his wide sleeve, shook his head, and said with tears in his eyes, Teacher, don't be angry. Tell me what happened, okay? If I did anything wrong, I will change, okay? Don't drive me away. Change. Imo said he would change, but did he? If he didn't meet Rongjio, would he know about this? Chu Wanning was originally the calmest person, but he had a strong temper, and he was even more emotional. In addition, Rongjio and Imo's relationship was terrible, and Rongjio acted so well, so Chu Wanning was fooled. Chu Wanning couldn't get away from Imo, and in his anger, he raised his hand to summon Heaven's Inquisition, but how could he summon it? He was so angry that he was on the verge of collapse, and if he was alive, he would have vomited blood. Suddenly, a bright red light lit up, and Imo called the ghost and handed it to Chu Wanning. He knelt in front of his teacher, but his other hand was still tightly holding Chu Wanning's wrist, afraid that he would leave at any time. Imo said, Teacher, I know that I did a lot of things to make you angry, to make you sad. But after coming to the world of spirits and souls, what I said to you is all true. He raised his head, held back his tears, and looked at him. It's all true. I didn't lie to you. Chu Wanning clenched her fists tightly. Her heart was burning with anger, but she also felt extremely uncomfortable. Imo's grip on her was so strong that he could not stop trembling. He was on the verge of despair, but he refused to let go. His pain seemed to be piercing into the depths of his soul. How could he not feel it? Imo said, If teacher is unhappy, if you don't want to forgive me, then you can hit me, scold me, you can do it. If you really don't want to see me, feel that I have a bad character and difficult to cultivate. When he said this, he suddenly choked. Imo lowered his head and knelt in front of Chu Wanning. If teacher really doesn't want me anymore, he didn't want Chu Wanning to see him cry, but his shoulders couldn't help but tremble. Tears fell and dripped to the ground, silently staining it. In the future, I will leave the peak of life and death, never, ever appear in front of teacher again. But I beg you. He knelt, and his forehead was almost touching the muddy ground. But the hand that was holding Chu Wanning's wrist was so tight, so stubborn, and refused to let go. I beg you, don't go. Teacher. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. You promised me that you would go back with me. I beg you, don't go. His heart was painful and sour. It was obviously just a remnant soul, but why did it feel like a knife was cutting his heart and burning his heart? Chu Wanning suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Did I promise you? Then what about the promise you made me? On the good and evil stage, you clearly said that you knew you were wrong, and in the Green Heaven Hall, you knelt and said that you wouldn't do it again. Why can't you do it? Imo, do you really think that I will never know and won't punish you again? Imo was shocked, but he felt like he was in the clouds. He suddenly raised his head and opened his moist eyes. What? Before he finished speaking, the ghost saw a flash of red light and fiercely slapped Imo's face. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere, splattering on the wall and the ground. Chu Wanning was really angry, so angry that he choked. This vine whip actually didn't save the slightest bit of strength. Imo's side face was cut open, and beads of blood kept dripping down. But he didn't care about the pain at all. He grabbed Chu Wanning's hand, opened his eyes wide, and asked, What good and evil stage? What Green Heaven Hall? What did I hide from you? What did I lie to you about? His repeated questions made Chu wanting even more dizzy. He wanted to shake him off, but he couldn't. Mo Ran suddenly felt that something was wrong, turned his head abruptly, and looked into the warehouse. That bastard Rongjio. When the two of them were arguing fiercely and couldn't see a second person in each other's eyes, he actually sneaked out secretly and disappeared. Mo Ran immediately understood, and his expression changed greatly. Master, we fell into his trap. Come with me quickly. It won't be safe here soon. Let's go. As he said that, he pulled Chu Wanning and ran out of the door. After running for a few steps, they saw Rongju leading a group of soldiers from afar, and he kept saying, "Over here, that living person with a remnant soul." The two of them. Mo Ran was furious. Why didn't they kill you? There was no time to explain more. Mo Ran held Chu Wanning's hand tightly and led him through the palace walls and alleys. There were more and more soldiers behind them, and the sound of clappers and whistles resounded in the palace. Chu Wanning glanced back and saw 4 or 5 lights converging from several main alleys, like hissing fire snakes, snaking towards them. Rongji's face was shining, and his body that was extremely weak because of the bullying in the past was desperately chasing Chu Wanning and Mo Ran, like a hungry wolf chasing after its prey. He felt that he was the first to succeed, and his heart was extremely happy and even burst out some heroic spirit. Catch them. Catch the living person who trespassed into the ghost world. Halfway through running, his arm was suddenly grabbed. Rongjio turned around angrily and saw that it was the captain of the guards who had detained him before. He couldn't help but feel guilty, but still said angrily, "Why do you want to catch me? Why don't you go and catch the person in front?" They ran away without permission. Didn't you also want to run away without permission? The captain narrowed his eyes and looked at him maliciously. Rongjio was shocked and said, I ran because I wanted to catch the person for the 4th prince. I was the one who found the living person. I was the one who found that Mo Weiyu was not a ghost. Don't think that you can catch me and steal the credit in front of the 4th prince." The captain was stunned at first, and then he thought about it and laughed. "You found it first? You got the credit? Ha ha ha, I stole the credit?" The wanton laughter suddenly tightened. "I think you are crazy because you want to get the credit. The living person was found by the 4th prince himself. Otherwise, do you think that in order to stop an ordinary ghost, the 4th prince had to use a wizardry barrier to seal the entire palace? Ha! Steal the credit. I think you are blind. You want to steal the credit from the 4th prince." Rongju was shocked, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. In front of him was a rolling army of ghost soldiers rushing past, chasing after Mo Ran and Chu Wanning. Rongjia's lips trembled, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Found it long ago? The Ghost King found it long ago. By himself? I am not the first one? No credit? The scene of extravagance and riches seemed to have crashed to the ground with a loud crash, only to be trampled to pieces by the frenzied flow of soldiers. Rongjiu was stunned for a while, and then he suddenly became crazy, struggling to rush forward. His figure was weak, like a humble mayfly that refused to accept its fate, like a moth that died because of the candle. His life had never been easy. There was only one bed, men, rich women, and guests. A small house that never saw the light of day, and it was difficult to distinguish between day and night. That was his life. It was too dark, and the night would never end. He wanted tomorrow, and he was willing to sacrifice his dignity, his body, his face, his kindness, his conscience. These were the only things he had. For a glimpse of light, he had to embrace fire. Wait for me. Chu Xianjun, save me. Catch him. He defected, and we will take him to the 4th prince for trial. No. Rongjiu's pale and bloodless fingers clawed at the ground, and his hair was disheveled in the struggle. His beautiful face looked particularly gloomy and terrifying under the gloomy moonlight. His eyes bulged, and he screamed incoherently, "No! Chu Xianjun, save me!" After a while, he screamed hysterically, "I found them first. I found the living person first. It was me. You can't do this to me. Without me, you wouldn't have found them at all. You want to steal my benefits. You want to steal my credit." He was dragged away, and his crazy screams were quickly drowned out by the rumbling footsteps. Chapter 119. Although Chu Wanning did not hear what Rongju was shouting behind him, he understood without further explanation that Rongju was deliberately provoking him in the warehouse just now. He wanted him to be angry so that he could find the right time to escape and tell on him, thinking about how he would always think twice before anything. But now when it came to matters related to Immerse, he was no longer so calm. He was actually tricked by a fool with just a few words. Chu Wanning was a little speechless. He looked at Immerse running in front of him and could not help but ask, "After that, did you go to the Peach House again?" Unexpectedly hearing this name that he had almost forgotten, Immerse staggered and scolded, "Rongju, that bastard! He said that I went to the Peach House again? How could I go there again?" "Master, are you angry because of this and saying that I lied to you? After the good and evil stage, I never went to those places again. I did not lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can use the ghost to tie me up and interrogate me." "No need." Chu Wanning lowered his eyes and looked at the ghost that he was still holding tightly in his hand. He thought about how he did not ask and used the willow vine to beat Immerse up. It was really— Wait a minute, Shinwu? The ghostly flames illuminated his eyes and brows, making them look extremely bright. Chu Wanning stared at them for a moment, and her heart was already in turmoil. She tried to channel the ghostly flow into her palm, and immediately felt a powerful and abundant energy rush into her palm in an unending stream. Chu Wanning suddenly understood where to get the source of spiritual power. Between the living and the dead, although they could no longer exchange spiritual power, the spiritual power of Shinwu did not matter whether it was human, ghost, god, or demon. As long as the weapon itself did not resist, then it was the same. Immerse was running halfway when he suddenly felt that Chu Wanning had stopped. He immediately turned around and asked anxiously, "Master, what's wrong?" His face was still covered in blood, making him look even more pitiful when contrasted with his bright black eyes. Chu Wanning pursed his lips. He was a little embarrassed, but also a little reluctant. However, the pride in his bones made him feel that even though he had wronged Immerse, this kid did indeed have a relationship with those Zhang Sanrong and Zhou girls in the past. He deserved to be beaten. After thinking for a moment, Chu Wanning did not know what kind of tone he should use to face him. So, he could only continue to say without any tone or expression, "Immerse, stand still and move to the side of the palace wall." "What?" Chu Wanning said lightly. "Let me show you a magic trick." Before he could understand what his master meant, he saw the ghost's red light continuously flow into Chu Wanning's remnant soul, enveloping his entire soul in a layer of scorching flames. Immerse opened his eyes wide and watched Chu Wanning and the ghost for a moment. Suddenly, the flames disappeared. The man in the golden red robe held the willow vine that was spitting flames and turned to him. "Immerse, give the ghost an order." Immerse already vaguely knew what he was going to do. Although he found it hard to believe, he immediately shouted, "The ghost is like me, listen to his orders." The willow vine in Chu Wanning's hand hissed and flowed, bursting into a string of sparkling red sparks. The willow leaves on the vine glowed brightly and emitted a brilliant light. Chu Wanning raised his other hand, his fingertips brushing the ghost's vine inch by inch. Wherever his fingertips passed, brilliance surged. At this time, thousands of ghost soldiers had already arrived not far in front of the two of them. Behind the two of them was the towering palace wall that was sealed by the barrier. There was no way to retreat. However, Chu Wanning did not plan to retreat. A ray of light splashed out from his eyes, forming thousands of ripples. A strong wind suddenly blew, and his robes fluttered wildly. Chu Wanning held the willow vine and fiercely whipped it in the air. In an instant, the ghost rushed out like a dragon, golden light shining brightly, illuminating the night sky. The ghost obeyed Immerse's orders and no longer rejected Chu Wanning. Instead, it continuously gathered its own powerful spiritual energy into Chu Wanning's soul. Chu Wanning's eyes flashed with a dazzling light, and his voice was deep and steady. "Ghost, 10,000 coffin." Boom! In an instant, countless golden red willow vines broke out of the ground, tearing the majestic palace into broken bricks and tiles. Thick and strong vines tightly held the ghost soldiers and ghosts, dragging them to the center of the willow vines and sealing them. Immerse looked at everything in front of him in amazement, watching the divine marshal and the remnant soul respond and fuse together. Chu Wanning's robes fluttered, and his ink-black hair was like smoke. In life and in death, there was this world-shaking, blazing, heroic spirit that was unstoppable. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Wanning suddenly rushed back and pressed his hand against the palace wall. In just a short while, he immediately found the weak point of the barrier. 9 feet up, 4 inches to the right, you use fire to attack. Immerse immediately jumped up as he said, and before the ghosts in the palace had time to react, he gathered the fiery curse in his palm and smashed it at the location Chu Wanning pointed at. In an instant, the earth and mountains shook, and the sky-high palace walls quickly collapsed, returning to their original height and appearance. The ceiling barrier that guarded the surroundings was also instantly torn apart, collapsing into pieces. "Get out!" There was no need to say it a second time. Immerse jumped to the top of the wall, turned around, and pulled Chu Wanning, who came up behind him. The two of them broke out of the palace of the 4 ghost kings, and their figures were extremely fast, disappearing into the boundless night sky in an instant. In the narrow alley, Chu Wanning and Immerse each leaned against a wall, looking at each other, and said nothing. In the end, Immerse couldn't hold it in and laughed. "That old ghost is probably going to die of anger." Hiss. When he grinned, the wound on his cheek hurt. Chu Wanning said, "Don't laugh." Immerse stopped laughing. In the dim alley, his eyelashes fluttered, and his dark, gentle eyes looked at the other person. "Shizun, are you still angry with me?" If he had said, "Shizun, you've wronged me," Chu Wanning might have felt uncomfortable, but he asked if he was still angry. Chu Wanning hesitated for a moment, then silently changed the topic. "Hurry up and cast your spell. We escaped from the palace of the 4 ghost kings." He won't have the face to tell the other ghost kings for a while, but it might not be so if we delay for a long time. When he heard this, he knew that Chu Wanning wasn't going to leave. His heart, which had been tense since just now, finally relaxed. Immerse couldn't help but laugh again, yes? As he laughed, it hurt again, and he couldn't help but cover his face. Chu Wanning. Immerse took out the spirit guiding lamp and held it in his hands. He lowered his head and silently recited the incantation. After repeating it 3 times, the spirit guiding lamp suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance, so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. He seemed to hear Master Huizue's chanting through the rushing water of the yellow springs, and through the tranquil forgetfulness river reeds. "When will you return? When will you return?" That voice was very faint, and it was almost impossible to distinguish. After a while, the chanting of "When will you return?" seemed to be closer, and then Master Huizue's voice sounded in Immerse's ears. "Why are there 2 earthly spirits?" Master Huizue's hazy voice carried a trace of doubt. Immerse closed his eyes, and in his mind, he told everything to Huizue. That faint voice was silent for a moment, then said, "You saw Shun Feng Restaurant's Chusun?" "Yes." "Master, it's nothing. Since Master Chu said that it's normal to have 2 earthly spirits, that should be the case." Huizue said, "It's just that I've never tried to summon 2 earthly spirits from the world of spirits and souls at the same time. It will take a little longer, so I'll have to trouble almsgiver Imo to wait a little longer." Immerse glanced at the 4 Kings' Palace and asked, "How long will it take? We just came out of the 4 Kings' Palace. I don't know when they'll catch up." "It won't be too long, please be assured." Almsgiver Imo Huizue said this, and his voice became even fainter. After a while, it was completely drowned out by the chanting of "When will you return?" Chu Wanning couldn't hear Huizue's voice and frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" "Master Soul is special, so the master said to wait a little longer." Immerse said, "This place is too close to the palace. Let's walk a little further." Chu Wanning nodded, and the two walked to a corner. At this time, the sky was almost bright, and the old man who had led the way before was preparing to pack up his stall. When he saw Immerse, he exclaimed in surprise, "Aya, you found him?" Ran didn't expect to meet him again and was stunned for a moment, then said, I found him. I found him. Thank you very much, uncle. What's there to thank? It's the little immortal's good luck. AI, why is your face broken? Oh, it was hit by the Een soldier's soul-scattering whip. Ran made up a story. No wonder. I've said that normal things shouldn't be able to hurt ghosts. AI, how painful must it be? The old man thought for a moment, then put down the tray that he had cleaned up and cooked 2 bowls of small wonton and held it out to them. These leftovers won't be sold today. I'll treat you to some before you leave. Ran thanked him and watched as the old man picked up the basket again and leisurely walked away. Only then did he put the bowl of soup on the small stone bench next to him. Chu didn't like to eat green onions, so the old man sprinkled some green onions in the wonton soup. Ran scooped out the green onions in front of him and then switched with Chu bowl and said, Master, eat this bowl. Chu glanced at him, but didn't refuse, and picked up the spoon to slowly taste it. Ran watched him eat, the cold soup of the ghost realm touching his light-colored lips, and the wonton and soup didn't disappear at all. The authentic way of eating ghosts. Is it good? It's okay. It's not as good as your dragon hands. Cough. Chu was caught off guard, and as if he had choked, he abruptly raised his head and stared in astonishment at the person in front of him who was holding his chin and looking at him with a smile. He suddenly felt like a clam that had been forcefully ripped off its shell and exposed to the scorching sun, with not a single secret left. What dragon hands? Elder Yuheng frowned, his expression solemn, and tried to play dumb to hide his master's prestige. Stop pretending. But before he could pick up his master's prestige, Ran's hand reached out to ruffle his hair and smashed it to pieces. Chu was very angry at this, and also very depressed. I know everything. Ran took out the lantern that contained the human soul from his chinkuan bag and placed it next to the stone bench, saying, Master was awkward when he was alive, but in the netherworld, only the human soul is honest. I made it for you. But, Ran raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. But what? Guilt in your heart? Fear that you'll be hungry? Regret it? He couldn't say these things out loud. Chu felt that there was a hidden illness in his heart. He always had a self-esteem that was much stronger than that of ordinary people. He regarded being good to others, liking someone, and having attachments as shameful things. Through many years of wind and rain, he was used to being alone, and became a tall and straight giant tree that towered into the sky. This kind of giant tree would never sway like a flower, provoking people, nor would it sway with the wind like a vine, tickling people's hearts. He just stood there silently and solemnly. He was very steady, and also very reliable. He silently sheltered the people passing by from the wind and rain, and provided shade for the people leaning against the tree to enjoy the shade. Perhaps it was because the tree was really too tall, too lush, that people had to deliberately raise their heads to discover. Ah, so this gentle shade was cast by him. But those passers-by who came and went, none of them raised their heads, and none of them discovered him. People's vision was always used to looking at places that were lower than themselves, or at most the same level as themselves, so he gradually got used to it. Being used to it, it became natural. In fact, there was no one in the world who was born to be dependent, or born to be relied on. It was just that those who always clung to the strong would become more and more charming, more and more gentle, stretching out their boneless waists, flattering, and sweet-talking to obtain a piece of the world. And there was another kind of person, such as Chu ever since he left the mountain. He had always been the one who was relied on. This kind of person would become more and more resolute, more and more strong. Later on, his face would become iron, and his heart would become tempered steel. These people were used to seeing other people's weakness, seeing all the servile and charming bones in the world, so they were extremely unwilling to reveal even the slightest bit of softness. They were people who held swords, so they had to be fully armed, ready for battle. They couldn't reveal their weakness, and they didn't know what a gentle home was. After a long time, it seemed that they had forgotten. In fact, when people were born, they had feelings and intentions. There was hardness and softness. When they were children, they would cry and laugh. They would climb up after falling, and they would also yearn for a pair of hands to help them up. He might have once hoped for someone to help him up. But after waiting once, there was no one. The second time, there was still no one. He gradually got used to it in his disappointment. When someone really did come to help him up, he would only feel that it was unnecessary, and he would feel ashamed. It was just a fall. His leg wasn't broken, so why be pretentious? What if his leg was broken? This kind of person would think. Oh, it was just a broken leg. He wasn't dead. So why be pretentious? What if he was dead? Even if he became a ghost, he would still think. Sigh, he was dead anyway, so it would be pretentious to say more. They were trying hard to get rid of the pretentiousness of being born weak, but unknowingly, they fell into another kind of pretentiousness. Each one of them suffered from an illness of self-esteem, and it was incurable. Immerse looked at this incurable person, waiting to see what he would say. In the end, Shizun didn't say anything. He pursed his lips and dryly put down the soup spoon. He was very unhappy. So after a while, he suddenly stood up and said, "Try casting another spell. I want to enter the spirit guiding lamp." Immerse was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Is the spirit guiding lamp a conch shell? If you're embarrassed, you can hide in it. Shizun's expression was dignified, and he flicked his sleeve. Embarrassed? Tell me, what is there for me to be embarrassed about? Shizun is embarrassed, of course, because he didn't expect him to be so thick-skinned to say it. Shizun felt as if he had been pricked by a needle and said, "Shut up, because you're good to me." Immerse also stood up. The red clouds of the ghost realm floated across the sky, and the dim crescent moon peeked out, sprinkling a layer of frost on the ground, and also illuminating Immerse's face. He was no longer smiling, and his expression was solemn and serious. "Shizun, I know you're good to me. I don't know if you'll remember what I'm saying now, but no matter what, I want to tell you. From now on, you'll be one of the most important people in this world. Your disciple did many ridiculous things in the past, and even though he clearly had the best Shizun in the world, he still harbored resentment. Now that I think about it, I feel very regretful." Shizun looked at him. Immerse said, "Shizun is the best Shizun, and your disciple is the worst disciple." Shizun was originally a little uneasy, but when he heard Immerse use his pitiful words to express himself, he tried his best, but he was still so clumsy. After a while, he couldn't hold it in anymore, and finally smiled faintly. "Oh," he nodded and repeated, "Shizun is the best Shizun, and your disciple is the worst disciple. You finally have some self-awareness." Shizun was never a greedy person. He gave others a lot, but asked for very little. Even though he didn't have Immerse's friendship, but to be able to treat him as the most important person, as the best Shizun, that was not bad. He was originally a person who was very poor emotionally, so poor, but he wasn't willing to beg. Someone was willing to give him a small piece of hot sesame seed cake to nibble on. He felt very happy, nibbling on the cake in small bites, and was very satisfied. But Immerse, this stupid guy, looked at this piece of soul in a daze, and was also amused by himself. The grass was growing and the orioles were flying. He was indescribably happy. He said, "Shizun, you should smile more. You look better when you smile than when you don't." Shizun, on the other hand, did not smile. Self-esteem disease. He felt that looking good was a praise that wildflowers and weeds should get for showing off. Like Ronggio, he didn't want it. But Immerse was still thinking hard to praise his good Shizun. "Shizun, do you know, when you smile, only that word can describe." He was trying hard to think of a word to describe the beautiful scene just now. Something related to laughter. The clapper in the underworld sounded 3 more times. This person's mind was blessed, and he blurted out, "Yes, smiling in the underworld." Shizun was really angry this time. He didn't want to pay attention to Immerse anymore. He suddenly waved his sleeves, held up the spirit guiding lamp, and said sternly, "Immerse, you're so long-winded. Aren't you going to cast your spell? If you say one more word of nonsense, I'll go back to the palace of the 4 kings myself. It's better than returning to the human world and listening to your nonsense all day long." Immerse was stunned. Smiling in the underworld. Did he use it wrong? In the underworld, he had a very beautiful smile. There was nothing wrong with it. Arguing at the intersection was after all a bit too flamboyant. Immo Rand didn't know what he said wrong, but since his Shizun asked him to shut up, he would shut up. Thinking of this, Immo Rand scratched his head and pulled Chu Wanting to a corner. At this time, the slow chanting in his mind was getting louder and louder. Immo Rand tried to ask Huizue, "Master, is it almost done?" There was a moment of silence, and then there was the sound of a wooden fish. Huizue's voice seemed to be right next to his ear. It became very clear. "It's almost done." As soon as Huizue's voice fell, bits of golden light floated out from Chu Wanting's second soul. The soul standing in front of him became fainter and fainter as the golden light dispersed, until it suddenly turned into thousands of fireflies, flowing into the soul lamp like a river of stars. Immo Rand heard the master's chanting. It came through the rushing and vigorous water of the yellow springs, and through the quiet and serene Wang River reeds. "When will you return? When will you return?" All the bitterness was gradually washed away by this long Buddhist voice, which was close to a sigh. Immo Rand hugged the soul lamp, only to feel his body become lighter and lighter, more and more illusory. Dong! There was a crisp sound of a wooden fish. Like a sharp blade, it suddenly shattered this absent-minded chanting. Immo Rand suddenly opened his eyes, as if he was awakened. Everything in the world of spirits and souls dissipated, as if it was just a dream not long ago. He found himself lying on a bamboo raft. The bamboo raft stopped at the bridge of helplessness at the peak of life and death. Under the bamboo raft, there was an endless flow of water surging, splashing waves. The sky was crab blue, but it was stained with a thin layer of red. Bamboo leaves fluttered on both sides of the river. Thousands of leaves and thousands of sounds were fresh and tender. Dawn seemed to be coming. He blinked absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he found that the soul lamp in his arms was gone. He was so shocked that he sat up abruptly. "Master, don't shout," someone said lightly. Immo Rand gasped, like a person who had experienced a nightmare. He turned his pale face and saw Huizue sitting on the shore, knocking on the wooden fish on the bluestone and lifting his eyelids. "Even if you shout, he can't hear you now." The soul guiding lamp was placed next to the wooden fish, overflowing with colorful light and sparkling with golden splendor. Chu Wanting's soul power was indescribably beautiful. Huizue picked up the soul guiding lamp, stood up from the rock, and nodded at Immo Rand. "Young benefactor Immo, you did very well." Immo Rand got up with a grunt and jumped from the bamboo raft to the shore. He pulled Huizue and asked anxiously, "Great Master, let's go to Shuangtian Palace to find Master's mortal body, right? Hurry, hurry. I'm afraid that if we're late, his soul will disperse again." Huizue couldn't help but laugh. "How can it disperse so easily?" Then, he added, "Don't be anxious. This penniless monk has already sent benefactor Shui to speak to your sect master. Chu Wanting's mortal body should have been moved to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion. This penniless monk will enter seclusion there to cast a spell and transfer your master's soul back into her body." Immo Rand said, "Then let's go, let's go." Seeing Huizue's expression that was not a smile, he hurriedly said, "Great Master, take your time. There's no rush, there's no rush." However, his eyebrows were clearly furrowed, and he subconsciously took a step forward. He even wanted to reach out and pull Huizue's sleeve. How could he not be in a rush? Huizue shook his head, sighed, and said with a smile, "Young benefactor, there's no use in being anxious." Immo Rand waved his hand. "No rush, no rush, no rush. Safety is more important." Yes, safety is more important. When the soul leaves the body, it can't instantly return to the body. Otherwise, it will go against the will of the heavens and easily disperse. This poor monk will naturally take his time. "Yes, yes, yes. Good, good, good. Take your time," Immo Rand repeatedly agreed, but he still couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. He carefully asked, "Then how long will it take for Master to be revived?" Huizue was very calm. 5 years. So that's how it is. 5 years is 5 years? Immo Rand turned pale with fright. He felt like he had been choked. 5 years at the earliest. Imo ran. Chapter 120. The morning sun had just broken and the red clouds filled the sky. Although it was still early, a large group of disciples had already gathered outside the Red Lotus Pavilion. They were all dressed in white robes and stood on both sides of the road with their heads lowered. Dong, dong, dong. The morning bell rang from the Tong Tian Tower. In the distance, a few people were slowly approaching with a coffin. The leaders were Xue Jingyong and Elder Tanlang. Behind them were Imo Ran and Xue Ming. Shi Mei and a monk in an old kasaya stood on the left and right. They stepped on the slippery limestone road and gradually walked over from the thin fog. The monk held a lantern in his hand. Although the sky was already bright, the lantern's radiance did not diminish in the daytime. The golden brilliance was like summer flowers, bright and dazzling. All the disciples lowered their heads and concentrated on controlling their breathing. They had already heard that Master Huizue of Wubei Temple had come specially for Elder Yu Hong. They assumed that this ordinary-looking monk was him. For this legendary figure, the younger generation's reverence suppressed their curiosity. On the long mountain road, no one dared to look carefully. They only heard the sound of a cane and saw a pair of monk's shoes entwined with hemp grass pass by. The master floated away, leaving everyone standing solemnly. The coffin was steadily carried. Because it was resurrection and not burial, no one cried. When they reached the Red Lotus Pavilion, Huizue looked around and said, "Put it beside the lotus pond. There's plenty of spiritual energy there, and it's easy to cast spells." "Okay, we'll listen to the master." Xue Jingyong led the others and placed the ice coffin there. "Master, if there's anything else you need, just tell me. You saved Yu Hong, which means you saved half of my life. I'll do my best to help you." "Thank you for your kindness, Master Xue," Huizue said. "I don't have anything to ask for now. If I do in the future, it won't be too late to tell you." "Okay, then don't be so polite." Huizue put his palms together and bowed to Xue Jingyong with a faint smile. Then, he turned around and looked at the others. "This humble monk needs 5 years to bring Elder Chu back to life. In order to avoid disturbances, from today onwards, the Red Lotus Pavilion will be closed to all guests. 5 years later, on the day of Elder Chu's resurrection, it will reopen." Although Xue Ming had already heard about this before, when he heard Huizue say that Shizun wouldn't wake up until 5 years later, he couldn't help but tear up. He silently lowered his head. "Benefactors, if you wish to part ways with Elder Chu, please go to the coffin. After today, it will be over 1,000 days before we can meet again." Everyone went in order. First, it was Xue Jingyong and the elders. One by one, they stood in front of the coffin and bid farewell. Xue Jingyong said, "I hope we can meet again soon." Tanlang said, "Wake up early." Xuanji said, "I wish you all the best." Lu Tsuan sighed and said, "I'm a little envious of you. 5 years of time is frozen, so you don't look old anymore." The rest of the elders also had their own words. Soon, it was Xue Ming's turn. Xue Ming wanted to hold it in, but he was used to being impulsive and couldn't hold it in. In the end, tears fell from his eyes beside Chu Wanning's coffin. He wiped his tears vigorously and said with a choked voice, "Shizun, even if you're not here, I'll practice my sword well. In the future, I won't embarrass you at the Spiritual Mountain Conference. When you wake up, I'll tell you my good ranking. Under my Shizun, there is no disciple who loses in words." Xue Jingyong walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Xue Ming didn't hug his father as usual. Instead, he sniffled and stubbornly turned away. He didn't want to be a hedonistic youth who only relied on his father in front of his Shizun. Then it was Shi Mei's turn. Shi Mei's eyes were also wet. He didn't say anything. He lowered his head and looked at Chu Wanning for a while, then silently retreated to the side. After he left, a pale pink begonia flower was gently placed in the coffin. The hand that placed the flower still had the shape of a youth, but it was already very slender. Imo Ran stood beside the coffin. The wind gently blew across the lake, bringing in the fragrance of lotus flowers. The strands of hair by his forehead were a little messy from the wind, but he raised his hand to tidy up Chu Wanning's face. Imo Ran pursed his lips. He seemed to have a lot to say, But in the end, he only said softly in a hoarse voice, "I'll wait for you." Wait for you for what? He didn't say. He felt that he should want to say wait for you to wake up, but it seemed that this sentence wasn't enough. It was as if there was no way to express the emotions that filled and squeezed his heart. It was as if there was boiling magma gathering in the bottom of his heart. The magma could not find an accurate exit, so it rampaged in his heart, causing him panic and pain. He felt that one day, his heart would burst. When that time came, the lava would flow out of control, and he would be melted into ashes in that raging sea. But now, he still wasn't sure what this passionate feeling was. So he only said, "I'll wait for you." The Red Lotus Pavilion finally closed. An enormous barrier fell. It was like a door that separated life and death, isolating everyone outside. From then on, the fragrance of the summer lotus and the silence of the winter snow. For a full 5 years, no one else could enjoy the scenery in the pavilion. Bamboo leaves rustled, begonia flowers fell, stretching from the outside of the Red Lotus Pavilion to the front of the mountain gate. All the disciples knelt down. Imo ran, Xuemeng, and Shimei knelt at the very front of this endless river. Xue Jingyong's voice shook the forest and stopped the clouds. "Farewell, Elder Yu Hong is in seclusion." All the disciples bowed their heads and said in low voices, "Farewell, Elder Yu Hong is in seclusion." The voices of thousands of people converged into a stream, suddenly exploding in this smoky peak of life and death. It startled the crows, causing them to cry out in disgust. They circled the treetops but didn't dare to approach. The rumbling voices were like muffled thunder, crushing the rolling clouds and piercing the heavens. "Farewell, Shizun is in seclusion," Imo Ran said softly. He kowtowed, guarding the monarch for 5 years. After Yu Hong was in seclusion, his 3 direct disciples weren't willing to temporarily be under the tutelage of the other elders. They cultivated bitterly on their own. Shimei and Xuemeng stayed on the mountain because of their aptitudes and mantras, while Imo Ran chose to go on a long journey. However, the reason why he made this choice was not only because he was suited for training, but also because he had been reborn. Many things were different from the past. Putting aside the changes on Chu Wanning's side, what he was most worried about was the fake Gauchen. He had a faint guess that the person hiding behind the scenes might have been reborn as well. After all, this person's mastery of the exquisite chess game could be said to be 80 to 90%. In his previous life, until he committed suicide, there wasn't a second person in the world who could use this forbidden technique to such an extent. Investigating the person's identity wasn't his forte. After the battle at colorful Butterfly Town, the entire cultivation world was watching carefully, waiting for the old glutton in the dark to reveal his fox tail. This matter didn't require him to interfere too much. Imo Ran knew that he wasn't smart, but his spiritual energy was dense and his cultivation talent was amazing. Since there was destined to be another battle in the future, what he could do was to quickly return to the powerful strength he had before his rebirth. In his previous life, he was the destroyer. In this life, he wanted to be the protector. Not long after Chu Wanning went into seclusion, Imo Ran stood in front of the mountain gate of the peak of life and death. He carried a backpack and was about to leave. There weren't many people who came to send him off. They were Xue Jingyong, Madame Wang, and Shimei. Xue Jingyong patted his shoulder and said awkwardly, "Meng didn't come," he said. Imo Ran smiled. "He said he wanted to practice his sword in the forest and didn't have time to send me off." Xue Jingyong was even more embarrassed. He couldn't help but scold. "That little rascal is really insensible." Imo Ran smiled. He wants to be the champion in the Soul Mountain Conference, so it's natural for him to practice diligently. We'll have to rely on him to save face for Master. Xue Jingyong looked at Imo Ran hesitantly and said, "The Soul Mountain Conference is the pinnacle of the competition for orthodox immortal techniques. Ran is going to travel the world this time. Although he'll have a lot of strength, I'm afraid the conference won't recognize the mixed martial arts of the 3 religions and 9 sections. If we miss it because of this, it'll be a pity." Imo Ran said, "My cousin is there. Don't you want to get a ranking?" Imo Ran really laughed this time. Ranking? In his previous life, because he did something wrong at the Soul Mountain Conference, he was punished with confinement and didn't attend. He had resentment in his heart. But now, it seemed that this small matter was nothing. He was a person who had experienced many life and death separations. In the flood of calamities, he was unwilling to accept it to desire, from desire to resentment, from resentment to relief, and from relief to guilt. Now, what Mo Ran wanted was no longer good wine and beautiful women, worshipping for thousands of generations, revenge, resentment, and the thrill of killing. He had seen the endless prosperity of the clouds and was already tired of it. He didn't want to go back. He only felt that it was very cold there, and no one was by his side. They were all people who had been Emperor Ta. They had once called the wind and called the rain at the peak of Mount Tai and seen all the flowers in the world. They didn't care about the applause and cheers of the Soul Mountain. As for the ranking, whoever wanted to be ranked could be ranked. I still want to do something else. Mo Ran laughed. Shui Ming is a young master. A young master has a young master's way of living, but I'm a ruffian. A ruffian has his days. Madame Wang couldn't help but pity him. Silly child, what are you saying? You and Ming are the same. There's no difference between a young master and a ruffian. Mo Ran laughed, but there was some bitterness. Born rich and born lowly, even if he was lucky enough to reach the peak of life and death, he had spent the previous 10 years muddling along. How could it be the same? But seeing Madame Wang's gentle and caring expression, he naturally couldn't say anything. He nodded and said, Auntie is right. I didn't say it well. Madame Wang smiled and shook her head. She gave him a small pouch with Du Ruahua embroidered on it. She said, You're traveling outside and there's no one to take care of you. Take this pouch. There's a lot of medicine in it. It's all made by me. It's better than what you can buy in a normal shop. Keep it carefully and don't drop it. Mo Ran was very grateful. Thank you very much, Auntie. Shirmei said, I don't have anything else to give you. I only have this jade pendant. Wear it. It's used to nourish your spiritual core. Mo Ran took it and looked at it. Indeed, the white jade was like congealed fat and was warm to the touch. It was actually an extremely rare item. He hurriedly stuffed the jade pendant back into Shirmei's hand. I can't take this away. It's too precious. Moreover, my spiritual core is of the fire element. If I have to nourish it, I'm afraid I'll suffer from Qigong deviation. Shirmei laughed. What nonsense. How can you suffer from Qigong deviation? I'm not taking it. Mo Ran was very insistent. Your body is weak. It'll be better for you to wear it yourself. But I asked someone to buy it for you at the Xinyuan gathering. When Mo Ran heard him say this, he felt very warm. But more than that, he felt distressed. The items at the Xinyuan gathering all have sky-high prices. I really don't have much use for this jade pendant. However, it's very good for you. Shirmei, I appreciate your kindness, but you should keep this item for yourself. Remember to wear it every day to nourish your spiritual energy. Shirmei still wanted to say something, but Mo Ran had already untied the string of the jade pendant and helped him wear it. It looks pretty good. He said this with a smile. He raised his hand and patted Shirmei's shoulder. It's much more suitable for you to wear than for me. I'm such a rough person. I'm afraid that I'll break something in less than 2 days. Ran is right. Although this jade pendant can be worn by anyone, it's still most comfortable for people with water spiritual cores. Keep it for yourself. Since Madame Wang had spoken, Shirmei naturally listened to her. He nodded and said to Mo Ran, Then take care of yourself. Don't worry. I'll write to you often. Parting was imminent. Shirmei was a little sad, but when he heard him say this, he couldn't help but laugh. Only Shizun can understand the words you write. At the mention of Chu Wanning, Mo Ran didn't know what to feel in his heart. The bone-deep hatred had dissipated, but the guilt was still there. It was like a scar that was forming a scab. His entire heart was aching and itching. With that in mind, he went down the mountain alone. 1, 2, 3. He lowered his head. As he walked, he silently counted in his heart. 101, 102, 103. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he couldn't help but turn back and look at the cloud-shrouded peak of life and death. The continuous stone steps seemed to have no end. He muttered, 3,799. As he walked, he counted. This was the number of steps that led to the mountain gate. The number of steps that Chu Wanning had carried him on his back that day. He felt that he would never forget Chu Wanning's pair of hands for the rest of his life. They were cold, full of bloodstains, and damaged. Whether a person was good or evil, it was often not his nature to be so. Everyone was like a field. Some people were lucky. What fell between the ridges were rice and wheat seedlings. When autumn came, the 5 grains would be plentiful, the rice would be fragrant. Everything was good. Everything was praiseworthy. But there were still fields that didn't have such good luck. What was planted in the soil were poppy seeds. When the spring breeze blew, it gave birth to blissful sins. The entire field was covered in golden red filthy blood. People resented it, spat at it, feared it. They all lived a drunken life in its stench, rotting into dregs. In the end, righteous and benevolent people gathered together and threw a fire into the field. In the twisted rising smoke, they said that he was a hotbed of karma. They said that he was a malicious spirit and a demon. They said that he ate people without spitting out the bones. They said that he deserved to die and had no conscience. He painfully twitched and groaned in the fire. The poppy seeds quickly curled up and turned into the smelly soil. But he was once a good field. He also once longed for rain and sunshine. Who was the one who planted the first seed of darkness? Later on, the evil became a disaster and couldn't be stopped. This field was gentle and brilliant. After the fire was lit, it turned into ashes. It was abandoned. No one wanted it anymore. He was an abandoned old land. So he never thought that there would be a person who would come into his life and give him another chance to plow the soil and start all over again. Chu Wanning. He would only meet him 5 years later. Today was the first day of those 5 years. He suddenly realized that he had begun to miss Chu Wanning's face. It was stern, angry, gentle, solemn, and upright. Mo Ran slowly closed his eyes. He carefully recalled his past and present life. How many past events were scattered by the wind and snow? He gradually realized that the incident of the world of spirits and souls was actually the biggest watershed in his life. In his past life, he loved someone deeply. Later on, that person sacrificed her life, and he went to hell. In this life, there was another person who loved him. Later on, that person sacrificed her life and sent him back to the human world. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.